The Silver City, the market square. You can hear the calls of traders shouting to buy a bleaching potion. Someone offers a cigar to a passing gentleman. Ladies and gentlemen, rich and poor of different classes scurry around the main square of the city. A cart is moving and shouts to give way can be heard. The cart is racing fast. People part and whisper to each other. Someone is being transported, apparently a new prisoner. Look how many guards are accompanying him. In the cage of the cart, pointed ears and golden pupils are visible. Therefore, it is a werewolf, someone in the crowd suggests, wanting the creature to die. It is clear that it has killed many people. The Silver City is famous for its huge prison called the Prison of the Rose, which is engraved with a magical spell that seals away magic, and Lord Aiden Garrett himself is the warden. There is no chance of escape, but not everyone wants to believe it. And then someone's hand breaks through the stone floor. And now, at liberty, the Princess of Blood is pleased that she outwitted the warden Aiden himself, who can't compete with her. The creature takes deep breaths. Here is the taste of freedom. A few more steps and she will be free as a bird. The bloodsucker thought, I dug for 2 years. They didn't even strengthen it with silver. It was painful, of course, but it was worth it. The vampire stood under the full moon. Bats were flying. Oh moon, oh air. The moment of bliss was interrupted by a male voice calling her a complete fool and giving her a minute to return to the cell. A man in a tall top hat appeared from the darkness and noticed that Madame Vampire had 98 years of imprisonment, but apparently everything was moving towards the fact that the term would be added on. When she asked him how he knew what she was doing, he replied that vampires don't need to go to the toilet, and she was stuck there twice a day. She was dejected by such a revelation and asked why he didn't stop her right away. He said that he simply wanted to catch her off guard. Then Vampirella said that having caught her 2 years ago by her mistake, she was looking for a way out, and now only one of them will die. And then a gun barrel was pointed at her head from behind. A sweet little girl with pigtails named Vanessa, who was serving time for murder, calmly said that Aiden had ordered her capture. The elder witch Dali came out next and languidly noted that the escaped prisoner had been digging for so long that she was almost out of her mind from boredom. The hunted bloodsucker, growling angrily, turned to them and said that they were the most powerful witches on the continent. Accompanied by the priests of death, the smiling necromancer Arsena appeared with a question. Can I keep the vampire's ashes for myself? The vampire screamed why they were serving a man. The witches remained silent, pretending not to have heard the question, while the captured captive growled like a cornered animal. The man in the top hat answered for them that there was a business agreement between them, he improved their conditions in prison, and they helped in catching the escapees. Then the vampire showed with all her appearance that, unlike her worthless comrades, she had pride, and therefore was not going to return to the cell. Then the man seriously said that they would then gag her with garlic, tie her to a cross, and take her out into the sun. The picture was not pleasant for the vampire, and seeing herself in such a position, she became quiet. A second later, she coyly babbled. Coyly. Why did he do this to her? She just went out to admire the moon. The warden ordered her to return through the same hole she came out of, or he would pour holy water on her. The overseer was Aiden Garrett, famous throughout the continent for his strength, marksmanship, and swordsman. And his name alone made the evil spirits tremble. And then at one moment he died, and our hero was summoned from his world into his body, having none of his skills and experience. The only experience he had was as a prison guard. But this prison was home to all the continent's most vicious women. Demons sucking out the soul to the last drop of blood and dreaming of doing the same to Aiden. Zombies killed without any pity or reason. Draconids, who pushed a person to the most vicious desires and took the body. And here is another variety, a succubus dreaming of getting a warden for love pleasures, having seduced dozens of decent citizens. And other indescribable creatures were gathered in this prison for especially dangerous criminals. Hayden walked down the hallway, turning off the lights for the night, realizing that things were getting worse and worse, and his name alone was no longer enough to keep the prisoners. Passing by another cell, where a creature with many snake heads sat, she hissed at the warden that the mountains no longer shook in his name, and then added that he was now a piece of shit, especially after her poison got into him 3 years ago. The creature dreamed of tearing Aiden into pieces and savoring each of them, and so each of those sitting dreamed of something similar. The man walked past with two guards, hearing ridicule from all sides, how feeble and pathetic he had become. The half-man, half-animal dug into the bars and growled that he would kill him at the first opportunity, since he had no strength left. Then Aiden used a trick to summon bright sunlight, and the half-man, half-animal screamed. It began to beat, and was indignant that prisoners also had rights. The man, meanwhile, was thinking that in 2 months of sleepless nights, he had only managed to learn the most basic spells, like this flash. He understood that any of the prisoners could tear him to pieces. He walked on and thought about not sending him more prisoners like that. And when he moved to another section, he saw chaos and guards lying on the floor. Those who weren't on the floor were yelling at not to move, a familiar scene for Aiden. At this time, a new prisoner was brought in. One of the guards noticed that this one was sentenced to death and was not particularly friendly. The tied-up werewolf girl was furious and cursed everyone around her. Taking on the case of the new prisoner, Aiden Garrett learned that the werewolf girl's name is Veronica, and she is a former mounted police officer of the Silver City, who shot and killed a bar owner during an investigation into the sale of counterfeit alcohol. After scrolling through the history of the crime, at the end there was a death sentence. The prison doctor put the werewolf to sleep, and a seemingly ordinary girl was lying in front of them. Aiden ordered the prisoner to be taken to the locker room, and the girl was carried. One of the escorting guards asked the warden to stay. Aiden said that it had been a month since he had applied for additional prison cells, but he had not received an answer, and if this continued, a riot was inevitable. The guard chuckled and asked how many years Aiden had been working as a guard and still didn't understand how everything worked. He continued to point out that the prison holds more than 1,000 prisoners, is expensive to maintain, and most prisoners live for thousands of years. Our hero answered what all this has to do with him. The guard answered honestly that a group of prisoners had died under mysterious circumstances, but that this was, in general, a joyful event. Because of this, a rally was held in the center in support of the extermination of magical creatures. There was a small group of supporters of other races. They stood timidly and tried to remind that these creatures at one time helped to return the earth. The warden got the message that he had to find a way to kill the prisoners to appease the public, something he didn't agree with at all. The guard shrugged, noting that it was Lord Aiden who was to blame for what was happening, that he had placed so many prisoners in prison, and that the people were rebelling, believing that while they were living in the cells, enjoying everything they had, they were leading a miserable existence. He added that there are still people at the top who want to keep the prison, but to do this, they need to kill a couple of prisoners to reduce public discontent. As he was leaving, he suggested killing Veronica in defense, since death row was already prepared for her anyway. In the Silver City, those who differed from the human race were considered different. In the past, humans collaborated with magical creatures for some time to fight a common enemy. As a reward for their participation in the war, they received equal rights with the citizens of the land. When the war ended, hunger, poverty, and devastation covered the land. People needed an outlet. The nobles secretly blamed other races for everything. And so Aiden had to compromise. In this world, talking about moral and ethical standards is a stupid dream. He needs to choose a date and a prisoner to kill. Aiden and his assistant were thinking about where to put the werewolf Veronica. There were no more free cells, and most of them already had several prisoners. And then it dawned on the girl. What if she put a werewolf in with a succubus? The succubus kept her loving eyes on the warden, reminding him that there was enough room for both of them on her bed. Aiden asked her in surprise if she wasn't supposed to be free yesterday. The assistant noticed that she had taken up her old ways, inciting other succubi, and as a result, many men were hospitalized. Aiden screamed hysterically, "Why does she always get into trouble?" To which the succubus resentfully said that because of a tiny mistake she became a repeat offender and received another year of her sentence. Then she made a languid face and said that they could always come to an agreement. She was waiting for him in her cell in the evening and winked. Aiden's mouth dropped open in surprise and he asked if she really agreed to everything. To which the succubus cheerfully, with eyes glowing with happiness, confidently said that absolutely everything. A few minutes later, the still unconscious newcomer Veronica was brought into her. The succubus, her eyes wide open and not expecting this, screamed, "Who is this?" To which the warden replied that this was her new neighbor, and if anything unexpected happened, the security guard should be informed immediately. Aiden asked the doctors to prepare more tranquilizers. They said that everything would be ready today. Lord Garrett noted that they were no longer so young. They needed a good rest and time with their families. Everything could be done tomorrow. Today was a full moon day. The moon was shining very brightly and filling everything around with a silvery glow. Aiden worked tirelessly to prepare tranquilizers. The full moon is a very restless time. The werewolf Veronica watched the process, wondering if tranquilizers could really defeat a werewolf on a full moon. At this time, the succubus had no less difficult thoughts. She began to suspect the warden of having a non-traditional orientation, which she shared with her neighbor. Aiden was preparing tranquilizers from belladonna when Veronica suddenly declared firmly that she had been wrongly sentenced. At that moment, Veronica, who had turned, appeared before the cowering succubus girl and looked at the poor fellow with the furious eyes of a wolf. Card of one prisoner, Vampire Ophelia. Able to drink blood and turn into a bat. Danger level B. 200 ml of human blood given on odd days. 500 ml of bird blood on even days. The next morning, Aiden's assistant read out the prisoner's petition, and here is the tiger girl asking for a second comb to be purchased, as she needs different combs to care for her fur at different times of the year. Next, Catherine from Chamber 6 made a request to buy a dagger. She needs it to protect herself from evil spirits. Aiden said to tell this Catherine that there is no need to think that the security guards are idiots. And finally, a request from the succubus from cell 13 for early release. She will thank Aiden personally in her cell. Aiden asked to tell her that one more such request and he will wring her neck with his own hands. At this time, the prison doctor ran out of breath, calling on everyone to move aside. He flew into Aiden's arms and yelled that there had been a full moon yesterday, and he remembered about it only in the morning. For the new Veronica, what he gave was extremely little. The dose should be 10 times more. Werewolves are especially bloodthirsty during the full moon, and the succubus is in the same cell with her. Aiden dropped his work, and they hurried to the cell. During this period of time, the prisoners were taken out for a walk in the fresh air. They watched as the succubus hung from behind Veronica and cooed something tenderly to it. The doctor breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the succubus was okay. Aiden said that he watched them at night. Everything was calm, nothing special, the werewolf behaved calmly. In the morning, she even made her bed. For such a bloodthirsty maniac, she behaves very intelligently. Veronica stood in the prison yard near the statue. The doctor looked at her carefully, and then said, "Is it really her?" Veronica looked at the stone statue of a man holding a child. The doctor said that the new girl was a bloodsucker werewolf. That was the reason for her obedience. Aiden was surprised what kind of subspecies this was, but the doctor replied that it was a type of werewolf that had a special relationship with people. 100 years ago, humans and werewolves were besieged by demons in a castle for several months, running out of food and supplies. Despite being allies due to hunger and exhaustion, humans and werewolves were suspicious of each other. People were afraid that werewolves would eat them, and werewolves were afraid that people would attack and kill them. A civil war could start at any moment. And then a man named Lord Bayou killed his horse and gave it to the werewolves as food, and also gave his willingness to give up his dead child. This gesture greatly impressed the werewolf commander, and the conflict was resolved. And from that moment on, the group of these werewolves began to bear the title of bloodsuckers. Over time, they moved away from other werewolves and followed people, helping them in everything. They had to resort to sophisticated masochistic practices during the full moon to control their rage and live among people. And now hatred towards other races is flourishing as never before. And these werewolves are extremely few in number these days, the assistant warden noted. The doctor protested against the execution of such a creature. They had gone to great lengths to live among people. There were cases when people beat them to death. Aiden thought about this after hearing about the nature of these creatures. At that moment, the escort flew in, shouting that the werewolf girl had gone crazy and had started a massacre in the shower. Aiden loaded his revolver and noticed that she seemed different from her peers. At this time, the guards had difficulty restraining the prisoners, who were shouting that there was blood everywhere and that they had not signed up for this. Aiden entered the shower room. The succubus was lying unconscious. The new girl was tied up and seated in front of the warden. The cellmates were screaming for this crazy woman to be shot right now. Putting a gun to Veronica's head, Aiden asked her why she attacked her neighbors. Prisoner Catherine, who was serving time for horse theft, screamed that he was a werewolf who was capable of anything when he went crazy. And then she added with a smile that a bloodsucker werewolf could easily have a snack on them. The neighbors demanded that they put a bullet in the werewolf's forehead, or they would kill her themselves. No one wants to risk their lives. Aiden stood there in confusion as the guards tried to calm the outraged prisoners. The warden sternly addressed Veronica that they have strict rules here, and this should not go beyond the prison. He will postpone the execution date. She has something to add. Veronica calmly replied that she had been thinking about this for a long time, that the case was fabricated. Why wasn't she allowed to speak out earlier? She looked calmly at the barrel of the gun, noting that he had obviously been waiting for her death for a long time. Aiden looked into the werewolf's calm eyes. Calls to kill her were heard from all sides. He remembered the doctor's words that there were cases when such werewolves did not resist and they were beaten to death. Aiden pressed his finger on the trigger of the gun. At that moment, he imagined himself surrounded by bottles lying in some barn. Could he really live peacefully after killing an innocent person? He slowly pulled the revolver away from Veronica's face and pointed it upward. Aiden ordered the girl to be taken to the interrogation room as there was insufficient evidence. Prisoner Catherine of the human race, caught stealing horses, has extraordinary riding abilities, should not be allowed near horses. Veronica sat during interrogation and said that when she entered the shower, an argument broke out. 2 prisoners cornered a succubus and threatened her. The girl simply stood up for her, which the warden recorded and ordered the werewolf to be taken away. She screamed that he was not like that. Let him believe her. She is not a murderer. Aiden said he had looked into the case and wanted to know where she was on the day of the murder. Veronica remembered that she had detained a dealer in counterfeit alcohol. His wife came to the police station to appeal the decision, but Veronica paid no attention. In the evening, she was found with a bullet in her head, to which Aiden asked if she hadn't shot. Why wasn't one bullet found in the gun? When the victim was killed, Veronica went to a friend's grave in an old cemetery. It had been deserted for a long time. There wasn't even a guard. She didn't give her weapon to anyone. Lord Garrett exhaled heavily and declared that she had no alibi. Suddenly, Veronica shouted with fervor that this was her personality. She started with a small militia in a small town and grew to become a member of the mounted police. She was respected in the village. She saved many lives. She caught many criminals. She caught the leader of a human sacrifice cult, thereby saving thousands of lives. And that's not enough. He walked up to the bars where the werewolf was locked and said that this did not prove that she did not kill. The number of people saved will not outweigh this murder and will not convince the judges, the warden added. The girl was completely depressed. She didn't think that by saving so many, she wouldn't be able to save herself. Having ordered Veronica to be taken to her cell, Aiden sat lost in his thoughts, replaying the defendant's story in his head. At this time, he was informed that the succubus had come to her senses and was being taken to him for interrogation. Megan brought her in, even though it wasn't her area of expertise. Megan profited from the succubus's money, as she was quite rich. The succubus immediately rushed to Veronica's defense, declaring that she was innocent. Then, with a proud look, she began to tell about the incident. She was a famous entrepreneur in the Silver City, and those newcomers, Catherine the horse thief and Anna the pirate, lay in wait for her and blackmailed her. When she thought she was finished, Veronica stepped in and gave them a good beating, telling them in detail how she hit Catherine on the bridge of the nose and knocked her accomplice to the floor. When the warden asked how she ended up on the floor, the succubus sheepishly said that she simply stepped on a piece of soap on the floor and passed out in such an annoying way. She added that she believed Veronica was falsely accused of murder. Aiden conducted the interrogation in detail, reconstructing the picture of the incident from the words of the succubus. The picture with a piece of soap on the floor and its awkward fall looked especially entertaining. The succubus lowered her voice and said that her race could enter people's dreams while they were sleeping. And she did. Veronica's world was collapsing because no one believed her. She said that in her dream, she saw that she had been set up. Aiden noted how he could be sure that she wasn't interfering with his sleep. And then the succubus screamed that he was going to condemn an innocent man. The warden's heart began to pound wildly. He again saw a picture of a painful death, and the succubus added that her conscience was clear. She told the truth. He again saw a picture of a painful death, and the succubus added that her conscience was clear. She told the truth. This picture and the fear of torment because of a mistake drove him crazy. It was not easy for Megan to take away the resisting succubus girl, who screamed that Aiden was the man of her dreams and she paid a lot of money to go to jail to meet him. The warden was in despair. This whole picture gave him no peace. And what if the werewolf was innocent, and she was executed? How would he live with this? He and his assistant studied Veronica's file, which stated that the defendant had lost control of her emotions and shot the victim in a rage. But usually when werewolves attack, they very rarely use weapons, the assistant noted. She is still a mounted police rider. The girl found it difficult to reach a verdict, but she was more inclined to be innocent. Aiden noticed that she came to this conclusion after reading a few lines. Lord Garrett added that the more he delved into the matter, the more questions he had. Then the assistant asked what was so special about this new girl, that they were spending so much time studying her case. As he left, he replied that killing an innocent person was worse than eating a tub of shit. The moon was shining brightly. The succubus was leafing through a magazine with very masochistic pictures. Making rumbling sounds, she prevented others from falling asleep, and when they shouted to shut up, she irritably yelled that she needed it for her health, that she was still young, and they were 1,000-year-old old ladies. At some point, she felt someone's finger pressing against her back. Turning around and seeing the face of the warden, the succubus did not understand whether she was sleeping or this was reality. A wild passion seized her, and she rushed at the man. The warden had to knock the agitated poor fellow down and shut his mouth. He pressed his lips to the succubus's and said that she wanted to help Veronica. That's why he was here. Veronica was sleeping, and it was the perfect time to get into her subconscious. The warden noted that it was not often that she would help, to which she responded with resentment that she knew how to be grateful, since Veronica had saved her. The succubus took the sleeping Veronica by the hand and asked the Lord if he was ready to enter the girl's sleep. He nodded in readiness, ordering that nothing of his own be added. He felt her finger at his temple, and reality began to blur, and the succubus's words that she was not able to change anything, only show. And now he sees many dead werewolves, blood and the words of the killer, that the rumors are true. These werewolves do not fight back. Veronica screams in tears that they shouldn't die like this. They didn't hurt people. They leave and say that they keep their promises. That is their nature. She remains alone. The girl screams for help, trying to find at least someone, but there is no one. A wooden puppet man dressed as a judge appears, takes her hands, and explains that it is true that they have started hunting her subspecies. They will find the killer. Before she can thank him, she finds herself in shackles, and he, tall and terrible, towers over her with burning eyes, accusing her of murdering a man. She tries to justify herself by saying that she didn't kill, but the terrible voices of the puppets are heard from everywhere calling her a murderer. Next, the judge's gavel is seen striking, and the death sentence is pronounced. Veronica covers her ears and screams why no one believes her. She didn't kill. And now, he and the succubus return to reality again. Veronica began to toss and turn, and could wake up at any moment. The succubus asked why Garrett couldn't just vouch for the prisoner, to which Garrett replied that she didn't understand everything. The judge would insist on execution. After all, the dead cannot speak. But then he remembered Arsena the necromancer. That's exactly who could help. And then they heard voices welcoming the arrival of the senator to the Rosa prison. Aiden walked into the office where Senator Anthony was waiting for him. He didn't turn around when he heard the warden was in the room. Aiden was the first to approach him, noting that coming to Rosa in the middle of the night was not the best idea, as it could lead to the wrong assumptions. The senator, without looking at Garrett, told him to think about himself and not involve others in his problems. In response to the silent question, Senator Anthony continued to scold the warden. Rumors had reached him that Aiden was actively investigating the case of a criminal sentenced to death, instead of killing the prisoner, so that the prison would not cease to exist. Aiden noted that the senator had an excellent informant, to which he replied that he owned the local newspaper. He threw a newspaper on the table, on the front page of which was an article about a bloodthirsty werewolf and an unfortunate victim who was torn to pieces. He continued, "What if the next issue featured an article about Aiden as a Silver City legend who dispensed justice?" They both presented a front-page photo of the warden as a heroic savior. The senator tried to convey to the warden that he was trying his best to present it, and Garrett did not understand what he was doing. By killing one maniac, Lord Aiden will become a hero of the city. He will be admired, loved, and they will be able to save the prison. He then asked Aiden why he was conducting an investigation if there was a court decision, to which our hero replied that there were a lot of inconsistencies in the case. At this statement, the senator lost his temper and shouted, "Does he understand that this is tantamount to a slap in the face of justice? The court, the members of the committee will feel hostility towards both the warden and Rosa?" He looked into Aiden's eyes and asked him to think better of it. Now was not the time for willfulness. Let him investigate what he wanted, but now he needed to get on the pedestal so as not to lose what he had. He agreed that there were many unfair sentences in the Silver City, but now one had to be patient. Outside the window it was pouring rain and thunder rumbled, lightning flashed. Lord Aiden Garrett sat in his office and thought about what he should do, how to act. He stood up and walked around the dark room. He opened a secret cabinet with documents behind which was a safe. Pressing the right combination, the opening in the wall opened. The door to a secret underground passage opened. It was very dark. The guard pointed a lantern ahead of him. It seemed like the stairs would never end. Suddenly, he heard a loud voice coming from the depths of the dungeon that he was hatching a very dangerous plan. The man asked where she found out about it, to which he received the answer that when people make difficult decisions, they need the support of their loved ones and friends. In this world, she knows him better than anyone. In the dungeon sat a huge girl with wings behind her back and burning eyes, chained in shackles. She pulled with all her might. The shackles jingled loudly, smiling and saying that here he was again coming to her. Our hero didn't hesitate for long and said that he was investigating the case of the imprisoned man. She looked at him with her wise and piercing eyes and added, "But he doesn't know what the consequences might be." He was once again amazed at how she knew everything, as a huge board and checkers with symbols appeared in front of him. In front of him sat Malefiria, the goddess of conspiracies, who offered to play, and if he won, he would receive an answer to his question. Aiden agreed and began his move, moving the huge checker. His checker was hit by the goddess figure. She noticed that Aiden was absent-minded and not focused on the game. Continuing the game, the warden shared his opinion with Malefiria that someone from the top was behind the werewolf case. The case was fabricated and the police quickly passed a sentence. Aiden looked at his turn and continued to talk about how he was under pressure to kill the werewolf or the prison would be closed. The goddess asked him if the Lord had ever thought about why a prison for dangerous criminals was built in such a big city. With all these magic circles, symbols, and silver, a whole chain of symbols and signs began to glow around Malefiria. She continued, "What is there to be afraid of at the top? Closing the prison is a move to collect more votes, but for now the prison will not be closed here." Aiden looked at her. She reminded him that he had to take good care of her. If she escaped, the need for this prison would disappear. Aiden said that he had already killed an innocent person in the past and did not want to repeat it. The goddess smiled and told him that he was weak in spirit. He had no comrades. How was he going to fight? Aiden told her that he wanted to use the power of the 3 prisoners he had a contract with. Remembering the cheerful trio, he explained that he wanted to act through their hands in order to hide his identity. The goddess noted that pretending was one thing, but there was the question of forcing the prisoners, whether it would cause a riot, and whether he could cope with it. Aiden reasoned that he received requests from prisoners every day. He knew their desires and would be able to suppress discontent. With a smile, Malefiria reminded that there wasn't much time left. The warden thought out loud that it would be possible to use other prisoners with superpowers. And then it dawned on the man that he could see what abilities each person had from the prisoner's files. And he decided for himself that he would bribe them with gifts in exchange for their abilities. There are thousands of prisoners in Rosa Prison. With their strength, you can achieve your goal. Lord Garrett seemed to have found a clarification. The puzzle was beginning to come together, so he had dozens of opportunities and options to solve the problem. At that moment, the goddess's face leaned towards him and she ingratiatingly asked if he knew what he had to do to lose to her. Aiden looked at her tensely, a trickle of cold sweat dripping down his face. Seeing his fear, she laughed, saying that in mind games, a man cannot defeat her. But next time she wants to play airplane chess, and this time she will let him go. He left, and heard her voice after him, that it took her a lot of effort to call his dissolute soul into this world, so he should not let her down. The warden entered the cell of Arsena the Necromancer. Rumors of a visit to the succubus's cell were already circulating around the prison. He interrupted her and began asking about the dead. She looked at him in surprise and asked, since when the warden was interested in corpses. Arsena herself was originally a living dead person, sentenced to life imprisonment for resurrecting the dead, causing a plague and other pranks, and now, listening to Aiden's request, she put on a businesslike air and declared that she was being exploited. She gave him the magic pendant and suggested that he do everything himself. Just stand next to the corpse and activate it. To his horror that she had such an object in her cell, the necromancer calmed him down, assuring him that this pendant would not get her out of prison. She wears it as an accessory. She is a girl. It is part of her image. Arsena showed Aiden how to activate the pendant. Something appeared before them, screaming and glowing, so that the warden was thrown aside. For a couple of minutes he couldn't move. Arsena cooed sweetly that she had simply shown him how to summon the dead. He stood with his back to her, and the girl thought that he was apparently so angry that he could not come to his senses. The thought flashed through her head that people were nervous by nature, and it was definitely not worth angering a person like him. She had already seen pictures of hellish flames and the abyss of fire, which scared her to no end. He still stood with his back to her. Arsena tried to justify herself by saying that she had told him not to come here. Suddenly, he turned to her with a beaming smile and said that since she loved books so much, how would she like it if he brought her a couple of the latest bestsellers here? After this, Arsena got really scared. She thought that the boss had gone crazy after what he saw. He left and she wondered when he became so nice. At night, Aiden was already at the cemetery and digging one of the graves. Having dug up the grave and opened the coffin, he saw that the deceased had no body, only an urn with ashes. He wondered if it was possible to summon a dead man in such a case. He took out the pendant and activated it, as Arsena had taught him. Nothing happened. Then he tried again. The pendant glowed, but no one appeared. Behind him stood a cemetery guard with a lantern, wondering who was here at such an hour. Suddenly, he saw glowing bodies in front of him, and his eyes wide open and screaming, he ran. Aiden turned around and wondered what the hell just happened. As the souls of the deceased began to rise from their graves, glowing, Aiden asked for forgiveness for disturbing them. There were many of them. More and more souls arrived, illuminating everything around. He thought that he had underestimated the pendant. It didn't work with the ashes, so he needed to look for another way. Then a dead woman with burning eyes crawled up to his feet and growled, asking who had disturbed her peace. The man said that her killer was still at large, let her tell who killed her, and he would take revenge. The dead woman wheezed that she had little time. She tried to say a name. Then there was a flash of emerald light, so blinding that the warden closed his eyes. He saw a picture of her being thrown to the ground and a male voice asking if she wanted everyone to know that her husband had been caught selling counterfeit goods. The woman screamed at him to let her go. She paid him, and after that he shoots the woman. She died. She disappeared and asked for revenge. But Aiden shouted for her to name the killer. He was overcome with impotent anger. What to do now? How to understand who it was. Although if you think about it, you can find some clues in this. You just need to think carefully. Our hero began to remember fragments of what he saw. The shooter's outfit is typical of a mounted police officer. Most likely after the murder, this man missed work in order to fabricate evidence against Veronica. The mounted police officer has access to a weapon and could well have removed a cartridge. The next morning, Aiden came to meet with the arsenal keeper. The keeper, whose name was Bruce, opened the door to his office. Aiden noticed his uncertainty and thinness. Bruce was very surprised that he could see Lord Aiden himself with his own eyes. Pretending to be casual, Aiden said he had a problem with his revolver, so he thought he'd stop by while passing by the police station. The guy asked with a smile what was wrong with the Lord's weapon. Still smiling radiantly, the warden said that the drum was not turning. Suddenly, the guy started shaking, broke out in a sweat, and said that he needed a few days to do this as he was very busy with work. Aiden agreed, thinking to himself that this was clearly not a killer. He remembered the build of the killer from the vision, and looking at this frail boy, he realized that it was not him. Garrett, as he was leaving, thought that he couldn't scare him away in order to go after a bigger fish. Bruce stood there, lost in thought, when his friend called out to him, remembering how much fun they had with the girls yesterday. But he wasn't in the mood for conversation. Aiden never left Bruce's head. Maybe it was a coincidence, and his weapon really did break. And then he heard a group of men gather and discuss something animatedly. The cemetery caretaker said that a man stood in front of the innkeeper's grave, and all the ghosts bowed before him. Bruce pricked up his ears and listened as the guard told him what he saw and how he ran headlong. How terrible this picture was. He himself was like a ghost, listening to new details that the deceased was thirsting for revenge. Her voice sounded clear, could not be confused with anyone else. The poor keeper curled up in the blanket in fear and was afraid to move. Aiden decided to use a magical crystal ball to summon crows to watch over Bruce. The warden found it very suspicious that he was hiding. Using the ball, he summoned Dolly, one of the most powerful witches. She sat as if in rows, and seeing the warden, she asked with a smile how she could be of help. He reminded her of the benefits of cooperating with him. After she subdued and took away wild animals from zoos, Lord Aiden subdued her. She remembered that she was here by his grace. She laughed, turning it all into a joke. She was a prisoner after all. She was just joking. Aiden promised to help in return, in terms of what he could do, but that she should not take it for granted. He noticed that many prisoners fail to acclimatize to the prison, cannot get used to the food here, and he is going to buy some desserts. When the warden started talking about buying a honey cake from the bakery on 7th Street, the witch's mouth started to water. She could already imagine the cake in her mouth. Then she laughed and said that everyone would definitely like the cake. Lord Garrett was nervous. It was already late, but there was no progress. He took the magic ball to see how Bruce was doing. He was sleeping soundly. Suddenly there was a crash and he jumped up screaming furiously. Bruce frantically wondered where the sound was coming from. Maybe the glass was broken. But no, there was a roof above. Suddenly, black tentacles crawled towards him from above, and he screamed like a victim, asking them not to come near him. He tried to convince himself that it was just a bad dream, while at that time the tentacles enveloped him from all sides. And then, the face of a dead man appeared before him, telling Bruce that he was mortally offended. The keeper ran out into the street in his underwear, screaming that he was being haunted by a ghost. Aiden looked at this picture through the ball as the guy yelled that they should ask the culprit. The warden stood in the cell with a burning torch, and in front of him stood the deceased who had completed the task. It was the dead siren that Aiden had found. Her powers were stored in a voodoo doll, and she had the ability to enter the world of the dead. Aiden promised to keep the doll, but he would also keep an eye on her so that she wouldn't do anything wrong. Siren asked the Lord if he was afraid of being laughed at for using prisoners for such things. Aiden chuckled, mocking him for trying to mete out justice. He reminded her how she herself turned into a dead person to avenge her son. So now she is helping a woman just like her. At this time, Bruce ran down another street screaming that the ghost would catch him. People looked at him like he was crazy. He ran to one of the houses, knocked, and said that the ghost of the murdered woman from the tavern was chasing him. A man in a robe dragged him inside, asking why he was yelling so loudly that the whole city would find out. Seeing a familiar face, Bruce was glad that he was under Jalen's protection. He ordered to follow him. As they walked along the dark street, Bruce told in detail about the pursuit of the dead woman, even how the horse touched his face. Bruce's nerves gave out again, and he yelled again that some big shot had approached them. His friend ordered him to shut up, saying that this was nothing more than the practice of local necromancers. Jalen grabbed the guy, noticing that Veronica was involved, and if she got out of prison, things would be bad for all of them. The guy screamed that he couldn't stand another encounter with a ghost. Jalen said irritably that associating with people like Bruce was a real punishment. He took him to his house and showed him a magical system of protection against necromancers and any evil spirits. Bruce appreciated the professional approach and asked if Jalan expected the dead tavern mistress to return for revenge. He looked at the guy and said that he had many enemies, including her. If Bruce wanted to stay with him, he had to understand that the road to power was paved with corpses. Aiden at this time asked Veronica about Jalan, whether she knew him and what kind of relationship they had. Veronica remembered how she was preparing her horse to go on patrol. Jalan approached her asking if she had thought about his offer. He offered her to spend a couple of nights with him in exchange for a promotion. Her answer that she was not interested in him angered Jalen. He raised his hand to hit her, but Veronica intercepted the blow. He insulted her by calling her a dirty and shameless creature. After this, Veronica found herself sentenced to death in this prison. Aiden wasn't surprised. Rich people like Jalen, if they don't get what they want, they just trample on you. And he asked to tell more about this man. Approaching one of the prisoners, he asked her how she was doing. He showed a stack of letters, saying that they had not been sent, and it was not surprising, because whoever reads them ends badly. He reminded her that she had unique abilities that were unattainable for others. Aiden offered a deal. She helps him get one coward out of the house, proving that she can be trusted. The creature that the fisherman caught did not belong to any race. When she wrote letters to them, they all went mad. A bird with a letter flew into the room where Bruce was sleeping, breaking the window. The guy sat up, wondering what had just happened. Having opened the letter, his face began to change. It was not entirely clear what was written, but horror and panic began to overwhelm him. My head started to spin. Pictures of fire and chaos appeared. and the room swam before my eyes. Bruce walked over to the window, where the bird had made a hole, and looked out into the street. Jalen, hearing his screams, went up to him to find out what had happened. Bruce, again in his underwear, rushed past Jalon, who was calling him, screaming wildly. Bruce, his face distorted with horror, screamed that the end of the world had already arrived. Chaos had come. Jalon called the butler and ordered him to catch this madman. Bruce saw a surreal picture in which he was surrounded on all sides by huge tentacles. There was no one else in this world except him. He felt like he was in a nightmarish vacuum. And then he sees before him the enraged ghost of the tavern owner who has come to kill him. He screamed at her to leave him alone and not touch him. Bruce lay in the courtyard of Jalon's house, seeing the butler who was trying to calm him down, the late owner of the inn. In the end, he yelled at her not to touch him. It was Jalon who shot. Jalon angrily took the gun, intending to finish off this idiot, and Bruce fell at the feet of the ghost he saw and begged for forgiveness. The keeper sobbed and muttered that let the one who is guilty pay. At that moment, a bullet touched him. It hit his glasses and earlobe, and the guy began another attack of madness. At first, he thought he saw a crow attacking him, but then the real picture emerged and he realized that Jalon was the shooter. He stood on his knees, not knowing what to do. The frightened butler ran away. Jalon again aimed at Bruce's face, saying that he had called for his own death. Before he could fire, a flock of crows swooped down on Jalon, knocking him off his feet, giving Bruce the opportunity to get back on his feet. He said he ran as fast as he could, without looking back, screaming and begging for salvation. Then he slipped and fell into a hole that looked suspiciously like a grave. Lying down, he saw a sign with a tombstone. It was Veronica's grave. And then dark shadows approached Bruce from all sides. He screamed so that they would not come closer to him. These were ghost shadows that rose from the graves and tried to surround the guy. And now he's running down a city street, knocking down everything in his path. People are shouting after him, calling him an idiot. In his clouded mind, he saw not a city square, but a cemetery, and ghosts chasing him. And so he approached another glowing tombstone and saw his date of birth, name, and signature that a notorious bastard was buried here. He gasped in horror, realizing that this was his grave. Jalon appeared before his eyes, telling him that if he wanted to stay with him, he must remember that the road to power was paved with corpses. Bruce realized that it was the souls of the people Jalon killed that were haunting him. Looking at them, Bruce asked either them or himself if the same fate awaited him. The ghosts began to disappear, dissolving into the greenish fog. And now Bruce sees around him a city square where he stands half naked and people passing by him. He heard the townspeople calling him a sick psycho who talks to himself. And so he sits in Aiden's office, repentant, and testifies with tears in his eyes. He is ready to testify in the case of an innocent person sitting in this prison. He confessed to Aiden that he had changed the bullets in Veronica's gun, for which Jalon gave him money. He tearfully asked only for protection. Aiden decided that it would be safer for him to remain in prison. Jalon was on horseback looking for Bruce, and he ordered his butler to find him wherever he was. A servant ran towards him, shouting that Lord Aiden knew about the crime that had been committed. The warden had been monitoring the suspect through the witch's magic ball and decided it was time to capture Jalon. Having saddled his horse, Aiden set off to catch the criminal, ordering that all meetings be canceled until he arrived. A small rat jumped off the back of a running horse and went into the cell. She ran to the one she served. Arsena the necromancer looked at the little stranger in surprise. A hand appeared from the cell, and the rat jumped onto the hand. The voice said that Dolly was very brave. She had saved the warden many times, but at this critical moment she had escaped. It was the witch, Dolly, who lost faith in the power of Lord Garrod. She saw how the dead frightened him in the cemetery, and the fact that he turns to the prisoners for help. Arsena responded to the witch's thoughts by saying that she didn't care what the warden was really like, as long as it didn't affect her comfort in this prison, and she buried herself in reading the book again. Dolly noted that she did not plan to stay in this prison for the rest of her life. If Aiden really was not real, then there was nothing to worry about at all. She saw that Aiden was in a trap. So let's see how he gets out of this situation, she thought. Someone stood on a tree and watched the jumping warden, saying that it was time to test what she was capable of. Veronica, sensing something was wrong, began to scream to be released. The warden was in danger. Dolly waved her hand indifferently and told her to stop yelling. The guards approached the cell. Veronica was shaking, and she insisted that the smell of the man pursuing Aiden seemed familiar to her. The succubus reminded her that werewolves have an excellent sense of smell and that she needed to be released to save Lord Aiden. The werewolf desperately asked them to let her out, but they only looked at her silently. They decided that the prisoner was simply taking them for idiots and wanted to play a prank in order to escape. At that moment, Aiden's friend's assistant appeared and ordered Veronica to be released under her responsibility. Besides, all the facts about her innocence were in hand, and she would be released soon anyway. The guards looked at Frenda in surprise, but after a couple of seconds they turned to the camera where Veronica was sitting and began to open the lock. The witch muttered resentfully that she would complain about such injustice. Not only the werewolf had a good sense of smell, the funny little elf screamed that she was curious to know what was going on. Let them tell her. The succubus declared triumphantly. Since she was Lord Aiden's official girlfriend, she was personally briefed on the matter. Jared ran away from the warden as something began to attack him. He waved his hand away, shouting for it to get away from him. Aiden knocked him down on the move, causing him to fall off his horse. A minute later, Jalen was lying on the ground and the warden was accusing him of committing a crime. At that moment, the warden's horse reared and he grabbed the reins to keep from flying off. The sharp saber slashed through the animal's belly and Aiden felt himself losing his balance. The dead horse lay on the ground, Jared and the stranger standing nearby. The stranger told Jared to run. He would teach the warden a lesson himself. As Jared fled, he turned to Lord Garrett and introduced himself as a bounty hunter. Hunter White was hired by Jared. He took on the most difficult assignments, and so he left very happy to end the life of the overseer. He said that if he killed the legendary warden Aiden, he would strike it rich. The next second, he rushed at Aiden with lightning speed. He was truly a professional in his field, not giving the warden any leeway. Another minute, and Lord Aiden would have been dead. But suddenly they heard some noise. Veronica, who was beginning to transform, rushed at the hunter from above. She broke through the magical protection that White had surrounded himself with to make himself invulnerable. Aiden was shocked to see her here. How could she get out of prison? But the girl shouted at him to catch up with the criminal. She would take care of it. He wanted to help her, but he understood that during this time, Jared would have time to run far away. What appeared before his eyes was the headhunter's sharp saber, which easily cut through his horse. Telling Veronica to be careful, he rushed to catch up with Jared. White was pissed off at this girl, who thought she could beat a pro like him. He rushed with a saber at Veronica, who was able to dodge in a matter of seconds. Seeing clouds of smoke in front of her, she couldn't figure out where White was. He jumped out to cut her, remembering how many years ago he trained his skills on werewolves, and then one girl ran away. The girl was gasping for breath. Her eyes were watering as she made her way through the smoky haze. She saw a figure that looked like White and rushed at it. Veronica, gathering all her reserves of strength, struck the standing figure, but it turned out to be a hunter's cloak on a tree branch. He jumped out with a crazy grin, deciding at that moment to finish off Veronica. Throwing the magic vessel, he laughed and said that she was finished. She would not be able to dodge anymore. A vessel with a magic potion revived a tree that had turned into a monster. Its roots were emerging from the ground and one had already wrapped around Veronica's leg. At this time, the bounty hunter sitting on a tree pulled out a crossbow and shot at the girl. She ran screaming. The arrows pierced and tore her skin until it bled. At that moment, her eyes lit up with a yellow fire and she began to transform, since she was much stronger in the werewolf body. Jared was in the city. He made his way past other people, looking around to see if anyone was following him. Suddenly, he saw Aiden running towards him, cursing that even the bounty hunter couldn't stop him. The enraged criminal decided to hide between the narrow streets in order to get lost in the crowd. But at that moment, a cart with logs drove away and crashed into him, breaking his nose until it bled and he fell to the ground. Opening his eyes, he saw Aiden standing there, who reported that now Jared was not only a participant in the murder, but also the organizer of the attempt on his life, and there was no justification for this. People began to pay attention to them. Aiden leaned on his cane with one hand, holding a revolver with the other, pointing it at Jared, who was twisted with rage and who was rummaging through the inside pocket of his coat, taking out a weapon. Aiden fired a shot, but nothing happened. Not a single bullet. But he was loading the gun. The criminal chuckled, wondering how the warden would kill him now while taking out his weapon. Our hero used a light spell and Jared closed his eyes from the sudden flash. Lord Garrett raised his sword to his throat. The criminal croaked that he had nothing to do with the murder. Why drag him into it? The townspeople were talking about what was happening, and one of them, hiding behind a cart, was asking what their master was doing in Aiden's hand. The crowd murmured indignantly. This was the same guard from the Rosa prison, and he attacked this man. Jared decided to take advantage of the situation and started yelling that they wanted to kill him and asking for help. He kept drawing attention to himself by shouting that they wanted to kill him in broad daylight. Aiden ordered him to shut his mouth, or else he would be promised something more than just bloodshed. Driven into impotent rage, the criminal decided to use his last chance to save himself by taking a knife from his sleeve. He intended to thrust it sharply into Aiden, thinking that he would be saved and that he would go to another world. But suddenly his eyes rolled back, and he started falling backwards. Jared was killed. Everyone looked at the gloomy man who had shot him so cold-bloodedly. Jared lay dead at the guard's feet. People screamed that they had killed a man. And then Lord Garrett remembered what Veronica had told him about Jared, that he was supposedly the illegitimate son of a member of parliament. The man made a statement for all to hear, declaring Veronica innocent, the real culprit being the one he had just killed. The man said that the criminal was his son, and that due to his incompetence he allowed his son to do such things. But now he could not allow him to escape responsibility. Bowing to the warden, he asked Aiden to speak with him alone. The man lamented that it was his fault as a father if he had been harsher towards his son. People tried to calm him down, amazed at the nobility of Mr. Anthony. Suddenly, everyone turned around to hear a roar that sounded like an earthquake. Aiden ran, remembering that Veronica was there. Was everything okay with her? Anthony glanced unkindly after the fleeing warden, thinking to himself that he was not finished yet. The clearing looked like a battlefield. Burnt wood lay on the ground itself was scorched. At some point, someone grabbed the warden by the pants. It was Hunter White lying on the ground. He babbled for help, expecting to be saved from the one he had recently tried to kill. This is exactly what Aiden answered him. Why on earth would he save his killer? He, with bulging eyes, noted that all noble heroes should act like that. Lord Garrett looked at him and he appealed to the law, to which Garrett replied that White's employer was clearly not familiar with it. The bounty hunter remembered Jared's words that Aiden, with his noble character, would definitely spare him, and he would have better conditions in prison. Aiden looked simply and calmly, thinking about his own, sighing as if realizing that this was what he needed to do. Jared, thinking what kind of idiot in front of him, asked him to use magic to lift the tree and free him, as he suspects that he broke his spine. To this, our hero snapped that he didn't know such spells, and the real Aiden was no longer there. Then he slowly took out his sword and raised it over the hunter. He, realizing that death was near, thought that's why he's so weak in fights. He's not a real warden. Garrett's last words were to say hello to Jade. So Aiden was the last thing the bounty hunter White saw before he died. The warden didn't know where Veronica was and started calling her. When he saw her curled up in a ball behind a tree, she asked him not to come closer. But he found it suspicious. Turning behind a tree, he saw Veronica, who was in the process of transformation and without clothes. She screamed in shame. Aiden closed his eyes and exhaled, apologizing because he thought that she was doing badly. The girl was in a half-human form. She was groping for something to cover herself with. Her clothes were torn to shreds. She began to pull the shirt off the dead White to get dressed. But then the warden took off his cloak and handed it to the girl. They walked down a city street. Aiden asked Veronica if she had completed the transformation. She replied that as soon as her pulse decreased, she would be fine. Our hero noticed that she didn't become a werewolf until the end, to which the girl laughed and said that it was her problem. In her native village and family, she was the only one like her, and they constantly laughed at her and made fun of her. Once, Grandma chased away her relatives with a broom because they were fooling around and teasing her. At that time, her mother was alive and pregnant. Then the girl sadly added that it would have been better if they had never come to the Silver City. Aiden agreed with her, noting that with a character like hers, it was really difficult to survive in this vicious city. He suggested that she return to the village after liberation. But Veronica shook her head sadly. She is ashamed to return, because she bragged so much that she would make it in life. How will she look them in the eye now? Suddenly they saw a crowd of poorly dressed people. Aiden wondered where so many poor people came from. There were old people and young people who asked the police where the Rosa prison was. Veronica looked at them and couldn't believe it. These were her fellow villagers, relatives. They were looking for her. Local residents passed by and brushed them aside as if they were annoying flies. She suddenly remembered how they all came out to see her off and asked her not to forget them because the village would always be her home. When Veronica left, she promised to save up enough money and treat them to the most luxurious restaurant in Silver City. The girl jumped up from her seat, screaming that she was here. Within a couple of seconds, she was being embraced by a crowd of people who loved her, and her grandmother held her close, not wanting to let her go. She cried, looking at how grown up Veronica had become. To which she, beaming with happiness, asked how they ended up here. They said that as soon as they found out that she had ended up in prison, they decided to go to the city. There was no mail in their village, and it took them half a month to get here. Here Veronica looked at their feet, their worn-out shoes, some of whose toes were sticking out of their boots. They started babbling that they had been looking for her all over the city. No one thought that she had been arrested. Seeing Aiden approaching, Veronica burst into tears and asked him not to laugh at her. The crowd began to shout at him why he was holding the girl back, to which he hastened to reassure them that it was a misunderstanding and that Veronica would soon be acquitted. A couple of gentlemen in expensive clothes looked at the residents. The man angrily barked, calling the crowd poverty, which is not allowed to walk around the city, but must sit within the confines of their slums. The girl with the baby suggested going back since everything had worked out so well, but one guy dropped the idea that Veronica had promised to feed them dinner at a restaurant. Then someone pulled him painfully by the ear and hissed that their Veronica couldn't be seen with a crowd of villagers. She was now a city dweller. The girl felt very uncomfortable because she had no money and she felt ashamed. At this point, Aiden intervened and said that they had come such a long way and should stay here for a couple of days, and Veronica had a bonus in her pocket. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. What kind of prize? The villagers were no less amazed. Rummaging in the pocket of the cloak that the warden had given her, she saw a handful of coins. They were gold pounds. People's mouths opened. They saw this imperial money with their own eyes for the first time. The girl held the money in her hands, not knowing what to do. Then Aiden said, "How about feeding everyone in the restaurant?" At this time, Frenda ran up out of breath with 2 guards. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the Lord alive. He cheerfully approached his assistant and invited her to go and have dinner with him, Veronica and her friends at a restaurant. And then he glanced at the dumbfounded couple of gentlemen who froze like statues. That there will always be those idlers wandering around the city who will blurt out something indecent in the direction of decent people. Frenda took the hint, took out her weapon. Her partners did the same and menacingly headed towards the gentleman. They ran away screaming and cursing. Left alone with Veronica, Aiden asked her to accept this money as moral compensation for this whole misunderstanding. A noisy crowd walked down the street. Frenda offered to walk them home, and Veronica couldn't believe her luck. She turned around and saw Aiden standing and looking into the distance, wondering what he was thinking about. The girl covered her face with a cloak, pulled her hat down over her face so that her tears would not be visible, and followed the crowd. Veronica's case went well. Everything was resolved safely. Anthony did not take a lawyer. During the interrogation, everything became clear. Everything fell into place. It was pouring rain, but Anthony didn't notice it as he walked past the crowd. He willingly shot his son in the back. It was so unlike his usual behavior. Aiden and Frenda looked at him and thought that he did it so that the incident would not become public knowledge, so as not to lose his status as a member of the government. Or perhaps there were more terrible things going on here, and they could come to light. After the case was completed, Veronica and her fellow villagers returned home to the village. And so he plays with the goddess Malferia in the dungeon, who was interested in whether the prisoners received the promised benefits, to which Aiden noted that it was strange that the goddess was interested in such things. She laughed and replied that it was not her fault but his, and that she understood perfectly well what people were thinking. Tolerating and admitting defeat are 2 different things. And for Edward, the story is not over yet. She told him that his only means of defense was to effectively use the prisoner's abilities. The game Edward began to play became more and more interesting. It was lunchtime in the prison. The prisoners approached the cook and received their portion. When it was the witch Dolly's turn, she heard behind her back that she was being called the warden's little dog. Approaching the distribution point, she smiled charmingly and loudly asked if there was any other food, as her stomach was bothering her. She cooked without taking the cigarette out of her mouth, looked at her and replied that she did. She handed her a honey cake and said that it would help restore her stomach and acclimatize. A smiling dolly walked away with the cake, while the others shouted that they also had stomach problems but received regular soup. The necromancer came to the library. One of the prisoners said that she didn't have to look for new books. There weren't any. The escort bent down and said that they had brought a new one, and she hadn't put it out yet. Happy Arsena ran with the book in her hands, while the girl chased after her and shouted that she would wash her socks if she gave her the book. Arsena opened the book on the go, remembering that it was secretly distributed among prisoners, only for special merits. The book was about the desires of exotic animals. A forest elf came to the unknown sea creature, stating that she was now her translator, and that the overseer had sent her. The wood elves were good at reading emotions, and any language is a carrier of emotions. The succubus was taking a shower when she heard the familiar voices of a pirate and a horse thief behind her, who, rubbing their hands, asked that there was no security anymore, and where was the money for them. They saw the bag of money and laughed and said that she had become smarter since she had already prepared everything. At this time, the tigress Philippa and the dragonborn Camilla came up and asked the succubus how hard to beat these impudent girls. The succubus only smiled with pleasure. She remembered the promise of the overseer for her help. When he left the cell after penetrating Veronica's mind, she asked him to give her the two offenders since they remained unpunished. When he left, he threw it to her so that she wouldn't overdo it. Standing under the streams of water, she smiled lustfully and told the performers to beat these two half to death. The master sat in his office and gave the order to inform the Queen of the Ants that her precious daughter Rose was in prison. The servant, trembling, asked if this was the madwoman who experiments on people. He replied that yes, Aiden will now answer for everything. The wood elf Galala was one of the prisoners, but with some privileges. Fast, tall, elegant, and deadly. This is clearly not about her. Jalala looked like a cute, chubby little thing, which had its advantages. This cute creature ended up in prison due to a drug industry blunder. When she was brought in literally like a rabbit, she thought the end had come. But she had a very good time. She went out and walked around the prison. Frenda asked if she was okay, if no one was bothering her. But popularity also has its downsides. Not all prisoners understood why her ability to read emotions made her a prison translator. But in fact, her work was very important. The problems of prisoners, for example, like constipation in a sea creature, can lead to riots, conflicts. It's like the butterfly effect. She is kind of like an angel of mercy and a savior in this prison. Once again, Aiden asked her about the results, and Galala reported on the successes with a beaming look. And then the warden said that there was one more matter, although he was unfaithful in it. Galala replied that it was a trifle for her, and that he should not doubt her professionalism. But when they came to this prisoner's cell, the little one was speechless. How was this even possible? From the point of view of the elves, all things have emotions. Mountains, rivers, even skeletons carry an emotional charge about their lived life. But this girl, the elf, could not understand whether she belonged to the world of the living at all. Not a single emotion could be detected in her. Gilala described her as a piece of flesh that can only eat and digest food, no thoughts or emotions. Aiden noted that it seemed like it would take longer than he thought. The elf saw a cut on the warden's finger. Asking what it was, he replied that it was an accidental scratch. He sat in the girl's cell without emotion and began the lesson by reading the fairy tale Cinderella. Galala looked at them, not understanding what he wanted to achieve. For her to become a normal child? But then it would be easier to teach a bear to ride a bicycle. The market square was buzzing with sales of ointments, whitening products, hair growth products, and anti-wrinkle products. The saleswoman saw a man looking out for something, and approaching him, she asked if she could help the gentleman. A merchant dressed in a robe led him into a dark room. This gentleman was looking for her, asking if it was her daughter who was in Rosa prison. The woman looked at the gray-haired gentleman with a sly squint and asked if they wanted to arrange her escape. The man replied that he could arrange for her to be imprisoned, so that she could get it out herself. She reached for her bottles, predatorily asking if he was tired of living, if he wanted to lock her up behind bars. At that moment, Jared's father walked in and said that he didn't need to introduce himself, and she wouldn't be harmed in prison. They had a plan. She glanced at him and remembered that it was him that Lord Aiden had sued. He replied that Aiden was their common enemy and gave her the plan of Rose Prison. He suggested to get acquainted with this document. As for the penetration into the prison, they will try to weaken the effect of the magic circle. His agents are already in prison and will help to carry out everything from the inside. He offered to act as a mediator to her, asking if she was interested in the further plan. She laughed, adding that there was clearly someone higher up behind him, to which he replied that it was his business. He just wanted Warden Aiden dead. The woman silently smiled and took out one of her glowing flasks. While the men watched her actions, she quickly drank the contents. A second later, swirling in a whirlwind, the one they called the Ant Queen began to change appearance. And here she is, a young attractive woman, declaring that her name will be Mary. Her criminal case is smuggling. The men gasped and applauded silently. The girl, emotionless, was reading a book when suddenly she heard a voice in her head saying that her mother was already coming to save her. The girl looked up from her book and up at the window where the light was coming from. She also looked indifferently in the direction from which her name Evans was heard. Frenda went into a diner in town to buy herself a sandwich. And during her break, she decided to grab a bite to eat outside the prison. Walking down the street, she began to eat on the go, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, she heard footsteps. Turning around, she saw the shadows of men running away. Frenda glared with displeasure and thought that it was bold of them to follow her like this in broad daylight, and not for the first time. Suddenly, one of the men jumped out and ran towards her. Without thinking, the girl took out a gun and aimed at the stranger. He fell to his knees with a bouquet of flowers. The man looked reverently at Frenda and handed her a bouquet, proposing to marry him. The girl dropped her sandwich and in mute amazement announced that she was already married. The fan ran away in tears, that his heart was broken. The others hobbled off in all directions, that there was nothing to do, that nothing would happen to them. In Friend's office, she gave Aiden a newspaper showing that Rose was the hottest topic right now. And when he was hunting for Jared, a journalist filmed and recorded it. The girl also added, embarrassed, that the guards' figures and uniforms were being discussed. The journalist describes the guards as women of his dreams with ideal proportions. Aiden was delighted. This was not bad at all. The guards would have admirers, because many of them were not married due to the nature of their work. At that moment, one of the guards knocked and entered, saying that she wanted to quit, since she had taken a job at the women's prison Calendula. Aiden didn't mind, as there were more prospects there than in the Silver City. The supervisor signed the necessary documents, and the employee thanked him for his understanding. At that moment, the prison doctor burst into the office and said that he had received documents from the medical institute. Then, Aiden thought that he had also decided to leave. And they were not the last. One after another, the guards' statements about leaving came. At night, there was surprisingly little security, and negotiations began in the cells about what was going on. The forest elf was very worried. She felt a tense emotional background. Aiden was unable to sign his resignation letters the next morning. Everyone was contacted from somewhere and offered good positions. Frenda heard the girls talking among themselves. One of them was offered a date by her employer. Another was invited to a trendy restaurant. Frenda was concerned that such a large number of staff leaving would affect the normal operation of the prison. She asked to work for a month until they found new staff, but they refused to even listen. They attacked Frenda, saying that she wanted them to rot here. Their psyche was already damaged. They would leave anyway. Aiden slammed his fist on the table in rage and ordered them to shut up and stop yelling like little children. He reminded them of the honor of the uniform, that they needed to complete their current tasks, that they were responsible for the lives of people. But this did not help. The employees began to throw down their weapons and leave. Aiden thought there would be an article in the paper about the security guards being fired. He remembered Anthony's face after the meeting and thought to himself, this is how you decided to take revenge. There were dozens of abandoned cylinders, holsters, and weapons scattered around the office. Unrest began to spread throughout the prison. The tiger woman screamed that she wanted to eat. There were only a few guards standing there who ordered her to shut her mouth. No one would go anywhere without Lord Aiden's order. Aiden looked at the entrance to the prison. No one came. Those who left will never return. Frenda was worried that the labor shortage would result in riots. What to do now? Frenda told the warden that the situation was close to catastrophic. At that moment, Veronica looked out from behind a tree and, blushing, asked if they were really recruiting staff. Frenda exclaimed, "Didn't the girl then return with everyone to the village?" Veronica became even more embarrassed, saying that they invited her, but she wanted to learn so much from Lord Aiden. She had been watching them since early morning, and it was strange to her that there were so few people today. At this time, one of the guards jumped out and shouted that a riot was about to begin. The Gorgon joyfully felt the taste of freedom and panic among the authorities. The rest, baring their fangs, anticipated how they would emerge from their cells and tear the remaining guards to pieces. Gilala felt the bloody emotions of rebellion with every fiber of her being, and she was afraid. Back at the prison, the guards told Adon that things were getting out of control. The succubus called him and asked him to protect her, realizing that in the event of a riot, she would also end up in the meat grinder. How suddenly she saw Veronica in uniform emerging from the shadows. The succubus screamed at her to leave, as there was real horror going on here. Lord Aiden sternly asked who was the instigator of the rebellion, and Veronica confidently walked forward. Everyone was amazed. The tigress screamed that the cowardly wolf cub had returned. Apparently things were really bad in prison. Frenda, seeing Veronica's confused face, told her that if she couldn't gain authority right away, it would be problematic to communicate with criminals in the future. Veronica pointed her finger at the bandit trio and ordered them to be taken out. They only cackled in response. Before they could be taken out, the girl with the fury of a wolf pinned all three of them to the floor. All three were lying unconscious on the floor in the hallway. There was a deathly silence. Veronica asked if anyone else wanted to try her fist. One of the guards admired how such a fragile girl could have so much strength. Aiden noticed that Veronica was an excellent student at the police academy, and the people from the academy were not particularly fond of other races. The succubus said admiringly, "Wow, let Veronica jump into her cell for old time's sake." Veronica smiled as the succubus blew her kisses as Frenda reminded her that she was now a guard. Silver City Treasurer Doug arrived and congratulated Aiden on his ability to run the prison even with minimal resources. He made a list of the guards who had left, and said that Rose's allowance was being reduced to 600 pounds. Aiden was confused, and Frenda shouted that the maintenance of one magic circle cost 650,000. Most of the money goes towards maintaining the magic circle, which can cover the entire city if necessary. The remaining 150 are used for prison expenses, such as vampires needing fresh blood. 55,000 for patching holes in the walls and other household chores. 15,000 goes towards security guard salaries, uniforms, and equipment. Frenda concluded that even if all the security staff quit, there wouldn't be enough money. So how could they cut their pay by 200,000? The treasurer said that he was misunderstood. With the ability and power of Overseer Aiden, the magic circle no longer needed to work at full strength. The girl screamed that the city would be doomed, and Doug remarked that she doubted the strength of her boss. The treasurer left, saying that everyone believed in Lord Garrett's power, and Frenda sadly asked what they should do now. Aiden was overcome by the darkest thoughts. Chaos could not be allowed. He then told the stunned Frenda that she was now his deputy while he was out of prison. He rubbed his eyes tiredly and said that he needed to think about how to get through this time. The girl put on the deputy chief's uniform with a determined look. The first to start giggling were the beaten two, who said that Lord Aiden was unable to fulfill his duties and had shifted them onto others. Words were heard from the cameras. "Why are you here? They threw you something and you were sitting here for pennies." The girl remembered the words of the warden. The changes that had taken place in the prison did not seem like a simple coincidence. The lack of prison Orana, the weakening of the magic circle, this is a conspiracy from above. Frenda coldly ordered that these two, who did not know how to behave, be flogged. The pirate and the horse thief laughed that they had received those 20 blows, and threatened to take revenge on her as soon as they got out of there. Frenda ordered that the baton be handed over to Veronica so that she could deliver the blows. The two screamed in horror. They were in their right minds to let the werewolf beat them. Aiden wasn't that cruel. Frenda told them that no one cared whether they would die or live, since they should think before doing anything. As the two of them were being dragged out of the cell, Frenda added that there was no prison doctor, so whether they would survive their punishment or not was up to them. Afterwards, the girl appointed her assistants as the main ones for the sectors, giving them assignments. One of the prisoners wondered, hearing the terrible screams, if Frenda was really that angry. Her neighbor, a powerful lady with muscles who looked like a bully, said that her ears were already hurting. Dolly received news from her furry assistant about the lack of funding. She was thinking out loud, and the necromancer, without looking up from her reading, said that if she wanted to, she could run away. To the witch's words that she would report her in that case, Arsena replied that if Aiden lost power, she would run away before Dolly. But for now, a contract is a contract. The prisoners were taken out for a walk, and one kept glancing at the exit. Frenda yelled at her not to dare to look and to move forward. The girl gave the order that now all prisoners would walk in groups of 10. What power, Veronica thought, how she can control, and Lord Aiden trusts her with everything. Isabella, who had gone from being a warden to being a superintendent, ran up to her and said that she would be patrolling with Veronica. Veronica happily exclaimed that in the future, She also wanted to grow to such a position to help Lord Aiden. Isabella said that now they need to monitor the prisoners' food intake, and later they will be replaced. At that moment, carts with new prisoners arrived. The head of supervision, Haley, shouted at them that why had they sent new people? There was nowhere to seat them. There weren't enough hands. In the chamber of the cart sat the smiling queen of the ants, hearing them say that there was an official order for her transfer to Rose. They gave her a prison uniform and brought her to a cell. It was dark, and her neighbor was lying under a blanket. Asking if she was new, the succubus jumped up and said that this was her 8th visit to Rose because of her love for Lord Aiden, and the guards were like older sisters to her, having played with her since she was little. She said with a businesslike and authoritative air that if the new girl called her big sister, she would help her in everything. The new girl smiled and obediently agreed to wash her older sister's clothes. At this time, when it was already dark, someone started a fire. The guards were alarmed, shouting fire. Panic began. As it turned out, the hostel had started to burn. Frenda and the other guards did not immediately understand what to do, and confusion began around them. Veronica and Frenda met eyes after hearing some kind of growling. In front of Veronica stood demonic creatures in shackles and prisoner uniforms. 3 creatures rushed at the girl, breaking through the defense of the guards. The guards scattered in all directions, while Frenda shouted that they had to hold their ground. The prisoner watched this scene from her cell, arguing that Frenda lacked authority. Superintendent Jenny, who was in the colony, shouted at the guards to run to the dining room, where a riot broke out. The huge girl also calmly said out loud that Rose was about to collapse. Her neighbor said that Frenda's small losses would not lead to global problems. The instigator needed to be found. At this time, Veronica, Frenda, and 2 guards entered into a fight with the rebellious trio. Suddenly, Aiden appeared in the aisle, wishing the ladies a good evening. The guns were pointed at the rioters, and Aiden calmly walked forward. Those who rebelled were ordered to return to their cells immediately. Aiden walked down the corridor and said that he just stepped away for a short while to have a cup of tea and think about why the security guards quit and everything like that. He addressed the prisoners and asked how they dared to attack the prison guards. The bloodsucker grinned and told him that there were not enough guards, and he was no longer able to control the prison, so let him confess already. This, Aiden turned at her words and said, "Since when did groundhogs become so arrogant?" The vampiress broke the bars in anger and screamed that she would kill him and drown him in spit. Aiden replied that she was very confident in her words, but he would only give them one chance. He came up with a plan because in order to contain such a number of prisoners, you need the same number of guards, and it won't be possible to recruit them quickly. And if some of the prisoners are made volunteer guards, he will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He knew how risky it was, but he had no choice. He ordered Frenda and Veronica to follow him. The cameras would be open. The queen ant looked and thought what this guy was planning by opening the cameras, because chaos would begin. The succubus watched the proceedings with curiosity when Mary asked permission to ask her. She said let him ask. Then her cellmate smiled radiantly and asked if she knew a prisoner named Evans, who was also called the Reaper of Dirty Blood. The succubus looked at her suspiciously, asking why she decided to take an interest in the prisoners. To which Mary, still smiling sweetly, justified herself by saying that she was simply the #1 killer, and that there were legends about her. It was just curiosity. The succubus said that she had already thought that she had decided to choose another mentor, although she would not have succeeded. The succubus explained that Evans is a privileged prisoner, that she is like a daughter to the warden, that he teaches her to read and write, visiting her every day. Then she added that she is not jealous at all, considering that she and Aiden are an unofficial couple. While the succubus was chirping, Mary turned purple with anger. Her Evans was like a daughter to Aiden. She remembered how she showed her daughter people, calling them bad and wanting to kill them. They need to be gotten rid of. Her baby then destroyed everyone when they ran to kill the queen ant, screaming that she was a heretic. This girl is her perfect creation, the best of all. The girl created such a powerful wave with her magical powers that all these little people burned up. People were burning alive, and she was proud of her daughter. The girl asked if those people were dead. Everything around was strewn with charred skeletons. Remembering this, she squeezed the succubus so hard that she screamed that she wanted to break her or something. Aiden confided his plan to Friend, who realized his intentions to release the prisoners in order to find the ringleader. Aiden told her that they would meet at a secret location the next day during the prisoners' lunch. Frenda, walking down the corridor with Veronica, whispered to her that Lord Aiden wanted to tell her something, but he was embarrassed. Veronica said that she could handle everything, but Frenda whispered in her ear that after the transformation, she tore her pants and she needed to get another set. Veronica, her cheeks burning with shame, saw that she was walking around with a hole in her pants exposing her butt. The Gorgon stood in complete confusion and could not believe her eyes that the cameras had actually been opened. Standing in the prison yard, the prisoners whispered what Aiden was up to. The prison gates were also open. Who would dare? Laughing Isabella with a camera asked who dared. They just had to come out, and they were free. The prisoners offered to try the Gorgon, saying that she was fearless. Each one looked, but was afraid to be the first. Gorgon seemed to want to, but remembered Aiden's hellish punishments and refused. The fear was stronger. She remembered how he held her over the fiery mouth and said that he would leave her until the morning. If she survived in the morning, he would take her. At that moment, a chicken jumped out, clucking. The cook screamed to catch her because it was their dinner. Isabella tried to catch the bird, but it jumped out and, cackling, found itself outside the prison gates. Everyone pointed. Look, the chicken walked calmly to freedom. The Gorgon joyfully pointed at the chicken and said that since she was okay, they certainly had nothing to be afraid of. At that moment, a bright, fiery pillar of a magic circle rose up, causing everyone to recoil. A second later, a burnt fried chicken carcass flew out, just in time for dinner. Isabella screamed that she hadn't spent so long setting up the magic circle just to have a chicken step on it. At this time, the rebellious prisoner grabbed the forest elf, saying that since there was a lot of trash here, it could be thrown like gnats with sand to break all the circles of protection. The prisoners watched in horror as the little boy asked for help, dangling his tiny legs. The tiger woman said that there are not so many circles here. You just need to rush at once, and there is no need to kill anyone. The elf holding her growled that they were prisoners. Let everyone see what would happen to Aiden's servants. She raised and was ready to throw Galala when she was shot. The warden noted that prisoners who did not want to escape should not be involved in this. The second added that they were still prisoners, so they should watch their words and think about what they did. One of the guards announced that those who did not want to escape would return to their cells, and the rest would be treated like cannon fodder. Tigris noticed that it had become much cleaner and suggested discussing what to do with Aiden. Suddenly, she looked in horror at the person who entered. It was her mistress, Austin. It was the princess of the House of Malbus, ruler of the Beastmen. She ordered the prisoner to stand up, since she had disgraced their family by submitting to weaklings. She stated that when the need for the magic circle fell, she and the others came to have fun. The other rulers noticed that they were leaving, but there was no need to run away. It would lead to war. Let them continue in the same spirit. Mary looked at their seals all over their bodies, wondering what ancient demon they served. The Beastmen had their own deity named Malbus. The magic that came from this deity was incredibly strong. She remembered being told that families who received the power of an ancient demon could destroy entire cities. At this time, the cook called for volunteers to help in the kitchen. She stated that some of the staff left because they didn't like her food, which really hurt her pride as a chef. And assistants will be allowed to try desserts. While the prisoners began to argue about who would go, Dolly got ahead of them. With a radiant look, she announced her excellent reputation and golden hands. Arsena looked at this picture and chuckled, as if to say that she was also a saint. She added to Dolly that she didn't want to hear anything about desserts, and the girls who were now crying like crazy came first, but the witch cut off this dialogue. Frenda approached Arsena and suggested that she replace the librarian who had quit for a while. It would be better than sitting in a cell, and all the books would be available, to which she beamed with happiness. She ran so fast that Dolly managed to see her back and also threw it to her. Look how she changed her shoes. Mary watched them, thinking how small the world was since she met this couple here, and Dolly obviously didn't have it all right since she was going to cook. While holding a secret meeting, Aiden and his team discussed that all dangerous areas were being monitored by his agents, and that the prisoners would consider the prison gates to be a potentially dangerous place. Mary also played her part, studying the map that Anthony gave her. All the prison passages where there were the fewest guards, calculating the actions of the warden. She figured that the magic circle and the guards were not able to control everyone anyway. They gave the prisoners conditional freedom of movement, and her Evans was one of the golden prisoners. Aiden let Evans go, saying that classes were over for today, and the girl also said goodbye to him. Meanwhile, the two people Aiden was waiting for were running. He knew that they would smell the barrels of alcohol wherever they were. The thug inhaled the smell coming from the barrels and asked who they were for, to which the warden replied that it was payment for overtime work. Having trapped them, he casually pointed to the prison ground, saying that it needed to be cultivated. We need to gather people to plant and grow vegetables for the prison canteen. But he's afraid the prisoners will make a mess, so the guards will have to work overtime. The brute with the glowing eyes offered her help, because she used to be the leader of the mercenaries. She asked to leave this job to her. She doesn't need the money, but she hasn't drunk good wine for so many years. Aiden seemed thoughtful, then said he would give her a chance and save money. At the same time, smiling charmingly, he drew her attention to the area. She couldn't handle it alone, and time was running out. The thug's astonished girlfriend stood there with the look of someone who had just had a revelation and realization. Aiden nodded in her direction, as if to ask her she understood what needed to be done. The brute, whose name was Lisil, approached her stunned friend Aya and asked what kind of charades she was putting on here. While Aya explained that Aiden wanted them to involve other prisoners, but then they would be like black sheep and consider the guards servants, Mary listened to their dialogue. Lisil was called the Butcher. She led a dozen mercenaries who destroyed 1,000 vampire knights. The Ant Queen stroked her daughter's head, admiring Aiden's resourcefulness in getting out of a difficult situation by bribing the prisoners. Then she turned to her daughter, saying that it was not time to wake her up yet. Let's wait for the right moment. It seemed that a shadow of sadness crossed the girl's face. She remembered how they killed. Her mother wants to repeat the past again. As dusk fell, Mary picked up a stone to attract the guard's attention, opening a scar from his stomach from where purple tentacles were visible, spreading in all directions. The warden told her to get out. There was no one else in that area except them. Mary covered her hole in her stomach and followed the guard. She asked the guard if she had anyone else in mind, to which she replied that they could bring in the vampire from cell 56. Meanwhile, the bloody princess angrily threw away her dinner of pig's blood. She was told that it was punishment for running away. Let her be glad that she got off with only pig's blood. She screamed and gave Adon a message to stay awake at night. Squeezing the bottle of blood, she felt her hand burning and threw the bottle away, the blood spreading. The vampire was burning and smoking from the anger that had overwhelmed her towards the warden. At that moment, Mary entered the cell and, stepping on the vampire's failed dinner, said that she had come to her on business. In a rage, the Princess of Blood rushed at the impudent woman, declaring how a commoner dared to touch her dinner, or whether she wanted to become one herself. The vampire, seething with rage, looked at this scoundrel, who was not afraid of her at all, and even smiled. Mary replied that he should try to bite her, but he would die from his own curse. The bloody princess asked how she knew. Then Mary lifted her shirt, and tentacles appeared from there. She grabbed the vampire by the face, and out of surprise, she bit Mary's hand, to which she calmly added that everything was fine. She had been looking forward to this dinner. After that, she felt her strength begin to recover, and the curse did not work. The Ant Queen smiled and offered to join her, noting that she could remove seals from prisoners. Frenda went up to the secret place where Aiden had arranged to meet her. She walked into the room the warden had described to her and saw traps and a warning from Aiden in front of her. It was convenient to watch the prisoners having lunch from the window, and they had no idea that they were being watched. Aiden said that the prisoners had let their guard down and it was time to move on to the next step of the plan. He divided the prisoners into 3 types. This division will help to properly distribute resources and control prisoners for your own benefit and advantage. The first type are bloodthirsty. Because of their instincts to kill, they cannot be re-educated. They are the main rebels. The second category are those who, for various reasons, had to end up in prison. A striking example is Gilal. They are neutral in their type. The third category are those who ended up here because of the external environment. Here they feel more comfortable than outside. These are ideal prisoners. The main task is to create a faction and find a boss by pitting prisoners against each other. This will be the opportunity to save Rose and neutralize the instigators of the rebellion. The ants crawled towards the walls of the prison, sensing their mistress. At this time, the vampire whose seal had been removed tore a piece out of her chest and splashed her blood. Her bloodthirsty cellmates saw that the seal was removed and realized that vampires can use blood to make weapons. They too will be able to free themselves from the seals and regain their full strength. The Blood Princess assembled a team by making a deal with Mary, promising to prepare a potion that would remove the seals. Mary, leaving to collect materials for the potion, gave her the order to gather as many people as possible. Tigress and her partner were wary when they found out that this was a new girl. Who she was. They seemed to say that she was a smuggler. Then she decided to show her power of black transformation. The prisoners recoiled in fear. She made a kind of seal for each of them with her tentacles, promising that when they were free, they would buy an anti-parasitic potion, but for now, this was her insurance. She also threatened that if anyone revealed her identity or did not obey, they would be killed. The Gorgon watched as worms crawled into her hand and babbled that she understood everything. After that, she didn't want to argue. The prisoners left the canteen after their meal satisfied with their food. They wanted such delicacies to be available every day. The warden stopped the prisoners who were going to their cells, saying that they were being moved to new ones. This concerned everyone staying in rows. Each one was sent to their floor in a new cell. Prisoner 2323, a tall girl with a cross-shaped scar on her face, was released early, to which she stated in surprise that her term ends next month. The warden said that this was the boss's order, so all questions should be directed to him. Frenda carried out the order by settling the obedient prisoners. At this time, particularly aggressive prisoners were walking in the prison yard, talking and plotting an escape plan. Veronica ordered them to return to their cells, and they began to complain that they were given 3 days of free movement. The tigress suggested not to anger the guards and calmly return to the cells. Veronica brought her squad, asking Frenda where to house them. Surprised at how smoothly everything went, Frenda noted that when the rebels behave submissively, one must be especially vigilant. The huge pig woman screamed why her cell was occupied, and security immediately headed towards her. They gave an order to change the cameras due to bad behavior. The aggressive bunch immediately flared up. Why should they obey these orders? But then the Gorgon stopped them, saying, "Is this bad? Now all like-minded people are nearby and will be able to talk to each other." Mary watched this without taking her eyes off the situation, trying to uncover her superior's plan. Suddenly it dawned on her. She remembered that the cells marked black in Anthony's plan were where the noisiest prisoners were placed, since they had good soundproofing. The tigress was yelling for anyone to join in, but no one heard her, or heard her only inaudibly, and some even yelled that they weren't letting them sleep normally. The roar of the rioters was so loud that many simply covered their ears because their heads were buzzing. Mary concluded that they had decided to mock the rebels. But in this way, Aiden was simply buying time. Here she heard someone saying that if they continued to feed her like this, she was ready to live here forever. Others supported her by saying that there was only suffering outside. But here, it was like a sanatorium. The queen ant shuddered, which meant that not everything was so simple. There were a lot of like-minded people here, those who liked it here. So Aiden's model was put into action. The prisoners were seated according to the classification where those who were happy with the prison were. Those who asked others that you really want to stay here, everything is fine. And the red zone with someone who was ready to explode at any minute. And in the middle stood out the central chamber. This chamber was for the prisoners chosen by the Lord. They were Lissel and her friend and advisor Aya, the ones Aiden was betting on. Frenda shouted to Lissel whether she had started selecting prisoners for outdoor work. The warden was waiting for a list. They were silent, thinking that they had become Aiden's servants and everyone would find out about it. Well, what else could you expect from the boss? Lissel stood and looked at the coveted barrel of wine, while Aya reasoned that Aiden was simply looking for cannon fodder, and the rebels were strong and it was better not to oppose them. The bully asked her friend to refuse the warden. But standing in the cell and thinking, her partner replied that the situation had changed. She drew Lissel's attention to the fact that they were in the self-center, and that the prisoners were gathered around them in a special way in sectors. These were guys with minor sentences, like the giant killer Julie, who licked her lips and asked him to tell her where the big guy got the alcohol and she smelled it. Or like the werewolf fox Mendy, who is wanted on the loose. She is a master at seducing men. Having learned about work in the open air, the first thing she asked was whether there would be handsome men there. These prisoners call prison their home. They don't want to be free. Aya thoughtfully estimated how many there were. 200 or even more. It turns out the overseer doesn't need cannon fodder. Aiden selected candidates based on mutually beneficial cooperation. The girl saw the whole picture, realizing that the warden needed strength to resist the rebels. She blurted out that they were chosen to be bosses. Aiden must have studied the business well. Who would be better suited for this role than the captain of the mercenaries? Lissel replied seriously that bosses sounded good, but they would still be the overseer's lackeys, and she reminded him how their team was destroyed. They were abandoned by their own people. She said sadly that the owner gets rid of the dog when he doesn't need it. Aya noticed that now everything was different. The boss was on their side, and they could attack. The goal of the rebels was to escape, not fight them. She noted that there was a benefit if they could convince the others, and besides, it was nice to call Lissel boss. Wasn't it great? Before Lissel had time to bawl out that there was work for a drink, voices of those wishing to could be heard. The succubus lit up with happiness, asking not to forget her. Mary thought with displeasure how a small indulgence could offset the desire to run away. She was thinking about how to conquer these new bosses, and she needed the support of Dolly, who at that moment was watching the big guy and her friend grinning that they would be turned into trash. She remembered how Dolly kicked her out of the coven, hit her, and said that she would no longer be her mentor. Being expelled from the coven, the community of witches, meant being alone, and she was charged with breaking the rules. Mary had already started experimenting on people back then. She justified herself by saying that they were a couple of beggars. No one would even know. Dolly then sternly and contemptuously told her that she did not even repent of her sins. Master Lamia chased after her, and she had to cross the border and enter the forbidden area. But the anger of the chief master of Lamia was so strong that it seemed that it would tear her apart on the spot. The Forbidden Zone is the most dangerous place where almost no one survives, even with superpowers. She thought how Dolly's teacher would be surprised that she not only survived the Forbidden Zone, but also mastered the secret technique and created Evans. Even the great four witches will kneel before her. Aiden gave the released prisoner her personal belongings and congratulated her on her release. He asked her name and what she did. The girl replied that her name was Carol, and she was a bounty hunter. He wished her luck in freedom and to keep herself in hand, to which Carol asked in surprise if it was true that she was being released. She beat up a security guard who called her a flat-bottomed woman and made fun of her bust. The girl said that during her year of stay, she only saw prisoners being executed, but she did not see anyone being released early. Adon needs something from her. He put some money in front of her and asked her to tell him more about her profession. Mary came to the dining room, hearing the list of Lissel's names being passed around. The girls were saying that if they could also drink, then this was not a prison, but paradise. Mary went to Dolly, who was dining alone, and said that she and the lady had not seen each other for a long time. Dolly looked at her distantly, silently, not reacting in any way. Then she smiled and said that she didn't recognize me right away, but she heard that she became a mother and was all busy. Mary was irritated by such mockery. She said that since she knew about her daughter, the goal should be clear. At her offer to help, Dolly chuckled and said why she thought she wanted to run away. She was generally having a good time. Mary told her that being a lapdog was not something a witch like her could dream of, and he hadn't given her the best job anyway. Dolly did not deny it, and noted that her former student was quite observant. Mary, realizing that the witch trusted few people, decided to prove her sincerity by releasing tentacles from herself. At this point, a satisfied Aiden received a list of those willing to work. There were 202 prisoners, which was quite enough. He voiced a plan to grow potatoes. They will go to the canteen for food, and also you can learn to distill alcohol from them. The idea of distilling alcohol inspired Lysel very much. She asked and said that she would supervise everything, but what they heard next from Aiden left them speechless. He decided to send them to the market for potatoes, since everyone was busy and there was no one to buy them. He gathered a team to help them from Gilala. As a forest elf, she knew the varieties well. The werefox Mendy and the giantess Julie. They were holding signs, and some were in shackles. They couldn't believe their eyes that they were just going to the market like that. The guard Isabel warned them that they needed to return early so that the magic circle would not injure them. Meanwhile, Mary was demonstrating to her teacher what she had learned in the Forbidden Zone, namely, the art of prosperity. Everything she touches will grow at an incredible rate. She gave the example of a chicken that became a hen in a few seconds. She said that if you try this on a magic circle, it will begin to expand and collapse. Mary said that she knows about the contract with Aiden. If you break it, then death occurs. But thanks to the ritual of prosperity, the problem can be solved. Through increased growth, the object reaches a critical point and splits apart. This way, Dolly will have a new body and will be able to resist the curse. Having completed the demonstration of the experiment with the forked chicken, she triumphantly asked whether the lady would be satisfied with this result. Dolly grimaced and ordered them to leave the dining room immediately. Then she would pretend that nothing had happened. At first, Mary was taken aback, but then she laughed evilly, saying that it was her big mistake. She wants Mary and Aiden to fight each other and kill each other. Why wouldn't it be easier to cooperate? To this, Dolly laughed, saying that her former student had not been so smart before. An aggressive group entered the canteen where the prisoners were having lunch, deciding to start a riot. Before those dining with them had time to ask anything, they pounced on those sitting. They attacked Aiden's servants, tearing them to pieces until they bled. Mary once again suggested to the teacher to think about her proposal or not to interfere. Passers-by turned to look at the group of prisoners walking through the market. The girls felt constrained, except for Mendy, who made eyes at all the passing men. Carol and her group kept an eye on this group carrying out Aiden's assignment. Aiden paid her bail and asked her to follow the group to the market. When he attempted to escape, the warden gave the order to kill him on the spot. The girls looked doubtfully at the slums they passed, asking Galala if they were going the right way. There were no potatoes to be seen here, to which the elf assured them that her instincts would not fail. The further they walked, the more they felt the seal on their necks begin to weaken. Mendy was the first to speak out loud. Aya became very anxious, especially when Mendy carelessly clarified that they were going to leave the magic circle. Galala threw the sign off her chest and asked the others if they were really idiots or if they were just pretending, and that it would be better to go further away and plan an escape. Frenda and Aiden were discussing whether Galala should decide to escape. The warden noticed that she had not visited Evans for several days. He noted that if Galala were a child, then there would be nothing strange. But considering that she is 170 years old and more experienced than everyone else, it looks like she decided to run away. Meanwhile, when the others looked at the elf with disapproval, she reminded them that she lived in constant fear, that because of her appearance she was the first to get into trouble, and that she was tired of being humiliated. She remembered the last incident, when she was almost killed by rioting prisoners. She stated that they were healthy people who knew how to defend themselves and had no right to judge her. The elf suggested using the 10 coins that Aiden gave her to buy potatoes to escape. Mendy was the first to respond, saying that the seal had weakened significantly, and the time was indeed right. And besides, she had a lot of lovers who could shelter them. But as she noticed, one must make one's way through the forest carefully. Since she had cuckolded many witches, so she had many enemies, Aya and Lissel decided to stay away from this couple. After Mendy started making eyes at Lissel with an offer to have dinner, Aya interrupted the squabble and said that all this was strange. Why would Aiden send them alone? Couldn't they find a couple of workers? And besides, he allowed them to reach the edge of the magic circle. At that moment, Galala felt vibrations of tension, surveillance, dozens of eyes were watching them. She burst into tears and cried that she had chosen the wrong path and that they needed to go get potatoes. Aya also felt an unusual tension. It was a trap from the very beginning. He gave them the illusion of freedom. They were watched by dozens of Carol's mercenaries, ready to shoot at any moment. Carol ordered her people to sit quietly. It seemed their presence was beginning to be suspected. Feeling the tension building to its limit, Galala, in tears of fear, screamed that she needed to go and not make Mr. Aiden wait. Meanwhile, Aiden was giving a lesson to Evans, telling her that if you want to tame wolves, make them into tame dogs, and that to teach someone loyalty, you need to let them know affection. Evans thoughtfully noted that this meant that Little Red Riding Hood could tame the wolf and make him her dog, and then he wouldn't eat her grandmother. To which Aiden noted that there is nothing absolute in this world. Everything depends only on ourselves. At that moment, the girl saw pictures of her creation. Darkness, slime, emptiness. A guard burst into the office, shouting that there was a riot in the dining room and that we needed to run immediately. The warden was taken aback. Where could the problems come from? Something was wrong here. He had missed some detail. Mary enters the dining room and all the prisoners are eating there. Everything should have gone well. Then he sees Dolly in the magic ball. Is she really connected with this and when the bullet was stolen? Someone is controlling the instigators, but it is necessary to find out who is behind them. He gave the order to the guard to watch. In the dining room, there were broken tables, mountains of broken dishes, and prisoners lying in blood. Mary approached Dolly and asked, since she had not intervened but had simply watched, what she would do now. Run away with everyone, or go beg for Aiden's forgiveness. The witch told her that she remembered her as a little girl, watched her and told her teacher to watch her because her intelligence was visible from childhood. But this intelligence turned the girl into an arrogant and selfish bitch. And this bitch will stop at nothing to achieve her own goals. Mary was clearly disappointed by such an unflattering statement, but replied that Dolly should watch her language. They were now in the same boat. She then launched her power, which began to draw magical signs in the air, telling Mary who she needed to work with her. The Tiger Woman and the Gorgon noticed that the conversation was not going according to plan, but decided not to interfere, since they knew that since Dolly was cooperating with Aiden, She retained some of her power. Mary was frightened when she saw such power, saying that only she could break her contract. Dolly responded by laughing and saying that she had also descended into the Forbidden Lands and mastered all these techniques. Dolly searched for her former student in the Forbidden Lands, and although she didn't find her, she learned the same splitting techniques as Mary. It allows one to split the body, soul, and even the lifespan of a creature in half. The witch added that her former student forgot to mention one detail of this technique. The creature's mind suffers, they turn into mentally retarded, crippled clones. After that, she threw Mary away with all her strength. At that moment, the succubus grabbed her hand and dragged her along, telling her to run. Mary stood in a daze, seeing not a succubus, but a deity with a knife, who told her to close her eyes and that it would all be over soon. At that moment, the succubus fell to the floor with her, seeing a rat that jumped onto her leg. At that moment, the harpy pounced with all its anger and aggression to attack. The succubus fell, covering her face with her hands. She was scratched until she bled. She tried to cover her face with her hands. Then the harpy grabbed Mary's hand with its clawed paw, and she screamed in piercing pain. She thought about stopping now, but the instinct to kill overwhelmed her mind. She no longer cared about the punishment and the consequences. She attacked Mary and the succubus with even greater fury. She flew to the other end of the dining room, looking around angrily, and at that moment, she felt someone's gaze. Dolly sat at the table as if nothing had happened and waved her hand at her with mocking derision. Frenda ran ahead of the guards with orders for all prisoners to return to their cells. The Gorgon screamed that the guards were approaching and that they needed to retreat, but the Harpy and some of her minions said that they were tired of retreating. They united and moved forward with a determined attitude to break through the guards. But their ardor faded when they noticed that this time there were dozens of times more guards. Aiden gave the order to find the one who commands the rebels, and he takes care of the rest. Frenda announced that the rebellion had been suppressed and that the wounded needed help. But she told the group of instigators that they were left to their own devices. They were taken aback by the surprise. Meanwhile, when the others looked at the elf with disapproval, she reminded them that she lived in constant fear, that because of her appearance she was the first to get into trouble, and that she was tired of being humiliated. She remembered the last incident, when she was almost killed by rioting prisoners. She stated that they were healthy people who knew how to defend themselves and had no right to judge her. The elf suggested using the 10 coins that Aiden gave her to buy potatoes to escape. Mendy was the first to respond, saying that the seal had weakened significantly, and the time was indeed right. And besides, she had a lot of lovers who could shelter them. But as she noticed, one must make one's way through the forest carefully, since she had cuckolded many witches, so she had many enemies. Aya and Lucille decided to stay away from this couple. After Mendy started making eyes at Lucille with an offer to have dinner, Aya interrupted the squabble and said that all this was strange. Why would Aiden send them alone? Couldn't they find a couple of workers? And besides, he allowed them to reach the edge of the magic circle. At that moment, Galala felt vibrations of tension, surveillance. Dozens of eyes were watching them. She burst into tears and cried that she had chosen the wrong path, and that they needed to go get potatoes. Aya also felt an unusual tension. It was a trap from the very beginning. He gave them the illusion of freedom. They were watched by dozens of Carol's mercenaries, ready to shoot at any moment. Carol ordered her people to sit quietly. It seemed their presence was beginning to be suspected. Feeling the tension building to its limit, Galala, in tears of fear, screamed that she needed to go and not make Mr. Aiden wait. Meanwhile, Aiden was giving a lesson to Evans, telling her that if you want to tame wolves, make them into tame dogs, and that to teach someone loyalty, you need to let them experience affection. Evans thoughtfully noted that this meant that Little Red Riding Hood could tame the wolf and make him her dog, and then he wouldn't eat her grandmother, to which Aiden noted that there is nothing absolute in this world. Everything depends only on ourselves. At that moment, the girl saw pictures of her creation. Darkness, slime, emptiness. A guard burst into the office, shouting that there was a riot in the dining room, and that we needed to run immediately. The warden was taken aback. Where could the problems come from? Something was wrong here. He had missed some detail. Mary enters the dining room, and all the prisoners are eating there. Everything should have gone well. Then he sees Dolly in the magic ball. Is she really connected with this? And when the bullet was stolen? Someone is controlling the instigators, but it is necessary to find out who is behind them. he gave the order to the guard to watch. In the dining room, there were broken tables, mountains of broken dishes, and prisoners lying in blood. Mary approached Dolly and asked, since she had not intervened, but had simply watched, what she would do now. Run away with everyone, or go beg for Aiden's forgiveness. The witch told her that she remembered her as a little girl, watched her, and told her teacher to watch her, because her intelligence was visible from childhood. But this intelligence turned the girl into an arrogant and selfish bitch. And this bitch will stop at nothing to achieve her own goals. Mary was clearly disappointed by such an unflattering statement, but replied that Dolly should watch her language. They were now in the same boat. She then launched her power, which began to draw machine signs in the air, telling Mary who needed her to work with her. The Tiger Woman and the Gorgon noticed that the conversation was not going according to plan, but decided not to interfere, since they knew that since Dolly was a collaborator with Aiden, she retained some of her chila. Mary was frightened when she saw such power, saying that only she could break her contract. Dolly responded by laughing and saying that she had also descended into the Forbidden Lands and mastered all these techniques. Dolly distorted her former student in the Forbidden Lands, although she did not find her, but she learned the splitting techniques, the same as Mary. It allows one to split the body, soul, and even the lifespan of a creature in half. The witch added that her former student forgot to mention one detail of this technique. The creature's mind suffers. They turn into mentally retarded, crippled clones. After that, she threw Mary away with all her strength. At that moment, the succubus grabbed her hand and dragged her along, telling her to run. Mary stood in a daze, seeing not a succubus, but a deity with a knife, who told her to close her eyes and that it would all be over soon. At that moment, the succubus and she fell to the floor, seeing the rat that jumped. Frenda added that free movement does not apply to those who are involved in the potato planting project. Mendy clapped her hands happily, and the boar, who was being tied up by the guards, growled that Aiden was just a real villain. Aya became very scared when she realized that Aiden had deliberately created the situation by allowing the prisoners to be released and then locked them up again. The prisoners' spirits have been severely damaged, but Aiden has guards, a magic circle, and 200 prisoner henchmen. She realized that no matter what plans the rebels had, in this situation they were unrealistic. The succubus happily patted Mary on the shoulder, that they were now also labor prisoners. Siri smiled sweetly, saying that it was good that the aggressive prisoners were locked up. And she thought to herself that there would be more food in the canteen. And what would the warden say when his faithful dogs began to obey her? Her plan was to subjugate Aiden's minions through insect larvae. Aiden and Frenda walked down the corridor. They understood that it was too early to relax, and the aggressive rebels would not have the intelligence to start a riot themselves. Someone was controlling them. Frenda reported to him that the guard in the dining room said that the new prisoner was constantly communicating with Dolly. Aiden called Mary in for questioning. She innocently replied that she had started talking in Dolly because she was curious why she wasn't wearing a uniform like everyone else. During the interrogation with Dolly, he asked why she did not stop the riot. She assured the chief that she herself barely escaped. There were too many rioters. Frenda questioned about the attack on the new girl. Dolly, with an air of innocent simplicity, assured that she had used only a drop of magic to intimidate the new girl and have influence over her. Aiden checked the list of new employees who joined them. Former smugglers, robbers, swindlers. Frenda was horrified by the reality that, due to mass layoffs, new staff were hired indiscriminately. This means that many of them may collaborate with prisoners. Aiden thought it was entirely possible that someone was taking advantage of the prison's labor shortage to cause a stir. He didn't trust Dali, knowing that she was a pretender. If it weren't for the contract spell that she feared, she would have shown herself long ago. The warden gave the order to send guards to watch the prisoners, one person for each, and for Veronica to use her sense of smell to find and destroy all the witch's creations. The next day, planting work began. Mare was outraged that the convoy couldn't take his eyes off her. It was irritating. She replied that she had been following her in the dining room, and if it were for the spell cast on her, the new girl would have been hanging on the gallows. Mary snapped back angrily that if Aiden understood, it would be over for both of them. She replied that if there was no progress in the coming days, the documents would be lying on Aiden's desk. To which Mary said that if she had been delivered the necessary ingredients, she would have arranged everything a long time ago. Gilala actively commanded the working prisoners and stopped any conversation. She herself decided to drink a cup, when she heard a familiar voice asking her to sit down next to him. She choked on her tea in surprise when she saw Evans emerging from the shadows. Evans asked permission to read her books on the advice of Mr. Aiden so that she could make friends. And since Galala was a child, she would like to start with her. Galala noted that the 170-year-old child, Evans, still began reading Snow White aloud with the same calm and tardy manner. Seeing a book with strange pictures, the elf was surprised, since she had never seen one like it in the library before. While crushing another mouse, Veronica looked at Evans with resentment and asked the head guard why it was so unfair. For what merits did she receive all the benefits? The girl said that Evans was in a difficult situation and answered Veronica's question with a question about whether the killer or his weapon should be in prison. Veronica quickly replied that of course she was a murderer. What was the point of holding a weapon? Then the guard pointed to the girl and said that she was the weapon of a murderer sentenced to life imprisonment. She was created by the Mad Ant Queen May Lucina, who is rumored to capture orphans and perform insane body modifications on them. She continued to tell how Evans was brought in. The doctor was horrified. All the girls' insides were torn apart. They were intertwined with various devices and various weapons. Instead of blood, a strange caustic substance flows through the girl. It melts the scalpel. It is impossible to cure her in these conditions. God only knows how much pain she went through before she got here. She is 13 years old. She should be under the care of a loving family. But now she looks more like a machine than a living person. Veronica looked at the girl with sympathy. Couldn't she be helped? The warden said that there was an Imperial Dragon Hospital, but it was very expensive, and the city was not ready to pay such bills. At this time, the superintendent was called to say that a new batch of prisoners had arrived. More of the Queen Ant's children arrived. Their condition was even worse than Evan's. They were like walking zombies. The children looked ahead indifferently. Their faces, necks, and bodies were covered with traces of terrible experiments. The prisoners working outside were called to lunch. Everyone pounced on the food except Mendy, who was busy putting on her makeup. Gilala stood in the sun, and Lissil said that her food was drink. They joked and laughed merrily at the elf feeding on the sun's rays. Aya remembered how she and Lissil, going to battle and dreaming of creating their own guild, found an abandoned village with children. They wanted to adopt abandoned children, give them a family and care. The plan was to teach children professions and teach them how to earn money. After the battle, the guild was broken. Only 2 of them remained. There was a knock on the door of the room in the upper-class interracial guest house, and the maid brought food. The girl who opened the door said that she was late and showed her the door. She returned to her friends in the card game, saying that the dish was unusual, and the loser would eat it. Parasites controlled by the Ant Queen began their action in the body, subjugating consciousness. The girls who had eaten lunch began to moan in pain. The pain was getting worse with each passing minute. Everyone in the canteen became ill. The food was poisoned. Frenda ran to Aiden, screaming that the food was poisoned, and an order was given to send them to the medical room. There was an urgent need to call a doctor in the city. The prison doctor had long since been lured away. Lissil was very worried about her friend, and did not leave her side. She had to be taken to the hospital. She held her friend's hand when she told Lissil, calling her boss, that she had to move on no matter what happened. People and things were just little things on the long road of life. Then the girl lost consciousness. Lissil, having lost control, began to scream, trying to bring her to her senses. Aiden calmed her down by saying that it was just food poisoning, and there was no need to yell like that. The fact that Aya lost consciousness due to the effects of the hallucinogenic drug is evident from the state of her pupils. Aiden told everyone that they would wait for the doctor from the city as long as the patient's vital signs were normal. Aiden and Frenda discussed who could have brought in such a dose of poison. The cook was ruled out. She had been working here for several years. Frenda realized that Aiden was hinting at a traitor among the guards, since there was no other way for the poison to penetrate the rose wall. The warden said that the problem was that whoever started this was preparing for serious steps. All the cells needed to be searched. He also ordered the hiring of Superintendent Mo, who studied the prisoners' files and had a photographic memory as an assistant. The experimental girl spoke through her hands since her mouth was protected. It was used by Mary as a communication device through which she spoke with Dolly, stating that last time she went too far and without the help of the main witch it would be problematic to break into the protective mechanisms. Dolly stood silently as Mary continued to broadcast her plan. With Evan's help, she would launch an attack, and Dolly needed to kill Aiden. The witch smiled and noted that Mary's original goal was to kill Aiden, and how could she talk about something like that so easily? Mary hid behind a tree and decided to take action. Soon everyone would find out that she was behind the poisoning. Dolly told her that first they needed to go to see old friends, and when the time came, they would meet. Mary gave her teacher an elixir that would melt the collar and fully restore her strength. She decided to take a couple of these elixirs. The girl opened her tent, in which, like in a refrigerator, there were bottles. Dolly advised the Ant Queen to stay away from her. The main witch, Lamia, would kill her immediately if she saw her. At this time, a search began in every cell, and some prisoners were extremely outraged. In the succubus's chamber, Veronica found a strange, vibrating pink crystal. The intern whispered to her that it vibrates under the influence of warmth. The succubus was hysterical and asked to give her baby back. Veronica honestly promised to show this thing to Aiden. If he does not pose a threat, then he will be returned to her. The succubus became even more hysterical, begging not to show it to the boss. Dolly went into the library to see Arsena, calling her a bookworm. She didn't appreciate the humor and suggested that they talk about the matter. The witch asked Arsena to look at Aiden's soul. Is it the same as before, and is he ready to release them from the contract? Arsena asked if she was in her right mind to ask such a thing. Dolly explained her request. Her furry pets have been getting caught in mouse traps that have been set up all over the prison lately. One must understand if this is some kind of warning from Aiden. Arsena said that the warden served in the Holy Inquisition. He was dipped in holy water during the ceremony, so the only way to penetrate the soul is through his eyes. Dolly noticed that whether his soul was in the warden's body or not, he couldn't walk quickly. The witch explained that 2 months ago, for some unknown reason, the warden began using a cane. His right leg became less mobile, so even if you can't defeat him, you can run away. Arsena reminded him of the agreement. One spell from his lips and they are corpses. The girl suggested, asking the elf who reads emotions. When leaving, Dolly said that it would soon be very noisy here and placed a melting collar elixir in front of the necromancer. She also promised her comrade to provide a secluded place if needed. Arsena sat silently and did not answer. Veronica innocently showed Aiden the vibrating succubus crystal, asking if it was dangerous, to which he looked down and said nothing. The intern clutched her stomach with laughter and conducted an express training, explaining what this object is used for. Veronica was ready to sink into the ground from shame when she found out everything. She remembered when she said goodbye to her fellow villagers. They said that she was at the perfect age for love, and wished her to ensnare Aiden. Veronica blushed, realizing how inexperienced she was in love affairs. She definitely had no chance. Suddenly, Veronica screamed that she could smell it. Everyone looked at her with alarm. While studying at the Equestrian Academy, the teacher showed them a flower and told them to remember this smell of death. He showed a flower that grows from the bones of a corpse. It contains the power of the evil god of the Forbidden Land. It was he who became the culprit of the troubles 100 years ago, when all races were on the verge of extinction. Veronica, realizing the horror of the situation, rushed to the infirmary to the sick. She screamed why the prison smelled like a bone flower. This smell was coming from everywhere. Those who were poisoned in the dining room were vomiting. Aiden was horrified when Veronica reported to him that the smell was coming from the prisoner's vomit. He remembered Evans, when she was in prison and unconscious. The doctor said that there was a bone flower in her blood. Only the Queen of Ants could get it. At that moment, Gilala ran in screaming, reporting that Evans had escaped. She called for her mother and just ran away. The elf couldn't stop her. Aiden shouted that the Queen Ant was here. Everyone go to level 1 combat readiness. The townspeople stopped at the sound of the prison siren. Talk of a riot could be heard. The prison siren was only turned on in the most extreme cases of danger. The entire prison and the surrounding area were covered by a dome of magical protection. The guards are alarmed. The first level of combat readiness indicates that they are trying to break through the magic circle. One of the Ant Queen's daughters poured a potion on the chamber's lock, which melted before our eyes. Before the guards could shoot her, Mary herself appeared and said that it was time to start the fun. She began to pour her poison onto the cell locks, and the prisoners broke free. Dozens of aggressive creatures, sweeping away everything, ready to kill, broke free. Aiden was rushed by security, shouting that the Queen Anne had stolen the cells of the prisoners on the outside, and that the juvenile delinquent had melted the lock. The interdents were horrified. Panic began. This is a conspiracy. Are these children also her creations? Aiden told them not to panic. Getting out of prison is not that easy. Everyone must do their task. Chief interdents Helly and Jenny were given orders to go to the cells. They could shoot, but not attack. Frenda and her assistant were supposed to go to the lobby. We need to figure out the mechanism of the protective circle. It needs to be adjusted. Isabella was assigned the task of being responsible for logistics and providing the center with the necessary power. Veronica was supposed to guard the center of the prison and ensure the safety of Frenda and Mo. According to the regulations, after the alarm signal, the army of the Silver City should arrive within 15 minutes. But Aiden realized that there was no need to expect help. Anthony had thought of everything. Then Aiden took a flare from the desk drawer and lit it. She was left behind by the bounty hunter Carol when she left after her last mission. If trouble arises, she will know and will immediately arrive with help. She heard the call of fireworks at the most inopportune time and cursed while in the ladies' room. The danger was that she herself might take advantage of the chaos that was happening, Aiden thought, holding the notebook in his hands. Frenda checked with the warden. It really could be used as a weapon. She wouldn't have done it if she hadn't been sure what Anthony's trump card was. As they were leaving, Anthony gave Frenda the same notebook and winked that before entering the center, she should pay attention to the note. The mouse at that moment was Dolly's eyes. Frenda gasped, wanting to clarify, but Aiden said to keep quiet. No one should know about this. The witch was haunted by the question of what note was being discussed. What trump card the warden was hiding. She needed to find out everything thoroughly before quarreling with him. When the succubus found out who her little sister in the cell was, she wrapped herself in a blanket and screamed at the top of her voice for her not to kill her. Mary thanked her for being kind to her and standing up for her, offering to go with her and guaranteeing protection. The succubus tremblingly babbled that she only had a year left in prison. The Queen of Ants thoughtfully noted that the succubus was one of the few who protected and looked after her, so if fate so wished, they would meet again. The succubus, still frightened but no longer trembling in feverish fear, looked at Mary and their eyes met. When she saw Mary ripping locks and collars off prisoners, she wondered if Aiden could handle them. The test subject Mary connected her tentacles to the bodies of the prisoners. They noted that the strength seemed to be restored, but it felt like it was not completely restored. They directed the flow of their forces at the gates. When they realized that they were too strong, they decided to try to demolish the walls. The Queen Ant ordered them to move out of the way and began to attack the obstacles herself. She almost managed to break through the gate. Everyone was shouting with impatience. One of the main interns showed the keys and said that every prison has rules. Preventing riots is considered a feat, and that such a rule is in effect in Rosa. The term will be reduced. Lissel said that she doesn't care about the term. She wants to smear those degenerates who poisoned Aya. The Queen Ant tried to break through the barrier of the gate. The prisoners rushed about impatiently. The gate opened a little, but did not give way completely yet. The Tiger Woman asked about the other prisoners who were still locked in their cells. Shouldn't they be released? Mary answered why they need this trash. But she protested because you can't throw living people away like some kind of trash. Then Mary gave them a potion and said that it could not only melt locks, but also heal wounds, and that they should drink it if they encountered something unexpected. At that moment, a deafening explosion thundered and the gates were broken down. The prisoners broke free, screaming. Frenda and some of the guards were in a special room watching the prisoners escape. Deputy Aiden ordered to stick to the main plan. Special sirens lit up on the walls and combat robots began to line up. A gigantic lion familiar appeared, approaching with a wild roar to stop the rebels. Dozens of armed guards, a lion, and combat robots rushed at the prisoners who had jumped out. The guards used freeze rays, paralyzing those they hit. Veronica asked why the magic circle was not activated, since prisoners can use magic, to which the girl was offered to join the fight. Lissel was stretching her muscles. She was ready to beat up those she didn't like. Her shackles were removed. Mendy tried to calm her down. When Lissel and the guards rushed into battle, she managed to ask about the prison guards. Who was in charge of them? They reassured her that there were people there. Carol arrived, noticing a pile of mousetraps, grinned and quipped about the large number of rats, to which Aiden suggested getting down to business. The bounty hunter's offer was to station her men outside the prison to prevent the prisoners from escaping to the Silver City, for a fee of 1,000 gold. In addition, she can offer elite warriors to fight the prisoners. They can also be used as prison guards at a price of 100 gold per person, which is how many he plans to hire. Aiden wrote out a check and said he was hiring everyone. Carol smiled contentedly and said that she had no doubts about him. but she knew that funding for the prison had been cut drastically. Aiden interrupted her and said it was none of her business, handed her the check and said there was a special assignment for her personally. The girl was excited about the opportunity to earn money. Having taken a breather from the first round of battle, Lissel was surprised why the escaped prisoners had no leader. She realized that she was surrounded. She used the art of fire. A huge pillar of fire burst out from her back. The enemies needed to capture her because she was strong and her strength was growing with every minute. From the depths of the earth, a volcano of ancient power of the gods began to rise, which, absorbing, erases the mind. The last thing Lissel thought was that it was good to be alone. Her body began to emit discharges of powerful energy. She began to lose control of her consciousness, but was glad that none of her own were nearby and she didn't have to worry about hurting anyone. Seeing the power flaring up from her, the prisoners were amazed at where her magical power came from. She was simply a master of martial arts. The Ant Queen said that Lissel had personally destroyed 1,000 vampire knights, and they would not be able to cope with her. Lissel, sparkling with the power of ancient magic, approached the Queen of the Ants and said that she knew who she was. She smiled and nodded affirmatively, saying that of course she had heard about her heroic feat. Lightning split the sky, vampires rushed forward one after another, but none returned alive. But even with all this, she is no match for her daughter Aiden, whose powers have not yet been fully revealed. They heard a hissing sound, and a huge snake burst out of the circle, grabbing Lissel. Dolly controlled the snake form, and Lissel screamed that she was also one of the rebels. The brute found herself in a circle from which she could not escape. A huge magical force held her. Lissel screamed at the top of her lungs, activating the power of her powers. The witch Dolly, looking at the astonished rebels, said that on Lissel's body there is a magical sign indicating her belonging to the descendant of an ancient god. The more she is wounded, the more her strength increases. Now she is in captivity of the spell, so there is no need to be afraid and move on. At this moment, she flew out of the circle of spells of Galal, screaming that she does not see Aiden's emotions. One of the prisoners still behind bars called her a liar. The prisoners looked warily at Lissel, who was screaming in the circle, and began to move on. At that moment, the thug clearly saw the children from that abandoned village. They were so happy when they found out that they would all be taken away when the vampires were destroyed. Lissel said that she always keeps her word and she will definitely come back for them. When they went with Aya to find out about the children, they were told that they had all been adopted by some woman. And now seeing the exhausted girl who looked like a zombie, whom the Queen of the Ants called her daughter, I realized that this was the very girl who had been waiting for so long. Lissel screamed. So it was she who adopted these children and used them as an experiment, to which Mary only smirked. The prisoners in the central zone fought with combat robot machines. There were guards at the door, and many of the rioters were torn apart by the lion familiar. One of the prisoners approached the Queen Ant and asked her to do something. Dali began to cast a spell, summoning her falcon familiar. The huge bird rushed to smash the combat vehicles as if they were toy soldiers. The lion also began to disappear. Dolly explained that it was dispelling magic. It's not for nothing that she's the main witch and her main focus is summoning creatures. The guards noted that if the witch had been on their side, they would have definitely managed to win. Behind their backs, Mendy timidly remarked what they should do now. Frenda, watching from a special room, ordered a retreat according to instructions and hurried to find out why the prisoners could use magic. The intern responsible for setting up the magic circle reported that the circle's readings were normal and that the prisoners were receiving magic from outside. Their enemy is the Ant Queen. It is her work. She has increased the mechanical strength of the rebels. It was decided to reboot the magic circle and bring energy stones. The prisoners, seeing that the guards had retreated, began to run towards the exit. Only the Princess of Blood was feeling unwell, complaining of lack of sleep and headaches in the last few days. Dolly asked Mary why she didn't take the collars off the others, to which she replied that her potion alone was not enough. She injected stimulants into their brains to activate their magical powers, but if the stimulants are not removed, their brains will be destroyed by such stress. Dolly smiled and noted that her former student was using the same methods. Meanwhile, the guards hid in the bunker and fired from holes in the walls. Mary replied that she knew what to do. There were 3 passages in this place, and there were currently less than 100 guards. She suggested using their numerical advantage to split into 3 groups to take out the guards and then everyone meet at the main entrance. Dolly agreed with this, but she noticed that she would not be able to help all 3 groups if something happened. since special mechanisms were installed here. Mary reassured her that her employer wanted Aiden alive and not the prisoners. Then she ordered Evans to clear the way, and the girl obediently began to act. The girl walked forward. Arrows, bullets, spears pierced her. She burned. The prisoners standing next to Mur screamed that the girl was injured. Mary calmly ordered to just watch what happens next. The #1 killer is capable of much more. The girl covered in bullets simply absorbed them. The dress tore, and 2 revolvers emerged from her shoulder blades, which she took into her hands and, like an experienced machine, began to shoot. Having absorbed the bullets, Evans began to shoot them back at the guards. Mary looked at her creation with pride. The Ant Queen ordered to move forward. The guards began to retreat under the firepower. Someone approached. Lissel shouted that whoever it was should hit her so that she could break free from these shackles. The succubus slapped her. The thug asked her if she hadn't eaten enough porridge. Let him at least stab her with a knife. At this time, they heard someone rapidly approaching them. They were quickly attacked by one of the bloodthirsty rebels. Lissel and the succubus froze without saying anything. They just waited for the next step. The townspeople stopped and looked at the sky, seeing the thunderclaps, not understanding what was wrong with the weather if there was thunder on a sunny day. Aiden met Arsena and asked why she wasn't in the library, to which she replied that given what was happening, it was unlikely that anyone would come for the book. Aiden offered her to hide in his office, then looking at her, asked if she had come to challenge him. Arsena replied that she wouldn't dare. Arsena said that many people will die today, and Mr. Aiden himself might die, but wouldn't he like to leave her soul for safekeeping? The Tiger Woman and her partner went down to the punishment cell, calling for Katrina, Anna, and Ella, who were locked somewhere here. Suddenly, they heard a cry for help from below. Someone was locked in the room below the punishment cell. They climbed up after the hatch was open for them, saying that the monsters in the lower compartments were constantly fighting, and their heads were already spinning. The Harpy said that she lost contact with the main group while rescuing and how they could all get out of here now. One of them suggested releasing a Wendigo, a creature locked in a cage, to clear the way for them. Everyone stood in silence. It was unknown how this creature would behave. Kat noted that wasn't there a reason for the Wendigo to be locked up here? The pirate added that there were rumors that evil deities were sitting in this creature. And the third said, what if it killed them too? Don't worry, replied the initiator of the proposal. We have a good relationship with this creature. Soon they will see how it defeats the prison guards. The Innerdents, observing these steps, sadly noted that they themselves were giving away their accomplices. One of the prisoners saw the girls and was a little scared. But the tigress said that there were only 2 of them, and she would deal with them. The tigress had an animal instinct for impending danger, and she bared her teeth predatorily. Having started to attack the guards, she saw rays emanating from them. Her ardor cooled, and she offered to surrender. Fear and danger paralyzed the predator's instinct to attack. The boar rushed at the girls at full speed, and they turned the attacker into mincemeat with their weapons. Blood spread across the walls. Everyone was shocked by the outcome of the matter. Tigress said that they needed to save their asses. Some of them were already unsure that the Wendigo would be able to defeat the guards. How one of the prisoners showed a whole bag of Ant Queen potion and suggested feeding it to the Wendigo. After arguing a bit about how much to feed this creature to have an effect, we decided to give everything we had. The creature began to grow in size incredibly quickly. The prisoners looked on in fear as the monster began to transform. An incredible roar and explosion began. The Wendigo changed shape and turned into a monster that moved chaotically towards the group. Lissel recalled her battle, images flashing through her head in fragments. She stands on the field, surrounded by dead opponents, and she managed to defeat them all. Her comrade shouts that more enemies are coming. There are a huge number of them, and there will be no reinforcements. They were abandoned. They were just bait. The Queen of Bloodsuckers and her army rushed to attack her alone. There was a fierce battle, so many bodies, she and the Queen opposite each other, an army behind the Queen. This gave Lissel anger and rage. She lit up with magical seals, and the succubus flew to the side from the explosion. The descendant of the ancient god screamed. The chains of the circle in which she was imprisoned began to break. The succubus flew back and landed painfully on the hard floor. But what she saw next was a monster of immense size, a multi-ton mass moving towards them. Lissel screamed for it to die. The succubus rolled her eyes, not understanding where she was and what was going on. She was caught by Camilla's strong arms, who said that she had to leave. It was very dangerous here. She pulled the succubus, who was screaming that her shorts were caught. to which she replied that it was good that at least they were there. The succubus became hysterical and screamed for Camilla to help Aiden. Camilla exhaled and tried to calm her down by saying that she just saw a nightmare, but she insisted on her own. Sobbing, she told of a vision where Aiden lay defeated by the prisoners and died, and all 80 prisoners decided to rape him. "This is atrocity," Camilla said. "Does she want to say that she herself was not among the prisoners?" To which the succubus replied, "If she had been, then it would not have been atrocity." Camilla noted that they themselves needed help now, when the descendant of the ancient god was going crazy. He could not distinguish friends from enemies. Lissel had already turned into a deity. Having lost her human face, she called on the transformed Wendigo to attack. Waves of fire flew by. Those prisoners who were still in their cells asked for help. Their things caught fire. Those who were able to move fled. Camilla carried the succubus under her arm. During this time, Evans fought against combat robots while being a machine herself. The fugitives, having said that everything was going smoothly here, jump out to freedom, running past the obstacles. Mary asked Dolly. She always wondered why witches couldn't modify others. Looking at Evans, she added that it was possible to create an entire army like her and take over the continent. Dolly replied that other witches were no more stupid than her. She wanted to add something else, but changed her mind. Then she seriously told Mary that since she had taken this path, she should not consider herself part of the Sabbath and forbade her name and the name of the teacher to be mentioned. Mary replied that those who do not know how to adapt will sooner or later be eliminated. If she did not know about the power of their teacher, she would not have stood on ceremony with her. The guards, together with Mendy, ran into the room, checking that everything was in place and that there were no wounded. Veronica asked Mendy, dumbfounded, why she was here. Had the rebels already made their way into this part? Mendy, out of breath, replied that Evans and Dali had joined the rebels and they could not be defeated. The girls asked what to do next. One of the guards said that they needed to join the support group since the entrance to the prison cells had been lost. Veronica asked about the army, why they haven't arrived yet. At this time, the army was sitting in the restaurant. Anthony was feeding and watering them, paying for everyone. One of the soldiers said it was wrong for them to be here for so long, but Anthony assured them that Lord Aiden could handle everything himself. It's just a show with all the sirens to suppress a non-existent riot and teach the prisoners a lesson about why they should screw up the warden's plan. Then Anthony saw that a cart with energy stones ordered from Rose Prison was leaving. He tried to dissuade me from going, because there was a riot in the prison right now. But the delivery man said that the order definitely had to be delivered. This was the third phase. Anthony was shocked. He didn't know anything about it. The prison funding was cut. Where did the warden get the money from? Carol heard all this in tension, pretending to be an ordinary visitor. Aiden was still sitting with Arsena, and when she saw that the gates had been broken through, she asked why he wasn't doing anything. The warden said thoughtfully that a riot is not a simple thing. It is necessary to check whether the exercises were of any use. But inside, he was panicking. The gates were broken through. Everything was going faster than they expected. If they couldn't stop the rebels in the center, there would be a failure. But he continued to pretend to be carefree. He was under guard now, and if he showed any signs of agitation, they would expose him. One can only hope that there will be no more mistakes, he thought. Dolly listened as the prisoners bragged about how they broke into the center. Aiden was stupid and couldn't do anything. Dolly tried to figure out what was behind Aiden's confidence. If he had the same power, he would hardly have stood aside. At this time, the mouse showed the traps that had been set up, and Dolly thought that this was definitely meant for her. Rats made their way to the prison in hordes, and the guards screamed in horror, asking where so many of them were coming from. The gates were broken down. There was no guard. The guards asked who could command. They needed a plan of action. Mendy offered herself. She stated that she had previously commanded an army and began giving orders. Under Mendy's command, fire began, throwing back some of the prisoners who were rushing forward. Gorgon said that the concentration in the security center is 90%, but she does not smell Aiden. The Ant Queen smiled at how helpless Aiden was now. She added that it was time for her ants to hunt, and activated the patients in the infirmary, whom she controlled through insects. The sick began to rise and, like zombies, follow the call of the mistress. Now no one would consider a dying patient a threat. Aya, who no longer belonged to herself, stood up with everyone else. Mary said with a smile that the infirmary was their biggest mistake. They didn't take it into account at all. Veronica smelled the cadaverous smell. She immediately realized that something was happening in the infirmary. The zombies controlled by Mary almost broke down the door. Veronica shouted that they were approaching. The guards did not understand who she meant. When they were alone with Frenda, she gave the girl a special mission. If something unexpected happens, Veronica needs to come to Aiden's aid. Frenda shared with her that 2 months ago he lost his memory and turned into an ordinary person. Frenda also added that this was kept secret because there are few people you can trust in prison. Frenda was also not entirely sure about the internants, whether they would be able to carry out their duties during the chaos. She reminded Veronica of the original reason she was sent to prison. Veronica remembered the day when Aiden saved her from her enemy. He stood and looked into the distance. Veronica then walked in his cloak and cried. She was so grateful to this man. The girl jumped up and ran with all the strength she had. She realized that the door to the infirmary was next to Aiden's office. Frenda saw this through the controls in the bunker and ordered the side door to be opened and Veronica allowed into the infirmary. The door was broken down. The patients were about to escape from the hospital. Veronica transformed and rushed at the crowd that had broken out. The zombies rushed at her in a crowd, ready to tear her apart. They were no longer human. Veronica pinned down the first one that rushed at her, realizing that only she could hold them back now. Mary's controlled puppets were also unusually strong, one of them hitting Veronica with all its might. The guard shouted to Mendy that this was certain death. Mendy justified herself by saying that she was in command in the fight against bandits, not against prisoners. Mendy actually watched the men who commanded the squad. Her main task was flirting and seduction. The guard yelled at her that prisoners and bandits were not the same thing, shaking her and demanding that she do something before it was too late. And then it dawned on Mendy that she could use her charms and see how they would affect women. The guards started to run away. The prisoners shouted after them what good were they if they ran away like rats. Mary ordered to immediately destroy the opponents before they could collect their thoughts. Mendy transformed into a fox and used the spell to create passion and charm. A huge flow of fluids enveloped the room, and everyone found themselves in a fog. When the prisoners realized that the fog was not poisonous, they thought it was just a trick. But after just a minute, the women began to vomit. The unbearable smell made them sick. Mendy said that this is her ability and her kind. She releases pheromones in huge quantities, making puppets out of men with the help of sexual desire. Well, for those who are not interested in women, the smell is simply unbearable, but her strength will not be enough. There are too many opponents. The guards noticed that, unsurprisingly, there was no one here who might like women. But some women did not feel sick. It began to dawn on everyone that they liked their own sex. The Gorgon lit up with a loving fire. Everyone anew shouted that she liked women. Mendy was delighted. Now she could use this puppet for her own purposes. The Gorgon tried to resist the scent, but it became more and more intense. And now she is already whirling in a dance with Mendy, who announces that this is their wedding dance. The Gorgon blushed with embarrassment. She didn't understand whether it was a dream or reality, but it was so enveloping, this aroma of love. Then she spat on everything, even if it was a dream, but it was so beautiful, she looked at her beloved with all her might. Mendy wrapped herself more and more around her puppet, creating a further illusion. She controlled her test subject, and she released her power on her former comrades. The explosion killed the former comrades, and the guards stared at this picture in surprise. Valley and Mary looked at the incomprehensible picture and could not understand what was happening there. Mary said that there is no need to waste energy on her. She will activate the insects that are in the Gorgon, and Dolly must kill Aiden. At this time, Carol was running with a succubus under her arm, and 13, an unknown creature which was given the name 13, lit up with magical symbols, blinding Mary. The creature grabbed Mary tightly with its tentacles, and she felt like she was drowning. The horror of childhood, chaos, fear. The depths of the cursed land came into her head. They sat her down trembling with fear, and asked her to stay and wait. The creature said that it brought her here from the depths of the forbidden lands and her strength is running out. It promised to return tomorrow. A magical barrier will protect the baby. She found herself in some kind of cave, trembling with fear and horror and screaming at her savior not to abandon her. She burst into tears as she heard those terrible creatures from the forbidden land calling her Piglet. In front of her was a handful of ants, and a voice saying that she was hungry. She, little with the rope still dangling around her neck, ran away. She can't go back there again. She made her way through the thorns, tearing her legs until they bled. but she couldn't stay here. She fell on sharp thorns that looked like sharp teeth. This horror came back to life in her again. Then she sees a woman in front of her with her face covered, only her huge, beautiful eyes. The stranger asked her if she was ready to see the world outside the forbidden zone. Dolly talked to the stranger, saying that this child had gone through such a journey. She found her on a mountain road. The witch wanted to take her as her student, but the stranger said that with this child's skills, she was very far from magic. Besides, they did not know her. At that moment, Mary stretched out her bloody hand on the floor and called for her mother. The stranger said that even after hitting her head in this state, she continues to call for her mother. Mary stammered that no, her mother had taught her that when they were kept in a barn with pigs. The girl said that if there was a chance to leave the forbidden zone, she said to call any man she met dad and any woman mom. This was the only way to survive. It was so painful for the stranger to hear the word mother. She stood with flowers and her heart was breaking with grief. In front of her lay a coffin with the one she loved so much, her dear daughter. On the table with flowers, there was a photograph of a little smiling girl. The woman changed little Mary's clothes and bandaged her wounds, noting that being her student was very difficult. Then she remembered how her mentor scolded her for conducting genetic experiments on a living person, how angry she got, saying that she should conduct them on herself if she was so brave. The girl sobbed and admitted that she was afraid of pain. The woman grabbed her by the collar of her dress. She shamed her adopted daughter for doing such things at her age, on living people. Mary, sobbing, asked to forgive her. She just wanted to win the competition. She remembered how the mentor had ordered her to take care of the body of the man Mary had killed and to do everything possible to prevent rumors from leaking out about the incident. Next came the awarding of the best student. The mentor warmly hugs the girl who won the competition. The other students were happy, but Mary looked and wished that it was her in that girl's place, so that her adoptive mother would be proud of her. Wooden arms wrapped around her, the girl asked to be hugged. How she needed affection and warmth. Hugging the wooden doll and sobbing, Mary asked not to look down on her. She knows that she is just a replacement for her own daughter. She wants to become the best for her. Holding the wooden body tighter, she talked to it, saying that she was an ordinary person. Magic was beyond her power, only body modification remained. Snuggling up to the doll to cry and talk, the girl said that she wanted to modify hers, then her mother would not know about anything. And then, already grown up, she flies into the depths of the forbidden lands. Her adoptive mother drove her away. She screamed "Mom," asking herself why her mother cared about others more than her. She understood that only the teacher saved her from the abyss into which she was falling. She flies back to where she once ran from. A huge stake pierces her body and a familiar voice calls her the piglet who has returned. She saw that very creature, a living dead man, similar to a mummy, that nightmare from childhood. She was rejected again, abandoned. Now she has nothing to lose. She was still sitting near the wall. Evans managed to intercept the spear flying at her adoptive mother, asking what her mother was thinking about. Mary wiped away her tears and said that she had simply fallen into an illusion, but looking at Evans, her daughter, and her best friend, all illusions were dispelled. Dolly told her to stop treating herself like that. If it weren't for her technology, they would never have been able to get out of here, and the whole prison would be covered in snot. And she went forward, dragging the tide of Galala behind her. One of the mercenaries, pouring liquid on her sword, ordered her squad not to kill the prisoners if they wanted to get money. The attack with crossbows began. The Gorgon fought in the front ranks with the squad. Behind the Gorgon, Camilla and the succubus, who was still running in her underwear, broke through the enemy. Suddenly, a bright emerald light appeared from the Gorgon. Her magma power was at its peak. Dolly paused. Mary was next to her. Evans was in front. Galala was lying tied up on the floor. Dolly cast a transformation spell and used a strike against the Gorgon's magic. The succubus screamed at her to get out of the way. They were running from the monster, not fighting. Dolly used transformation and said that she couldn't let them ruin everything. A passage opened and she walked forward, dragging the tied-up elf. Before her appeared the incredibly powerful energy of the descendant of the ancient god Baal. Camilla, the succubus, and the others screamed in horror upon seeing what was approaching them. The witch, having changed part of her appearance, called upon the power of the gods, opening the Ihot abyss. She fired a beam at Lissel, who had turned into a god of destruction who was running towards her. She stopped, breaking down the barrier that Dolly wanted to lock her in. Once in the labyrinth, she heard the voice of the god of the labyrinth, Ikot, with whom she had to play a game if she wanted to get out. Dolly had to use this technique to stop her from killing everyone, but the witch's strength was exhausted. She did not know where to get new strength. From the descendant of the ancient god came an even stronger clot of energy, destroying everything. With each spell, its power only increased. The guards shouted that there was a message from the chief. The blockers were removed, the prisoners' forces were working at 100%. At this time, the Gorgon controlled by Mendy was in the created illusion of the first wedding night. Mendy giggled and asked to get out from under the blanket. The Gorgon blushed and asked not to hurry. Mendy said she was a professional acupuncture massage therapist and would relax her quickly. The Gorgon began to regain her strength, and it seemed that she was about to explode. With one blast wave, she took out dozens of prisoners advancing towards her. The vampire said that she was entering the battle and prepared to attack. The Gorgon and the vampire began to fight. Just as she was about to bite into her former ally, Carol's mercenaries came and told her not to kill her, or they wouldn't pay. At this time, the intendant flew in and shouted that even though they were mercenaries, this did not give them the right to ignore her orders. Then she saw the senior guard, who reassured her by saying that the circle had been won from the very beginning. It simply served as a deterrent. She screamed in horror and surprise, but the girl explained that it simply costs a lot of money. Dolly asked Mary how she was going to break through. There were a lot of guards. She suggested using Evans, but the witch said that the girl was needed to kill Aiden, and she could not spend the rest of her strength anymore. Suddenly, a Death Reaper appeared in front of them from the magic circle. Mary asked who he was, and Dolly realized that Arsena had finally begun to act. The Reaper of Death said that at first, she did not believe that she could gather many souls here. But at the moment, many people have died, and clarified whether they will continue the battle. Dolly replied that she had used up most of her power, and that it was dangerous to challenge Aiden in such a state, to which the Reaper replied that she didn't care, but when they got to Aiden's office, she would help them. Mary wondered if the prisoners had reached Aiden's office, and Dolly, speaking through the Reaper with Arsena, said that her help would not hurt. As the Ant Queen began to release her tentacles from her hand, she thought that if he was at least injured, it would be good. But she saw another picture. Veronica destroyed all the zombies created by Mary. A girl from a holiday home pulled insects out of her body, cursing that the food was poisoned. They were once discussing with their friends over a card game what would happen if they ate every last crumb. The girl, tightening her corset, wondered if she was really so naive that she wanted to control her with the help of parasites. Before her sat a werewolf, whom she commanded to return or die. She thought it was really rare to see something like that in a prison run by Aiden. She saw Veronica sitting there, having killed so many crazed prisoners, and thought that she was too focused on her animal instincts, and that it would take her time to come to her senses. She appeared before Veronica, surprised that she had kept her sanity. Usually werewolves lose their minds after so many murders. Opening the portal of passage, Dolly asked Mary where her daughters were. In order to kill Aiden, they need to save their strength. The Ant Queen pointed to the girls' corpses, saying that there was no one to call, and they were already dead. She used them as reservoirs for the potion. Mary, followed by Evans and Dolly, went to pass through the passage. The vampire screamed where they were going, leaving everyone behind. She was turned into a bat. The prisoners were alarmed that their boss was abandoning them to their fate. They saw the advancing mercenaries, realizing that their strength was too small to defeat them. The screaming woman was hit by her friend, who shouted that she had woken up, they had been abandoned, and no one would come back for them. For this, the prisoner killed her comrade. The other growled why she killed her so cold-bloodedly for such a trifle. She objected. She couldn't. Her strength wouldn't be enough for that. The collar prevents the release of strength. Arguments began. They didn't believe her. Everyone lost their friends and was angry. Meanwhile, Frenda coordinated the actions of the prisoners, giving orders as to which prisoner should attack which. They were looking at the imprisoned Kikimora. Her danger level was Class C. A mummy prisoner named Gibil, Class B. The girls, based on the analysis, decided to reduce the suppression of the collar so that in a fit of anger the prisoners would destroy each other. They lowered the restraint on the mummy's collar and it moved towards the others. Another second and a beam came from her that hit the person standing next to her. She saw it fly away and realized that something was wrong with the collar. The partner asked Frenda why she hadn't used this technique earlier, and she replied that the stones for feeding the collars had only just arrived. She remembered Aiden's recording, saying that it would be impossible to suppress such a riot without bloodshed. Aiden gave Frenda a list of those splinters that needed to be gotten rid of. as if by accident they were bloodthirsty. It would not be possible to re-educate them, and Dali was also on the list. Since she had taken the side of the rebels, she needed to be killed too. Dali wondered if Aiden had ever used a lethal weapon. The guards just had stun bullets. She began to remember the prisoners' conversations. The guards had simply paralyzing bullets, and there were no casualties yet. Why did he decide to use this particular method to kill prisoners? A portal opened in the prison lobby where the Ant Queen and her minions were supposed to exit. Aiden pretended to read a book when Arsena said they had arrived. Now the moment had come, Aiden thought, when he would have to use all his skills. Mary entered first, and smiling, noted that she was flattered that Aiden had decided to greet her first. Aiden kept his cool, referring to her as prisoner number 3340. She, on her modified limbs, threw him what he wanted to call it and moved forward. Then, towering over him, she declared that although there had been some problems, she had allowed him to act as a first-class commander. Meanwhile, Veronica remembered her training, where she was taught to control her essence and release it when necessary. The boss explained that this training was not so much physical as psychological. Once werewolves activate their instincts, they can easily lose their minds due to the smell of blood. At such moments, thoughts are occupied only with killing the enemy, so before entering into battle, you need to clearly define the goal of the mission and not retreat a single step. Veronica kept replaying this in her sleep and ordering herself to return. The mistress of the beasts tried to provoke Veronica, not allowing her to come to her senses. The girl again scrolled through the commander's memories. He told her about people with strange tattoos. This is a special case. Now Veronica was flying towards this stranger who was testing her willpower, spirit, and mind. She threw her aside with a blow of her tail, and the words of the mentor surfaced again, that the fighting skills that she had diligently trained were useless in a battle with such. The stranger was coolly calm, treating Veronica like a circus dog. The girl growled and landed at her feet, trying to catch her breath. People like this beast mistress are able to leave a dent with just one step. They have incredible strength. They are representatives of the ancient god, the apostle who carries the will of God. Veronica recoiled when she left a huge hole in the ground. The teacher explained to her that with people like her, you need to forget about all the rules. It is in such situations that you need to release your animal nature. She stood in front of the werewolf and smirked. Could there really not be a partner for a warm-up? At this time, the Queen of Ants and her followers stood opposite each other. Opposite Aiden, and between them, like a sentry, the necromancer Arsena. Aiden was the first to speak, stating that they had probably already decided who would die first. Dolly and Mary looked at him. The witch sensed anxiety, danger. She remembered their plan. Mary would send Evans first. She would use poison to paralyze Aiden's vocal cords so he wouldn't be able to cast the contract spell. And then Dolly would pick the right moment and kill him. Suddenly, the Queen of Ants screamed in a voice that was not her own, and Evans stepped on her limbs. She flew through the modified appendages like a war machine. The girl, looking into her eyes, said that she had long ago found her own will, and she thought that her mother's goal was not to escape from prison. Then, half turning to Aiden, she said that she would protect him, and that this was a conspiracy against him, along with Anthony. He saw Evans start to release the weapon from herself. He called her name. Then he asked if she had done her homework, and she stopped as if she had remembered something very important. Mary began to influence her to paralyze Aiden, not understanding why she was resisting and not obeying. The supervisor, in the calm voice of a teacher, continued to address the girl, reminding him what he had assigned her. Evans grabbed her head and howled. During his communication with her, he realized that although he had not managed to completely free her from someone else's control, he had managed to do amazing things with her brain. Her brain is like the computer from his past life, which can only perform actions that can be answered yes or no. Every day, Aiden gave her logical problems. If Snow White had not eaten the apple, who would the Witch of harm next time? Or if not for the stepmother's control, how would Cinderella live independently? Thus, she had to constantly expand her thinking, be able to find pros and cons, build associative series that would displace from her head the need to obey the queen. The queen grabbed Evans with her tentacles, telling Dali that something was wrong with her, and she needed time to fix it. Dali and Evans stood opposite each other. The witch turned first, saying that she was asking for forgiveness. Aiden asked her with a smile why she made such a stupid decision to go over to the rebels. Or she thought he had forgotten about their contract. How does this spell sound? And the man had just begun to pronounce the words "let it be" when the frightened Dolly began to say that she had not participated in the riot. She had a good reason. Mary or Meludzina is her best friend's student and therefore she couldn't fight her. Besides, there are so many strong prisoners among the rebels. How could she fight them? Pointing a finger at the indignant Gilala, she said that she was trying to protect the weak. As soon as Gilala cried out, "Oh, you liar!" the witch knocked her out. Aiden, without taking his blue eyes off her, replied that they would discuss this later, but for now, let her step aside. Thinking to himself that he definitely wasn't capable of casting the contract spell, and besides, he only knew the first words. His original plan was to use this situation to catch the Ant Queen, but judging by Dolly's reaction, she found out about the contents of the diary. This is why his attempts to exert psychological pressure were unsuccessful. But it was enough to cope with the current situation. Evans got out of control. Dolly retreated. And the person who hates troubles the most turned around and walked away from the picture she saw. Aiden asked Mary how she would react to all this, and even her own creation going against her. Mary was furious. The warden continued to report that without her retinue, she was nobody. The warden looked into her eyes with cold blood. The outcome was already predetermined. At that moment, the vampire screamed, "What's happening? She doesn't control her body." The queen ant raised her hands and began to use her weapons. She grew even bigger. Her tentacles spread out like giant slugs, and she began to say that the warden could say whatever he wanted, but he was just a chatterbox. She guided the vampire, giving her the ability to sprout new limbs, which was ready to pounce on Aiden at that very second. He took out his sword, and without moving said that she wanted to disgrace herself by challenging him. Dolly noted with a sly grin why Lord Aiden didn't want to teach the bloodsucker a lesson, since she had challenged him. Arsena calmly announced that the rebellious prisoners were in front of him, and he could act. Aiden put on a sinister smile, thinking that it was time to act. Otherwise, he would be exposed, and said out loud that he would complicate his own task by using up his magical power first. He mentally asked for help and extended his hand, which lit up with a bright glow. Arson and Dolly discussed his actions with doubt. He was using a light spell. Mary thought irritably that with this spell he would incinerate not only them, but himself as well. The warden understood that if he fought them openly, they would immediately understand that he was an amateur. He would need to gather all his strength and skill to fool them. Vampires are nocturnal creatures who rely more on their hearing than their sight, and he himself is similar to them. He fought for the right to be reborn for 8 years. Darkness is his natural habitat. He died from a large dose of alcohol. He didn't hear the voice on the phone saying that his mother was in the hospital dying. Didn't he want to see her? And then he was in the dark. In this darkness lived monsters. This is the true embodiment of the soul as it was on Earth. Aggrieved souls from another world, wandering in the darkness. And then he heard a voice, her voice, that there was anger in their hearts and she saw no remorse. She called on them to follow her voice. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers along the river Styx. And then she grants the winner new life, and the dead, angry souls rush to her. But the goddess warned that there was something else in the river besides them. Aiden heard her voice. It was so dazzling, and now he was immersed in that state, releasing the darkness that sat within it. He saw the outline of the bloodsucker rushing towards him, and raised his sword. With one blow, he will cut off her limb, which fell along with the weapon. They were blinded by the light. The vampire turned around and squealed. Mary and Dolly closed their eyes from such a bright stream, not understanding what it was. The bloodsucker squinted and said that only her arm was cut off. She can grow limbs. Mary had Evans in her tentacles. She just needed to be brought to her senses. Aiden would regret using up all his strength. Smoke was coming out of Aiden's hand as he began to exert all his strength. He saw the goddess. She smiled and called him to pull himself together. This was his only chance. The memory of the soul surfaced, how he raced with others imprisoned in the darkness to her voice. Only one would emerge victorious. He flew up and pierced the bloodsucker with the blade of his sword. Blood spurted from her back. Tentacles invented by the queen ant were sprouting. He cut her again and again. She smiled and said what he could do to her. His sword was not made of silver. And when she hit him so hard that blood spurted from his mouth, Mare laughed, and it was Lord Aiden. But the vampire looked at her hand, which was burning with fire. She could not understand why the blood was so hot. Arsena, calling her an idiot, explained that she was trying to fight the Inquisitor, who was soaked in holy water. Did she still not understand? Apparently that was why he allowed himself to be hit. His blood was like a red-hot brand for a vampire. The holy water muttered in confusion as Aiden brushed away the blood with his hand. The next minute, he hit the bloodsucker in the face with all his might, causing her to scream in pain. Dolly stood behind and used spells to wake up Galala. Before she had time to come to her senses after a deep sleep, a transformation spell was cast on her. Dolly turned the elf into her familiar so that she could read Aiden's emotions through her eyes. The witch muttered that the emotions of the warden were closed to her. She only saw the vampire's fear, which meant that this little thing wasn't lying. She then connected to the rat familiar, saying that she would learn all of Aiden's secrets. She saw him hand over the diary to Frenda, asking her to hide it securely. The fewer people who knew, the better. And here is the diary. She made the rat obey her order if she finds out what is in there. Arsena monotonously said that it would have been just as successful to fight with the right leg. A couple of months ago, he had just started using a cane because he had started limping on his right leg. Mary gritted her teeth. Right leg. Why didn't she think of this before? She aimed the vampire at the warden's right leg, and she hit her with all her might. Aiden winced as he felt intense pain, but he gritted his teeth and thrust his sword into the ground. The vampire, pleased with this development of the situation, snatched the warden's sword with her tentacle, brazenly declaring that after this, he definitely won't be able to get up. He wants her to finish him off. Aiden stood up and extended his hand towards her. At first, she didn't understand what he was doing. The Ant Queen had complete control over the vampire, who cursed and screamed at Aiden to stop hiding. She would take revenge on him for daring to steal her daughter. Again he runs to the goddess, and dozens of souls like him mired in darkness. Her ringing voice said, "Come on, the end is near. Come on." And then she extends her hand. The first soul to touch the palm will be the winner, and she will be reborn into the world of the living again. The vampire went wild and attacked Aiden. Mary could not forgive him for reprogramming Evans. And again he sees her. She is beautiful. Her hand is stretched forward. They ran, pushing each other, each wanting to get ahead, each wanting to leave the darkness. He sees a laughing monster. He is huge, and they are so small standing in front of him. And just as he ran to be the first to touch the palm, he released the darkness, and the desire to live now he grabbed with his bare hands the sword that the bloodsucker wanted to plunge into him. His own weapon was pointed at him, and in rage he pulled the sharp end away from his stomach. His hand rose above her head and she closed her eyes. The next second, he threw her to the ground with a sharp blow, after which he struck again. The crack reminiscent of a watermelon smashed on the asphalt. Aiden's shell gave way to the darkness that was in his soul. Another blow. Mary closed her eyes from the horror and pain she felt while being connected to the vampire. He beat and beat, not noticing anyone around him. This is a struggle for existence, for life, which he got at such a price. His hand was clenched into a fist, blood spraying in all directions. Finally, the vampire crawled to the side. Aiden dropped to one knee. The bloodsucker's face was a complete mess, and she muttered in a hoarse voice, "Enough." Mary winced in anger. How she had missed the fact that he had beaten her to such a state. He stood as he had then. The vampire walked away, barely moving her legs. He then touched Melifaria's palm. He was the first. She congratulated him, stating that he would be reborn in the body of Aiden Garrett. His soul in the form of a huge monster danced and rejoiced. The goddess said to receive a reward you need to touch her palm. A stream of fire engulfed him, and part of his leg flew off to the side. Now the queen of the night stood with a pierced chest and a dent instead of a face. The tentacles created by the Ant Queen lay helplessly on the ground like ropes. She was all steaming, sitting on her knees, unable to move. The goddess, releasing the soul on the path of a new rebirth, wanted to say something, but I saw a smoking leg in my palm, and my soul had already set off on its journey. Before entering Aiden Garrett's body, the soul was on fire. Everything was pierced by unbearable pain. Melifaria laughed. She liked this little guy. Chess games with him would be a very interesting pastime. Aiden bandaged his hand, thinking that it only took a few blows to break through the vampire's defense. But the queen's face would be tougher. Mary squinted at him, her excitement and bragging now gone. It's no wonder Dolly is so afraid of him. This man is cruel and ferocious. She still held Evans in her tentacles. She needed a little more time. Her thoughts desperately resisted her intervention. Dolly stood with her head down. Arsena looked into the distance. Mary shouted that she needed 3 more minutes to set up Evans. Finally, Arsena said that she had come to a conclusion about her puppet control skills. After pointing her finger at Mary and calling her trash, she told her about all the weaknesses of the warden. But she continues to fight so disgustingly. so there is no need to waste her time, just give up. The Queen of Ants, in desperation, asked Dolly for help. It would only take 3 minutes. Dolly was silent. She remembered what she saw in that diary. Aiden's hit list, with her name on it. Aiden looked at her and thought that the riot was about to end, and Dolly no longer had that self-confidence. It seemed she had found the list. Teasing her, he said that now was the perfect time to attack him and kill him. Didn't she want to take the risk? From the very beginning, the number of people participating in the riot did not matter. The guards could have been replaced by protective structures. This would not have determined the course of events. On the very first day of life in Aiden's body, Garrett laid out the hierarchy of forces in this world. Rank C prisoners are real weapons of mass destruction, so such a riot is nothing. Evans is paralyzed. The necromancer does not take sides. Here is Dolly left. She is now tense as a string. She has not yet decided. Arsena will support her choice. He simulated this situation in his head 100 times. You can only fight a smart person if he believes that he is smarter than you. Through the eyes of her familiar, Dolly saw this execution list, and she became scared. Aiden kept his eyes on her. She was smart. She would easily understand what was going on. Those who made 3 mistakes would be executed. Inmate 4099 Tammy beat up inmates in the cafeteria, participated in the riot, dies from a devil's touch spell during a recent prisoner conflict during a riot. The next Kikimora, Refa, poisoned the prison guards, beat prisoners, participated in a riot, and died at the hands of a mummy during the riot. Mary continued to call out to her. Aiden had no magic power left. Evans only needed 3 minutes to recover. He deliberately put her name at the end of the list to make it easier for her to decide whether to try to avoid the fate of the other prisoners. And here's another prisoner who screamed that she wasn't going to escape, tried to get into the armory, took part in a riot, beat up prisoners, and bam, she dies at the hands of another. And somehow it happened so suddenly that she didn't even have time to come to her senses. Another Bower died after 3 mistakes. The collar accidentally broke. Dolly understood everything, so many prisoners died. Many killed each other. But is that true? The prisoners who made 3 mistakes were silently eliminated. Those who made mistakes 3 times were simply executed in the midst of chaos. Aiden thought of everything. Even if he replaced the stun bullets with live ones, it would not stop the rioters. Thanks to the stun bullets, there would be no casualties. But this way, the guards would lose faster. Nevertheless, it would help make the ending more spectacular. He knew that Dolly would believe that he was ready to kill absolutely anyone who made 3 mistakes. While Mary was screaming at her asking for help, they gave her the help of a single vision with a familiar on the last page. She saw her name. 3 points of stealing bullets from the guards, allowing prisoners to start a fight in the dining room and participating in a riot. Dolly was in a state of shock, unable to utter a word, including her name. But how did Aiden know about the theft of bullets? But nevertheless, he knows about it. The warden said to her teasingly, "There he stands. He has lost a lot of strength, blood, and is very weak." Dolly narrowed her eyes. Wait, since she made 3 mistakes, why didn't he make a decision earlier? Why was he waiting for her to make the first move? Aiden, watching her, thought that she herself guessed everything. The witch was thinking in her head that during the riot he was in the office the whole time. He couldn't know what she was doing during the riot. Gilala, still turned into a familiar, read Dolly's thoughts, who was thinking about how Aiden had no evidence of her participation in the rebellion, and how she herself stated that she only protected the weak. And it began to dawn on her what kind of trap he had prepared for her. If she attacked him now, then her participation would be confirmed, and then he would find the right moment and kill her. Or maybe he retained some of his power. Although if she broke the contract, then why is she still alive? Aiden waited. The emotions passed. The moment of the decisive battle arrived. He decided to add fire by pointing his finger and saying that she was a disgrace to the witch's Sabbath. He was unarmed, and she didn't have enough courage. Mary's eyes widened at what she heard, and Arsena whistled and declared that this was clearly done to anger the witch. The warden stood unwavering. He who has died once ceases to fear death. At some point, she saw his inner essence, and she became truly scared. Dolly stood cowering. Then Mary indignantly shouted that she was the best master of their coven. If she did not punish Aiden Garrett, then the reputation of the entire coven would come to an end. The Queen of the Ants was irritated by Dolly's stiffness. She was a witch, and the best. She shouted at her with a call to destroy the Overseer. What Dolly did next amazed everyone. She smiled coquettishly, declaring that they were frankly lonely without men, and Lord Aiden in Rose brightens up her every day with a delicious dessert. But her further words about the fact that the Sabbath is work, and she needs to think about her personal life, and perhaps in the future she will give Lord Aiden a child, made the man open his mouth. Inside, Dolly was filled with anger and fury. She would not give him the pleasure of executing her. She knew his weak spot when they tried to flirt with him, after which she told Mary that she did not want to be at odds with her, but she tried time and time again to destroy her relationship with Aiden. Then she cast a magic spell on her, calling for her to surrender, so as not to kill her with her own hands. Arsena stated that she was also on Lord Aiden's side, so he shouldn't waste her time and surrender right now. The Ant Queen was cornered and left alone, after which she turned to Aiden, declaring that she surrendered. The warden waved his hand casually, saying that he didn't care about her. Let them deal with her themselves, turned around and walked away. Mary stood there, still clutching Evans in her tentacles, thinking that as badly as everything had turned out, she had almost come to her senses. The familiar feeling of emptiness and loss washed over her. After all, she is no stranger to being betrayed and abandoned. She remembered how she flew into the abyss, reaching out to the one who abandoned her. She can only rely on herself, and the anger for everything that happened in her life washed over her. She rushed at Aiden with a furious speed, spewing paralyzing poison. Dolly immediately cast a firewall spell. This made it possible to close the man and stop Mary. She, enraged by such resistance, gave the order to Evans to kill him. Evans, like a weapon that knew no fear of pain, rushed through the wall of fire towards the Overseer. She turned on the transformation, poisonous blood turning into a bloodthirsty killer. Mary remembered her mentor and adoptive mother. She had a bandage on her face, but she saw her big and beautiful eyes. From the window of another world, she asked her if she wanted to go to the outside world. Little Mei Lejin sat in a cage with a noose around her neck, and in her eyes full of pain and despair. Some hope appeared after the word pull out. Now too, she needs someone to save her. This was her Evans, her daughter in pride, a perfect creation. Now on her orders, she rushes towards the Overseer, intending to destroy him. Arsena sent out a necrotic seal screaming that enough was enough. Why was she so disobedient? She cast the forbidden curse of the dead on Evans. She reprogrammed herself to reflect the blow of the God-killer's spear. The prison rumbled as if from an earthquake, and a hole appeared in the wall. Arsena gave in. Holding a book of spells in her hands, she made a call. In 1 second, skeletal warriors appeared, obeying the necromancer. With burning hollows on their mad skulls, they growled and waited for their mistress's command. Dolly opened a portal and released a familiar assistant in the form of a giant snake. He pushed Mary to the ground to stop her from controlling Evans. She spurted blood, smiled resignedly, and said, "Are they kidding me? For them she is something like a wild dog on the side of the road. First they use her and then throw her away." To which Dolly reminded that when she said to surrender, she was not joking. The witch replied that she had raised her from a young age, so she had the right. But did she really think that her creation could cope with a necromancer? Mary, coughing up blood, said that how could she forget? She remembered how she was treated as a child. Everything she created was always wrong for them. She was constantly punished for it. After all, she is an ordinary person who fell into a witch's Sabbath. A person who hinted at conquering magic. She was not a genius, but a pest, as Dolly's teacher thinks, which helped her get out of the forbidden zone. This place is truly dark, where you are torn apart, from where there is no escape. At this time, the dead, led by Arsena, were chopping down Evans. Her body was cut into pieces, but physiologically she was not dead. Her body parts immediately grew together. Dolly said in horror what she was. She was cut into pieces, but she was still alive. Evans is a form of dirty blood. It can be killed, dismembered, and it will self-regenerate. Evans held a weapon in each of her limbs, and instead of legs, she had a huge snake tail. Mary, looking at her creation with admiration, declared that this was the beauty of Evans' body. She is able to restore attack at any speed, and is also able to self-repair. Attacks from opponents only accelerate the distribution of poison throughout the body, which is how she turns into a bloody god of death. The snake created by Dolly captured her, but Mary said that they could not be so zealous. If they knocked her out, then Evans would get out of control. And she does not envy those whom she chooses as her victims. The skeletons ran towards Evans, who had already recovered, and began to repel a new attack. She dodged their attacks and killed them herself, without feeling fear or pain. Aiden stood motionless under the protection of Arsenia's circle. As she summoned the bone giant, a huge skeleton archer appeared, aiming an arrow towards Evans. She rushed towards him with an indifferent, emotionless look. A little more and the archer would pierce her with a giant arrow. Aiden yelled that if she didn't stop, there would be no turning back. Mary was jubilant. He really thought that her daughter would obey him. In this form, it was even easier to control her. The dark power of the Ant Queen took over Evans's mind, and she followed her orders without any will. Suddenly, she let go of all the weapons, which fell to the floor with a crash. Mary looked with fear at her daughter, who had stopped and was not moving. Tears appeared on the girl's face, flowing down her face in poisonous streams of tainted blood. In front of her, among the scattered things and scraps of newspapers, lay a wooden doll carved by Aiden. This doll awakened something in her programmed mind that made her stop. Jalala couldn't believe that Evans was actually crying. Do puppets have any feelings? Or is it due to Aiden's book therapy? Kilala was in complete amazement. She began to compare the events of the last months. The warden's bandaged hand gave her an idea. She remembered that Aiden's hands had been bandaged recently. She asked him if everything was okay, but he brushed it off and said that it was a scratch and nothing more. Then in his office, when he sent them to the city under the pretext that there was no one to buy seeds, there was a notebook, a camera and a knife on the table, and there was also sawdust lying on the table. That doll in the form of a girl and the other characters are carved from wood. Is it possible that the creator of the dolls and stories is Lord Aiden? Shortly before the riot, Evans read her a story, explaining that it was an assignment from Lord Aiden, who said that it would be useful for her to read to other children. It was Aiden who came up with all these stories, and now he stood in front of Evans, giving orders to Arsenia's servant not to touch her. Everyone froze in anticipation, the queen ant lying on the floor, the prisoners, the dead warriors. Mary couldn't believe it, but how could it be that Evans actually stopped? She could probe her consciousness, which she had established control over, giving her orders. But the girl did not move. Now Evans's consciousness was striving somewhere. She was looking for light. Entangled in the power of her adoptive mother, she tried with all her might to escape from her control. Mary screamed in anger. What did this Aiden give her? The girl saw a shining circle in the darkness. It was the light towards which she desperately reached out her hands. Aiden ordered Frenda to buy children's books for Evans, but what Frenda bought was not what she wanted. She said that there was nothing else in the stores. Aiden did not want to teach her from these books. Then, exhaling, he said that he would write it himself. He first created a rough draft of the Snow White story by asking the girl if she had read the story. The resistance of the dirty blood that held her, Mary raged. Mary used this channel to prevent her creation from escaping. Suddenly, she saw some wooden structures in Evans's memories, and a melody was heard in her head. The girl told the wooden doll that Lord Aiden said she could change history. She then concluded that she shouldn't take apples offered by strangers. Apples, the doll asks in surprise. Mary squeezed Evans and didn't understand where such memories came from in her head. Mary was seething with hatred. How? Why did she want to break free from her control? The bar streams flowed flickering between the girl's memories. Evan's consciousness held the wooden slipper carved by Aiden, saying that it knew where Cinderella lived. The wooden doll answered, "He knows the truth." The girl conducted a dialogue so that he would rely on her. Mary watched the memories and internal dialogue of her creation and did not understand how she could be interested in such a thing. Then Evan's consciousness played out the dialogue from Little Red Riding Hood, where the Little Red Riding Hood doll responded that she was going to visit her grandmother. The girl, building a logical chain, offered to accompany her, since the road in the forest was dangerous. The doll agreed to let Evans accompany her. Each character was carefully carved out of wood by Aiden, who wasn't very good at it, so he cut his hands. Wood carving turned out to be more difficult than he thought, but he tried his best. He placed all the figurines on the table and decided to take a photo. It was necessary to find the right angle where they were the same height, and Aiden was better at this. Evans looked at the figure with her inner vision, indifferently, but after memories began to line up, bursting out, streams of poisonous liquid from its creator came out of the girl's eyes. She sobbed. Jalala looked at her without taking her eyes off her. Lord Aiden's method really did work. But before, watching him read books to her, she considered it a waste of time. Aiden replied that he didn't expect Evans to understand. The main thing was for her imagination to develop. And imagination didn't require much intelligence. His goal was to make sure that in her fantasies, she would find the answer to the question of what she wants. And a person with desires is no longer dead. Now these memories began to tear apart what held her back. Her adoptive mother, who screamed that Evans was her daughter. She screamed that she was her creator and only she could protect her. Trying to keep the girl from running away to the light, Mary urged her to stop resisting, because she is the only one who loves Evans. Aiden stood in front of the girl and reminded her that she could change the course of history if she listened to Mary, and would be forever locked in prison without answers. Evans clutched her head as the voices inside her clashed. Subconsciously, she reached her hands towards the light. A chain of questions and answers began to form. If she helped her mother, she would answer her questions. Then I remembered how I asked Aiden if Little Red Riding Hood would answer them. Aiden smiled and confirmed that of course, in the real world, people help each other. And what exactly Little Red Riding Hood could answer would be her homework. The question of how Little Red Riding Hood would answer kept running through Evan's head. The doll replied that she would remember the poisoned apple and thanked him. Evans held the shoe and told him he could rely on it. The phrase, "Let's go to Grandma's together," started to play. The light became brighter and brighter, illuminating the emptiness, and it rose higher and higher towards the light. The darkness retreated. The girl's consciousness grabbed onto this light, despite the restraining creator, and rushed upward. The Queen of the Ants watched as the thread with the girl broke. Despite her efforts, she went further and further. Looking in horror at the bright spot, she said in a trembling voice what it was. There was a whole world carved out of wood. But from where it displaces everything in Evan's mind. There are wooden figures standing in a row next to the house, as if they are waiting. The limbs created by the queen grasped the face and head of the girl, who stood and howled quietly. There was a flash in my head, a light, as if Little Red Riding Hood would answer. If she finds the answer, then she will be free. The wooden toy world, castles, houses, everything flashed through Evan's mind. A wooden doll with outstretched arms is carried along in a dance along with small carved dolls. Mary didn't have time to remove the barriers to strengthen control, where so much of Evans's mind came from. Some wooden soldiers were rushing past, marching and giving orders to protect the guests. Then the dolls, holding each other, extended their hand to the girl, asking if she wanted to return to the outside world. If so, then let her take her hand. Evans, entangled in the tentacles of her foster mother, stretched out her hand with all her might, but she wanted to get out of here. Mary squinted, unable to believe that some thought forms in Evans's head were allowing her to escape from her control. She again saw her adoptive mother in a burqa with amber eyes, who also asked her if she wanted to go to the outside world. The wooden doll extended its hand to Evans, who tried to get closer to grab it. Only a little bit remained. In a rage, the Ant Queen screamed that he should think twice before confronting her, because she would make Evans' life even worse than death. Evans almost reached out and the doll held out the object to her and told her to take it. It was a wooden shoe. The girl grabbed it and screamed. A bright light illuminated her. The connection that held her to her creator was broken. The tentacles holding Evans were torn apart. Everything seemed to freeze. The dead giant archer, Aiden standing in front of Evans who was in a trance, Mary watching it all. The girl began to grab her head with her limbs, thoughts, and there were so many. Memories, logical chains. Still sobbing with poisonous tears, the girl says that the queen is not Snow White's mother, and the stepmother is not Cinderella's mother. And in the end, she gave her verdict. Mary is not her mother. She went on to say that killing the gray wolf would protect Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother. Then, covering Aiden with herself and looking menacingly at Mary, she replied that killing her would protect Lord Aiden. The Ant Queen burst into tears, another betrayal. She again remembered herself rejected by her adoptive mother, and flying into the abyss of forbidden lands. She could no longer contain her emotions, sobbing and pounding her fists on the floor in impotent rage. Everyone watched as she screamed. Dolly, Arsena, Aiden. At this time, shooting began in the center of the prison section, and someone shouted, "Run after me!" This is some kind of madness, Veronica is screaming. But why did she get into a fight? In the confusion, two prisoners knocked out the guards with bricks and took their weapons. Giggling happily, they were happy to have taken possession of the weapon. A pirate with a broken nose shared with her comrade a plan on how best to escape. Horse thief Catherine suggested breaking into the stables and escaping with the help of Aiden's horses. They already imagined themselves free, holding hands, and muttering in a rush that they would finally break free. They walked with their machine guns raised, proclaiming that freedom awaited them. But when they found themselves in the corridor, they froze in place. The bodies of dead prisoners were lying around, the walls were broken through, and some kind of creature was standing at the far end of the corridor. Worm-like tentacles crawled out of the prisoners. The horse thief asked since when the hospital had been converted into a morgue. Her friend answered in bewilderment that she had no idea. The mistress of beasts, activating her power, said that flesh and blood are weak, but steel is eternal. Then a force blew from her like a hurricane that swept away the pirate and the horse thief. The Beastmaster activated her divine essence. A huge giant rose from the stones and walked with a roar along the corridor. The prisoners, screaming in horror, tried to grab hold of at least something so as not to fall into the abyss. The creature stood in a magical summons, and spirits began to appear from the circle behind her. It was Veronica who fully summoned the werewolf essence. A strong stream, the hand of the beastman that called upon the power of the ancient god, exuded power. She prepared to attack while standing among the dead prisoners. Veronica, seeing the target, rushed towards it, rushing without hearing or seeing. The ancient god rushed towards her, his power scattering and destroying everything around him. The prisoners were scattered like dust. One screamed that she was just passing by. A deafening explosion pierced the prison wall. The prisoners fell like splinters, and there was a gaping hole in the wall. Veronica also flew out and lay unconscious against the wall. Someone leaned over her and a voice said that he smelled a familiar scent. One of the girls with a magic sign on her forehead leaned over Veronica and said that this was the scent of the ancient god of the beastmen, Samakin. The second one asked, didn't he die in the Forbidden Lands? And where did this god's power come from in this werewolf? The beast mistress came to them and began to take on her appearance. She said that she did not expect to encounter such a thing in the Silver City, and therefore they needed to write to their father. This werewolf should serve them. At this time, the quartermasters came running. They rushed to Veronica and looked in horror at the destroyed wall. A figure appeared in the distance and replied that he could tell the emperor everything, but the hostages were making such a noise. The mistress of the beast saw Aiden arrive, smiled, and replied that he had misunderstood. The werewolf had simply gone crazy, and they were trying to calm her down. Veronica lay in the rain, still unconscious. Aiden tried to bring her to her senses, asking if she had the strength to speak. As soon as the girl opened her eyes, her hand pointed at the quartermaster with the words, "Scoundrel." Gathering all her strength, Veronica screamed to seize the traitor. She smelled of grave flowers. She was immediately thrown to the ground. The beast mistress, who was watching from the side, said that she could be a witness since she poisoned her food. Aiden ordered the suspect to be taken to the interrogation room. The prisoners lying near the prison wall began to rise with groans. They didn't understand what had happened, but they felt terrible. Dolly said that she put a collar on the queen ant and locked her up. And what about the vampire? Arsena made her own proposal, and without hesitation, she said that the vampire should be burned and the ashes given to her. Aiden smiled and answered why burn her. She attacked him against her will, so it shouldn't be considered a third offense. As he was leaving, he gave the order to give her pig's blood to drink, so that she would survive. Dolly saw traces of the pogrom and the remains of Arsena's magic. Then she asked a question. The necromancer used her best techniques. She really is full of strength to help Aiden. The girl, looking thoughtfully into the distance, confirmed her intentions to help Aiden, because she only recently realized how many prisoners he could have killed on his own in the prime of his life. 50, 100 people or more. They looked at the prisoners with Dolly. Arsena then added that there are now over 200 prisoners in prison collaborating with Aiden, and the number is growing. So will anyone try to speak out against him in the future? She has always been attracted to stability, so staying here would be the right decision, and whether it works out or not doesn't matter, Dolly said thoughtfully, saying that her words made her think about something. Before ending up in prison, her coven encountered strange activity in the restricted area. The witches were worried about the possible consequences, so they began to prepare. That's why she wanted to get out of here so much. But if the coven had an ally like Aiden, and with so many prisoners, she hadn't thought about it before. Arsena answered gloomily that even if an evil deity were to be reborn in the Forbidden Lands, there would be no place quieter than prison. At that moment, a squad of mercenaries ran, calling for the boss. They ran to their leader, joyfully exclaiming that she had succeeded, that she was finally here. Now they have an official certificate of bounty hunters and no one can interfere with their activities. One of the group announced that the Bloody Hand Gang had become a bounty hunters guild, meaning they would no longer have to worry about being persecuted by the government. At that moment, someone's voice was heard ordering them to run. A clawed paw held a red glowing sphere. The prison guard pointed his gun. The harpy, smiling contentedly, asked if they knew what she had in her hands. In her hometown, there was a cave that treasure hunters visited and then left behind spheres like these. Any harpy knows that if you want to feast on human flesh, you have to find it and blow it up. And when such spheres grew legs, you could even run after them. After all, it was the witch Dali who created these beads. And by the way, she was the only one who managed to get out of the cave unharmed. She triumphantly held the red ball in her hands and regretfully said how sad it was that all this had turned into childhood memories. Squeezing it in my hands, the sphere turned into something like soap bubbles. She didn't have time to say anything else before she and her little minion were grabbed by the ancient deity. One of the prisoners rushed into battle in the blink of an eye. The deity roared menacingly, casting down streams of lightning. It threw away everyone nearby like a grain of sand, just like it had once thrown away the vampire queen. She saw the past before her, when she defeated the vampire army. She stood then over the fallen dead and rejoiced that her new life would begin. So they all sat around the fire and dreamed about how each of them would take an orphan, create a hunter's guild, and teach the children to earn a living. Oh, the deity growled. Anger and fury did not allow him to return to reality. The children all died at the hands of the Queen of Ants. Aya, clinging to his hand and calling him boss, tried to get through to Lissel's consciousness that everything was over. Tears rolled from her one whole eye, realizing that her friend would be shot if she did not come to her senses. The eye of the deity looked as if in a veil at the one who screamed and clung without letting go, begging to wake up. The ancient deity stopped, exhaled, and contemplated the surrounding space. The friend rushed to hug Lissel, who was still in the form of a deity, and did not quite understand what was happening. She then asked what happened to those orphans adopted by the mercenary group. At this time in the prison hall, Aiden was informed that the riot had been completely suppressed. The succubus, having lost control, rushed towards him, screaming, "Lord Aiden!" Seeing his bandaged hand, she whispered in horror that he was wounded. While Aiden tried to explain that it was nothing serious, just a scratch, she screamed in tears about how serious it was. Then, screaming, "Let me see!" she began to unbutton his pants, and the quartermaster's jaws dropped. The succubus went completely mad and lost control. Several people from the guards took her away, but she drooled and did not take her eyes off the overseer. While they were dragging her, she screamed that Aiden would still be hers and asked for permission to examine him. As he watched, Aiden thought that everything had returned to normal in the prison after the riot, but he needed to find out how things were going outside of it. I wonder how far the Queen Ant has gone. His loyal ally Carol was ready to complete any task for another check. Aiden was interested in Congressman Anthony, whose name had been on everyone's lips for the last few days, and the girl asked if he wanted her to eliminate him. The warden explained that he was the one who cut funding to the prison, which meant that someone bigger was behind him. He gave her the task of finding out who is behind all this. If it is difficult for her, she can refuse. There were no impossible missions for Carol, and now she, already in disguise, began surveillance. It is believed that the Silver City is ruled by 4 aristocrats: Silver, Rose, Prickle, and Emerald. This hierarchy was unshakable. She thought, Aiden, how lucky you are. At the end of this road is a real man's paradise, the Emerald Palace. Anthony, twisted with rage, spat saliva and screamed where Aiden got so much money to get energy stones at triple the price, and also hire so many bounty hunters. The man holding a smoking pipe in his hands answered in a calm voice. Why does Sir Anthony think that Aiden is stealing money from the budget? Sir Emerald Ritchie continued in a calm tone, asking if there was no other thought. He handed the document to Anthony, explaining that just yesterday the merchants and winemakers of Silver City had received an offer of cooperation with the Rose Prison. The document stated that the prison Rosa, which produces vodka and red wine, is looking for partners. One of the wineries offered an exclusive contract for 50,000 gold, so Aiden doesn't even have to dig into his own savings to cover the costs. Anthony, looking distraught, yelled 50,000. The owner of the winery is all right in the head to pay for the wine in which criminals wash their feet. Emerald Ritchie noted that Sir Anthony had clearly underestimated Lord Aiden and that it was time to put an end to their feud. Anthony was skewed by these words. There could be no talk of any reconciliation. He demanded that everything be cut off to Aiden, all supplies to the prison. He stated that while there was a riot, artillery fire could be allowed to be opened, but Sir Emerald replied that nothing should happen to the prison, so he was no help to Anthony in this matter. He lost control of himself and, like a wounded boar, flew up to Emerald's table and screamed that he had sacrificed his son so that he could take this position and no one would find out about his plan. The next second, a table lamp flew out of the window and landed on the asphalt along with shards of glass. It was raining outside, and one of the onlookers gasped at what was going on. The girl with the umbrella kept her eyes on the window where screams could be heard. Anthony fell silent, looking out the broken window, and Emerald declared that the word plan was completely inappropriate here, and Anthony should be glad that it was he who was standing in front of him and not the hot-tempered trio, otherwise he definitely wouldn't have managed to get out alive. He then stated that the matter with Aiden was closed and Anthony could go away. The guard watched Anthony come out and thought what he had done. He had never seen Mr. Ritchie so angry. At that moment, a girl ran towards him in the rain, barefoot, screaming and cowering. She was wrapped in a robe. He asked in surprise why Emerald 28 was dressed like that. The girl was too cold and angry to utter a word, and he, with wide eyes, said that she had just stood in this very place. He was ready to bet. Well, yes, she was almost hit by a lamp when they were watching the scene with the Sora. The girl called him an idiot and said that she had been kidnapped, and that the one standing there was a fake. The kidnapper took her to an abandoned residential building nearby. She took her clothes and made herself up to look like them and left them in that house. At this time, Carol, made up as Emerald 28, was walking under an umbrella. Seeing Anthony passing by, she turned to him. He saw the hanging number and asked, "She's from the Emerald Palace. What does she need?" She cooed that Mr. Ritchie had told her to tell her that even walls have ears, and therefore she wanted to continue their conversation. Anthony was happy and regretted that he lost his temper. He wants to apologize. Let her take him to him. At this time, the guard listened in surprise to the story of the real Emerald 28. Admiring the makeup of the one who pretended to be her, he did not even find a difference. This finished off the girl, who asked if he was a man at all. She immediately felt that she had small breasts when she stole them, and he says that he did not notice the difference. That one was flat. And now let him look at her and open her robe, exposing all her charms. Wouldn't a real man notice right away? The guy tried to light a match to have a smoke, explaining that after 5 years of working in the Emerald Palace, carnal desires no longer interested him. But the match fell out of his hands onto the wet asphalt. At that moment, the woman's hand was holding a shoe, from the heel of which blood was flowing. Anthony lay dead on the pavement in the pouring rain, with a dress on him and a pair of shoes next to him. Carol changed into her regular clothes and took off her wig. Anthony is dead, and what's more, there are a lot of witnesses to his fight with Ritchie. He stood facing the window and listened to Carol. The sun was setting. The girl continued to say that when Anthony's body was found, even Sir Ritchie himself would not be able to believe that he had not had a hand in it. Aiden praised her for the work she had done, because she not only killed Anthony, but also diverted suspicion from herself. So when the trust between them reaches a new level, the reward for cooperation will be greater. Gilala recalled her life and how she ended up in Rosa Prison. Gilala was a forest elf who had been living in prison for a short time. She fled to Silver City from her home continent of Helen. It all started because occultism began to spread in her native area. The red-robed devil and his army turned everything into chaos. Then Gilala had just become a water spirit, and she immediately had to run for her life. She drifted in the ocean on a piece of driftwood until she came across the continent of Freya. Her mission as a survivor was to tell about what was happening on her continent and warn about possible danger. After all, she understood that the Red Devil and his retinue would not stop on one continent. But upon arriving here, Gilala realized that the inhabitants of the continent of Freya were only concerned about power, money, and violence. Even children showed anger and cruelty. Having suffered through much hardship, she managed to meet a nobleman who agreed to give her shelter. And this became the last straw for her disappointment in people. He had not accepted her out of sympathy, but rather because he was interested in the skills of her kind to control their compatriots. Yes, she used her abilities to make a living before, but it's a completely different matter to use them to please a person who wants to harm others. And so Gilala was faced with a choice. Either continue her miserable life or try to change something. In the end, the accident and the attitude of that nobleman towards her put the final point in her patience, and thus she ended up in the Rose prison. She was sent to prison to reflect on her behavior. At first, Gilala didn't like Lord Aiden very much, but she began to watch him. He was not a nobleman, had no authority in prison, and was attacked every day like a punching bag. But the riot that took place changed her opinion of the warden. She didn't even immediately notice how a group of prisoners had gathered around Aiden, ready to act against the rioters. What is even more incredible is that the rebels had a clear numerical advantage and were routed to smithereens. Even the strongest of them were forced to admit their defeat before Aiden. Dahlia and Arsena threatened her to keep quiet about her kidnapping, promising that they would help Aiden in everything. And besides, Gilala can read emotions. Arsena said that 200 prisoners loyal to Aiden is not enough. Their number needs to be increased. And then she realized that her opinion of Aiden was wrong. Even if 1,000 prisoners sided with him, wouldn't his authority be unconditional? And besides, the warden has a kind heart. Even she was not bothered by other people's problems, and thanks to his patience, he saved many lives. She doesn't mind devoting her energy to such a person. And Gilala began to perform magic on the prison field for an abundant harvest, trying her best. The magic worked. The sprouts began to rise ahead of schedule in abundance. She believed that after he saw her abilities, he would use them for good. Gilala really wanted Aiden to become stronger. Before the Red Devil reached this continent, it was already dark. Gilala was still on the field, when suddenly she stopped. She remembered how those wooden figures fell out of Aiden's cloak. She also wondered why he carried them in his pocket because it was very inconvenient. Suddenly it dawned on her that he knew Evans was in an unstable condition. He prepared these figures in advance to use them on her. Then he is also cunning. When suddenly one of the guards shouted that it was enough to work, to turn off the light and go to the cell. The elf tried to drive away thoughts about Aiden and the figurines. She was just used to seeing the bad in people. Someone, by candlelight, wrote Mr. Yan the 25th denunciation of Aiden, signing it as a loyal Blue Hawk. It was the quartermaster working in Rose. She reported that the warden had lost all his strength, but he would be useful to them, considering his behavior during the riot. She sealed the envelope with a letter in which she shared her thoughts that in the future, Aiden would face difficulties from the aristocracy. So for now, he should just be watched. The last underground cell of the prison was checked, and the usual giant monsters lived there. One of the quartermasters said that the chief said that there is a scourge in the prison that will destroy the world, but first they need to deal with Frenda, find a pretext to remove her, and then they will simply disappear. The second one answered, looking at the carcass of the Venedigo's corpse, that they had lost him. But the first one answered that there was nothing terrible about it, and in general she was already tired of being a jailer. Congratulations, Aiden! Came from the dungeon, now he has finally learned to use the prisoners for his own good. While playing a game with the goddess, he asked if since he had come to this world he had not felt any hunger or fatigue. He spends all his nights in a daze, but, looking at his bandaged hand, he noted that this wound still does not heal. He is confused as to whether he is a ghost or a human. Meliferia smiled and replied that she herself would like to know this. His body is a vessel for the soul, created through alchemy, the wounds of which can only be healed with mithril. Fortunately, there is plenty of this mithril in the prison. She went on to add that Aiden could think freely, get married, and have children like ordinary people. It is true that children will always be born dead, so it is not entirely correct to determine whether a person is human or not using biological characteristics. Why not use behavioral patterns for this, as he himself thinks, whether this world is real? Aiden replied that of course it is real. He deals with prison issues every day. But Meliferia cut him off. In her opinion, he looked more like a patient in a coma and would only be able to breathe deeply when he let go of all his regrets. For example, he helped Veronica to cope with the pain of killing an innocent, or helping raise Evans. He only does it because he once had a daughter, for whom he could not become a good father. The goddess said in an icy and at the same time mocking voice. She struck at the deepest strings of his soul, remembering how he returned home from service to meet his family and what he learned. His father died in a fight with some scoundrels, and after that, Aiden decides to get a job at the prison where the suspect was being held in order to carry out lynching. However, hatred blinded him. That man was not his father's killer. He was only the twin brother of the real killer and had nothing to do with the crime. And the man who considered himself a representative of justice became a prisoner himself. His wife and daughter stopped communicating with him, and his relatives couldn't even look him in the eye. She kept reminding him of the pain of his past life, where all he could do was curl up in a corner and try to hide. He ignored a call from a doctor who told him that his mother was dying in the hospital, and when he decided to start his life over, he discovered that his body was living out its last days. Aiden asked if she could see all his memories. The goddess replied that not only him, but everyone who was in her field of vision. She can judge people's life experiences by their facial expressions, their gaze, and even the pores of their skin. In this world, everything functions thanks to the fusion of experiences of all living beings. She remembered about spaceships, space exploration. She couldn't even imagine what heights people could reach. Aiden couldn't understand why she was stuck in prison if she was so strong, to which Meliferia burst out laughing, saying that gods don't have a physical essence. She tried to explain in simple language that their planet is like an aquarium with fish. This body was one of the windows through which the goddess watched people. Moreover, this window was for him, for Aiden. The man clarified that it was her hobby to watch ants in an anthill. Bending her face towards him, Meliferia noted with a smile that when you throw a predator to the ants, that's when the real fun begins. Because choosing your favorite insect from among the others gives you a sense of belonging, doesn't it? She shared her observations that all new bugs behave the same when placed in a box. When they find themselves in an unfamiliar environment, they begin to behave conservatively. They either succumb to the bullying of other ants or wander around doing nothing. In this way, they want to show that they are harmless and do not intend to get involved in trivial matters. However, after a while, they become fully accustomed to the new environment. It usually takes insects 3 months to get used to a new environment, so his time has come. Aiden calmly replied that he was apparently a very boring insect and would not bring her any pleasure. Meliferia objected. She didn't doubt him at all. The value of an insect wasn't in how many ants it could kill at once, and whether it will be able to survive the attacks and wait for time for a counterattack. Trying to kill all the ants may be effective, but it is not yet time. It has nothing to do with the strength of the soul. The power that even gods dream of possessing is approaching its new owner, and it is he, Aiden. This is his key to return to Earth. The only question is that he came to this world with a soul full of resentment. So in what form is he going to return to Earth? As a human or as a demon? Aiden listened to the conversations of his subordinates unnoticed. One of the guards continued to work with an injury, since her house was at the foot of the mountain. If the prisoners escaped, who would protect her parents? She asked her partner to hide it, because if her boss found out, she would have serious problems. And in the city, she would definitely not find a job looking like that. In one of the cells sat a traitor who lamented her fate. What was the point of being a mole? She trained like crazy to get here. She thought that with Aiden's arrival, her conditions would improve. But over these 5 years, her life has only gotten worse. What's the point of wasting her youth on this? He walked further down the corridor. The interdents were ordered to line up to receive 10 pounds each. The treasurer, handing over the payment, clarified that taking into account income tax, police fees, and he transferred a bunch of other authorities, it came to 5 pounds. Then he went out the door, and whether it was real or not, he could not answer. He thought about her words, and whether this world was real, or was it all his pathetic desires? So in the morning he comes to work again. The prisoners and quartermasters greet him. Frenda meets him and tells him that he has received news. The owner of the Emerald Palace wants to meet him, but after recognizing him as the instigator of the riots, she believes that he should not go. But Aiden countered. This time they got off with a riot. But who knows what might happen next time, given his power. Frenda was worried about him and asked him to be careful, and she would try to cover the medical bills of their security. As he was leaving, Aiden said that it wasn't worth it. All they needed now was to be qualified specialists. You need to be able to understand others and integrate. You need to become part of some group that shares your interests. Then the system will work as it should. Frenda looked after him for a long time, blushing and embarrassed. Approaching his horse, he added that only by becoming a knight can one receive a worthy attitude towards oneself. Whether he was a man or a demon, it seemed that even God was not omniscient, he thought. He went deep into himself. That dark side woke up. But is it worth disturbing the dead? You just need to let them rest peacefully. Close your eyes and get away from all the troubles. He realized for himself that he could be both a human and a demon. The brighter the light, the deeper the shadow. Residents of the Silver City observed a strange cloud with a frightening shape. Meliferia smiled. the chess game was getting more and more interesting. Aiden raced through the central square of the Silver City, leaving dust behind him. At this time, the giantess and Aya looked around the prison yard in surprise at how long they had been in the hospital. The potatoes had already grown and blossomed. Aya scratched her head. How could it be? Could it really grow so quickly? But the giantess suggested that she eat first and then think. In the dining room, the prisoners were discussing the cook's new dish, potatoes with beef tenderloin, who came to her senses and decided to surprise everyone with a new delicacy. The girls at lunch asked the succubus why she had been so obsessed with Aiden for so many years. The girl answered sternly because he was handsome, but her friends still thought that there was something else here. Even beauty was not able to hold passion for so long. They explained that they considered her passion abnormal. She was ready to do anything just to take off the warden's pants, which is what had so charmed her. Succubus Phil wiped her mouth with a napkin and prepared to tell her love story to Aiden, a story that began 4 years ago. When she was just 14, she helped her mother look after her business, the Lilith International Holiday Center. She was sitting at the reception when people in uniform came in and demanded to see the owner, that is, her mother. Phil replied that her mother had gone to play mahjong and was not receiving guests. So why had they come? And then she saw him. Aiden smilingly replied that it was on matters of combating prostitution. The succubus was then very frightened. People from the Committee for the Investigation of the Activities of Evil Spirits were standing behind her. They started walking around the center catching succubi. An unconscious man was found from whom they squeezed every last drop. Aiden said that this was too much and that he would have to be punished, and little Phil told him to go with him. She said okay and started throwing a tantrum, making such a noise. Aiden was warned that this family of succubi was very influential in the Empire. The succubus defenders could block the Parliament building, it would affect them too. But Aiden said that how could the country depend on a bunch of sexual maniacs? He shoved a lollipop into the screaming Phil's mouth, then grabbed her in his arms, telling her that none of this was her business. He took her away to give evidence. She screamed, burst into tears, threatened her mother, who would beat him for this. But he calmly carried her over his shoulder, and that's when the turning point happened. She wondered how to describe the feeling that had overcome her. The girls began to suggest that it must have been a strong shoulder, courage and fortitude. But she remembered herself at that moment. It was light, illumination. She was enveloped in light and for the first time saw what holiness was. The committee people stood with swords, coats of arms hung, and Aiden walked straight. They admired him. She doesn't remember how long she was in this state. He put her on the ground. He opened the carriage door and, calling her sister, told her to get in. She was stunned, as if she herself had been consecrated. And while in that state, Phil looked around in amazement. From a vicious succubus, she turned into a maiden guarded by a knight. He rode on a horse in uniform like a real knight of light. So handsome! The friends exclaimed and gasped in unison. Well, then it's clear that they themselves wouldn't be able to fall asleep after that. And the succubus continued. She then thought that such an untouchable and bright person as he must defile a succubus like her, and it became her obsession. Since that day, her brain has been devouring her with these thoughts. Her inner self painted a picture of her throwing him to the ground and tearing his tight clothes. She will watch as he, helpless and burning with shame, looks for his clothes to cover himself. And she will kick him and tear off the remaining rags, then slowly move towards his face. She will take him by the chin and whisper in his ear that he dresses so decently for someone. Who does he want to seduce in this way? Does he know that it is dangerous for lambs like him to walk in the wild places? Bursting into hellish laughter, she will declare that she wants to saturate his entire body with the vicious power of a succubus. Then she will tell him to give up hope and not to resist. No one will help him. Imagining all this, Phil put her foot on the chair and burst into demonic laughter. But her ecstasy was interrupted by someone's mocking snort. It was Mandy, to which Phil pointed his finger at her, called her a stinking fox, and asked what the hell she was laughing at. Mandy replied that she laughed because only a virgin could fantasize about such perversions and not carry them out. The succubus turned red as a tomato, covered in sweat, and screamed what the hell she was talking about. Mandy burst into laughter, clutching her stomach, and tears gushed from her eyes. She and her friends at the table were hysterically laughing. And Mandy was sentenced by a 14-year-old succubus girl who met the man of her dreams, but never got him by the age of 18. I doubt that nothing will happen before menopause. At first, angry Phil couldn't say anything. And then she said, well, how many men has she had? Since she talks so loudly about something like this, come on, share your experience. But the friend fearfully put her hand on the succubus's shoulder, whispering that she knew nothing about the fox's past. Mendi is a very famous personality in the Seini Empire. She managed to captivate the hearts of many military leaders and collect large taxes from them. This led to disunity in the imperial family, and the princes began to fight with each other. Thanks to her abilities, she plunged the empire into chaos, and the people's lives became unbearable, which is why she received the nickname of the Great Homewrecker and enemy of all women. She is the craziest of all the prisoners, the uncrowned queen of seducing rich men. Mendi reached the ears of the succubus, queen of seduction. The very next second, Phil was lying at the fox's feet, begging him to teach her the skill. Through tears and snot, she screamed to teach her to be just as successful. Mendi said in a business-like tone that the price of 998 gold pounds included training, accommodation, and a guarantee. At this time, Aiden arrived at the Emerald Palace, where women were walking around in expensive clothes. They walked slowly and looked out for something. Suddenly, the clerk, trying to help the ladies, came across Aiden standing there. He apologized for his inattention and invited him to see Mr. Ritchie, who was waiting for him. He took him to the entrance and said that he could not take him any further since he had to remain at his post, but an employee would meet him there. Phil had already brought the required amount and placed it in front of Mendi, who explained that before starting training, Phil should definitely understand her situation, since she knew who her main rival was. The succubus thought. Many people look at Aiden's body, but as for the union of souls, Lord Aiden most often visits her cell, so she has no rivals. Nandi objected, and Veronica, doesn't Phil understand why she returned to prison and became a guard? But she triumphantly declared that Veronica was a wooden block in love affairs. And even though she herself had no practical experience, she beat her in theoretical knowledge. Mandy let out a resigned sigh and stated bluntly that no matter how deep her relationship with Aiden was, she would definitely lose if it came to marriage. The succubus closed her eyes in horror, to which Mendi reminded her of Veronica's situation. Although her social position is not the best, she is hardworking, purposeful, and as clean as a sheet of paper. All the attention of those around her will be riveted to her. More importantly, she has absolute power that attracts men to her, devotion, sensitivity, and strength. She sees at first glance what upsets her partner and can warmly support him. She will never leave a man in difficult times. And it doesn't matter how many failures there were. It doesn't matter how poor or rich he is. At the most necessary moment, she will open an umbrella and protect from the rain and offer a helping hand. Any man would be happy to marry such a girl, let alone Aiden. And now let Phil look at himself and answer what she can boast of besides daily fun. The succubus, covered in sweat and thinking, shouted out that she was rich, and Mendi pronounced the verdict that in such a status, she was fit for the role of a money-spending mistress. Phil grabbed her head and started screaming at the top of her lungs. Then she jumped up and screamed that she would fix it. She would no longer have fun, and in front of the frightened prisoners, she threw the vibrating crystals on the floor. But Mendi didn't appreciate it, saying that you can't give up your hobby to please a man. That's how your status drops, and to get Aiden you need a special approach. What should she do then, the succubus cried. But the fox declared that Veronica, although she had a good card, did not know how to play. She could not kindle a spark, and could only wait for a convenient opportunity. Then magically looking at Phil, who had opened her mouth, she said that pregnancy would help. Such a principled person as Aiden would definitely get married upon learning that he would become a father. And then, in caring for the child, the relationship would improve. Therefore, it is necessary to win his heart by any means possible. This is the only way to get Aiden, and she, Mandy, will help to choose the right moment. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded behind them that they were having too much fun. Menti turned around and froze. Behind her stood the Gorgon, looking like she was ready to kill. The entire dining room froze. Heads turned towards the Gorgon, standing in the most furious form at Mendy's table, and the succubus. Everyone saw that the jellyfish Opia had not been herself lately. She followed the fox Mendy everywhere. So Phil did not tempt fate, and said that it would be better for them to study another time. After which, like a bullet, she jumped out from behind the table. Mendy asked the jellyfish with displeasure what she wanted. She, with an innocent smile, babbled that she had seen a cat in the warehouse that could do somersaults, and that she wanted to show it to him. Mendy sat in complete stupor from what she heard. Afterwards, the Gorgon twisted her with her tentacles, saying that silence was a sign of consent, and to the general laughter of the prisoners, she dragged away Mendy, who was burning with shame. Aiden opened the doors of the Emerald Palace, as I heard a woman's cry calling for help. The girl threw herself on his neck and asked him to save her from a tiger in the tropical forest that had gone crazy. A huge tiger, grinning, emerged from behind the bushes. The girl screamed desperately, still clinging to Aiden, asking him to save her. He suddenly reached for the revolver, which caused him to hit the girl on the nose, causing blood to spurt out. Aiden pointed the gun at the tiger, about to pull the trigger, when the girl, holding back her blood, said what he was going to do. The tiger screamed in a human voice, raising his paws so that the master would not shoot. He was just an actor. The script said that he should hit him with his fist and save the beauty, and not shoot. Aiden, not believing it and still not lowering his gun, asked what he was getting at. They, seeing that Aiden was still adamant, began to convince him that thanks to the realistic acting and decorations, they allow guests to become part of a story where anyone can become a hero and save the beauties. Then the actors began to praise the stage halls with characters that he would surely like. This is the Emerald Palace, a paradise for men. Finally, Aiden sighed and replied that he was visiting Sir Richard at his invitation. The girl exclaimed joyfully, it was Lord Aiden himself. Sir Richie was talking about him and pointed to the door. Aiden moved forward and the actors followed him, saying that it would be difficult for him to meet Sir Richie today. There were such beauties in the palace. Opening the door, Aiden entered another of the palace rooms, where he saw a girl lying in a sarcophagus and a voice proclaiming that the princess of the Snow Palace had been sleeping for 3 years, and until now no one had been able to wake her up. A man came out and told Aiden that he was sent from heaven to wake up the princess. Aiden walked silently past and coldly declared that he was not interested, throwing away the hand of the pestering actor, who in surprise squeezed the chest of the sleeping princess so much that she jumped up screaming, "Oh shit!" Passing through the next room, which was equipped as a desert, he saw girls in masks. The girls surrounded him, not letting him pass and enticing him to join their gang of desert bandits. In the next room, there was an actress in the guise of an angel with a staff, asking him what his dirty wish was. Let him tell it to her. Then a tied girl in the most revealing image was waiting for him, promising to fulfill his deepest desires publicly or privately. Opening the door of the next room, he saw a little girl in front of him. He stopped without taking his eyes off the child. The girl looked him in the eyes and smiled kindly. Then he asked if she also worked here. But her mother was already running towards her, shouting why Lola was here again. The woman began to apologize, explaining that this was not a stage room, but a restaurant, and that the little girl was bored at home, so she came running here. Aiden then asked which room Sir Richie was in. The woman did not know, but suggested that he wait in the restaurant. The warden thanked her, pushed back his chair and sat down at a free table. The woman took her daughter away, explaining that her mother earns money so that she can buy toys, so she needs to obey. Aiden kept his eyes on them, his heart skipping a beat. He remembered his wife and daughter in that past life. He was brought out of his thoughts by a voice. So these are the kind of women Lord Aiden likes. And a cup of tea was placed in front of him. Aiden asked again, not understanding anything, when he heard the clerk wish good morning to Sir Richie. He stated that so many of his beautiful girls had not even earned a glance from the warden, and the woman with the child had attracted attention. But those who had retired could no longer receive guests. Such were the rules. Aiden asked him that he was invited to the palace to find out about his sexual preferences. Sir Richie replied that he had invited him, that everything should be settled quietly. He had helped Anthony during the riots in Rose against his will, and floating in this stormy stream, he must be sure that his boat would not capsize. While pouring tea, he continued to tell that in this whole situation Anthony was his boatman, and he was just a simple passenger. Aiden grinned and replied that his boatman had almost destroyed the Silver City, and that such a statement would hardly please the city's residents. But the official objected that now they were even, that was all. After all, 3 months ago, Lord Aiden took his mistress away without permission, so he has the right to express dissatisfaction. 3 months ago, our hero was reborn in the body of Aiden Garrett. Finding himself in an unfamiliar reality, he did not understand what was happening and where he was. The people in the square were horrified at what had happened to Sir Aiden, who was looking around madly and asking what year it was and what country it was. At that moment, a carriage was rushing towards him, and someone shouted for him to move aside. Aiden saw that they were transporting a cage with people, and the coachman said that it was for the Emerald Palace. No one was to come near or look. Aiden, trying to make out the people inside, muttered what the Emerald Palace was. Someone from the crowd shouted how Lord Aiden didn't know what the Emerald Palace was. It was a first-class brothel that every man bowed down to. They then said that this time there were a lot of newcomers from the slums, and another asked to speak more quietly. "These are toys for the rich." Aiden watched silently, trying to comprehend what was happening. The next second, the coachman screamed and grabbed the reins. Aiden pulled on them, causing the horse to rear up and the coachman to scream, after which Aiden told him that he had just called him Lord, in which case he demanded that all these women be released. He screamed in horror that the affairs of the Emerald Palace did not concern Lord Aiden, what he was doing. Then a shot was heard at the lock of the cage, in which the slaves were sitting. The door opened, and our hero declared that if the women did not want to go to the palace, then they were free, and the coachman shouted how he would now appear empty at the palace. One girl sitting with her back to him asked if he could give her a job. To force her to enter the Emerald Palace, all the companies that had blacklisted her were bribed. Aiden asked if the prison guard job would suit her. The captive walked out of the cage barefoot. The girl in rags knelt before the warden and said that she would serve him faithfully and truly. It was Frenda, the chief economist of the Dragon Spine Imperial Academy. With her abilities, she could assist the emperor in political affairs. When her family fell into decline and evil people brought trouble, she ended up in the slums of the Silver City. This woman is very proud. He tried his best to lure her into the palace to play the role of assistant. But when she was so close, Aiden took her away. Aiden apologized and replied that he was a little out of his mind 3 months ago. Afterwards, he asked if Sir Richie knew that the cells in the prison were overcrowded. Finding funds was quite difficult. So if Sir Richie wanted to do something useful for Rose, then he should not remain silent. But the official said that even though he had cut funding for the prison, Lord Aiden had a side income from the prison that was among the top 10 highest in the Silver City. Therefore, he wants to conclude that since the mayor's office turned a blind eye to his enrichment, the overseer can also help the mayor's office with some economic problems. A discouraged Aiden stated that Sir Richie was clearly overestimating his project. The money was barely enough to cover basic needs. This infuriated the official and he reported customs fraud to the prosecutor. Aiden didn't understand what he was talking about, so he asked in surprise, "What kind of gray machinations with what other prosecutor?" He looked into Aiden's blue eyes and said, "Doesn't that expression look like pretense?" At this point, Aiden lost his temper and irritably asked what the hell was going on. Tada Richie said, "Is he really earning his money honestly and sitting on one salary without any bonuses? Well, how was he able to stand firm when the security guards started quitting en masse? How did he contain the riot?" Aiden was confused, questioningly saying that something was wrong. Richie jumped up in a rage, knocking over the table and screaming for the customs prosecutor sitting in room 251 to be brought to him. The guards brought him in immediately with his pants down, which the suspect had not had time to pull up. Richie stood in front of him smoking a pipe and slowly said that Jayton was making a lot of money with his shady dealings. As a customs prosecutor, he charged huge amounts of money to transport a prisoner, using prison overcrowding as an excuse. The official listed the amounts that were collected for prisoners of different levels, but the money itself, or even part of it, never reached the owner of the prison. The prosecutor didn't know what to answer at first, then muttered that Lord Aiden had always fought evil, and so they were worried that he wouldn't agree to this. Richie kicked him in the face after this excuse. In a rage, he declared that he had no idea about such impudence. As far as he had just realized from the situation in the Rosa prison, the entire city was almost destroyed because of him. The prosecutor babbled in fear that he understood everything. Then Sir Richie spoke about the lack of need for legal proceedings. Taking the gun, he declared that since the prosecutor understands what he did, he must bear responsibility for his actions. The accused was screaming at the top of his lungs that he would pay for everything, but there was no need to kill him. Then Aiden intervened and asked him to make the decision himself, since it concerned his prison. His entire security detail was injured during the riot, and money is needed for treatment and bonuses for the staff. He remembered the killed guards who needed help with treatment. So Aiden said that he didn't care if the money was clean or not, whether he saved face or not. As long as he paid the money, he would keep him alive. The prosecutor gratefully begged for his life, declaring that he would take the money and personally deliver it to the warden. Richie chuckled thoughtfully and agreed with Aiden, giving him half a day to collect the amount. If it wasn't enough, then he shouldn't complain. The accused pleaded that the money would be enough to keep Lord Aiden satisfied. After he was driven away, Aiden asked Richie something he didn't understand. What are the reasons for these gray machinations? People hate other races. They are outraged that they are depriving them of resources and jobs, and accuse them of living in luxury in prison. Then why do we need prison at all? It's beneficial to someone is behind it. The official smiled and answered the question with a question about why the Dragon Ridge Empire was created. Aiden answered what he knew, based on the agreement. True, Richie confirmed. All those living there entered into a sacred pact by which all were equal, thanks to which victory was achieved against the numerous army of evil spirits from the Forbidden Lands. The contract is the basis of power. If the imperial power falls, then the whole empire will come to an end. Therefore, those who are in the echelons of power try in every possible way to strengthen this power. This is where the capture of criminals from other races comes in, and they are sent to prison with great fanfare. People will follow those who fulfill their desires. This is a cost-effective way to get them to vote for you. Find a common enemy and act as a savior. Aiden repeated the phrase about a mutual friend in the person of other races, and the concluded alliance, concluding that it sounded somewhat abstract. The official laughed and explained that this is a benefit, a right, and a desire. You just need to understand the goals. Then it will not look so abstract. Clever, Aiden agreed, and stated that if Sir Richie had no more business, then he had to leave. Aiden stood up and was about to leave, but Richie said that the warden still hadn't answered his question. Looking into Aiden's eyes, he clarified that they had sorted everything out. Aiden replied that of course he did, and that Sir Richie was different from the aristocrat he had imagined. Holding the pipe in his mouth, he said that he had survived to this day only thanks to a clearly planned strategy. If Aiden wanted to get involved in politics in the future, then he would have to plan his own. Aiden nodded and left without answering anything else. Mendy walked away from the Gorgon limping and groaning. As she walked through the courtyard, her comrades saw her, pointing their fingers and laughing, shouting, "She's come!" Mendy screamed in rage. What's so funny? She's the foreman of the work team. She was kidnapped and her team did nothing to save her. If the giantess had not appeared in time, she would have been covered in shame for the rest of her life. To which the giantess replied that she was helping because she was giving her her dinner. The girls laughed, calling Mendy so out of control that she promised the succubus to get Aiden, seduced rich men, and even bragged about such things. Phil put her hand on her shoulder and sympathetically told Mandy to forget about her training and she could keep the money for herself. She noticed a Gorgon watching them from behind a tree, and her gaze was not the friendliest. Everything inside Phil was calling for him to run. His whole being was screaming about mortal danger. But Mendy said loudly, "It is no longer a question of money, but a question of reputation." So she told the mockers that they would all see Phil get Aiden under her leadership. And then she would be the one laughing. Aiden drove up to the prison gates. The guards were getting ready to open the gates. Before he could get off his horse, Mendy was racing ahead and Phil was barely keeping up with her. She rattled off that in 3 days the potatoes were fully ripe. An incredible harvest. Aiden was surprised how this was possible, so the fox urged him to go see for himself. The succubus, forgetting about everything, with burning eyes, screamed that she would go with Lord Aiden. Mendy barely managed to hold her back, hissing that it was part of a plan to seduce Aiden. We need to do everything we can to distract Aiden from Veronica, so Phil needs to put his little head to work and think about it. She received many injuries during the riot and is now in the hospital. And now that everything is stable in prison, Aiden will definitely find a way to see her. A lonely man will be in the room of a lonely and injured woman. Will ask about her health, and these questions can lead to physical intimacy, and this will lead to irreversible consequences. Mendy described in vivid detail the process of Aiden and Veronica getting closer. So their plan is to distract Aiden with little things so that he doesn't reach the hospital and wait for the decisive moment. Frenda picked a potato bush that was fully ripe. She said in amazement, the male was dry and cracked. The potatoes had ripened overnight. She remembered how the nobleman who brought Gilala said that if they saw that the plants were starting to grow at an incredible speed, then they should call him to take Gilala back. Aiden listened to Frenda and thought about what to do. Gilala thought about what they were talking about, and in fear and anger she yelled at one of the prisoners, asking why she was shirking work. Then Aiden replied that he didn't see a miracle here, because if he was not mistaken, the potatoes were planted more than a month ago. Frenda thought for a moment, then bowed and reported that she would tell the Orans to be more attentive. And the warden began to ask how Veronica was feeling. Just as Aiden was about to go to the infirmary, Mendy ran after him. She stated that she had just overheard a verbal altercation in the interrogation room, and that Lord Aiden should go and sort it out. And the reason is that the Ant Queen refuses to testify to the junior warden. Aiden abandoned his plan to visit Veronica and rushed to the interrogation room. Upon entering, he asked his assistant how things were going with Meludzina. The girl replied that she was just about to report to him that the Queen of Ants refused to cooperate, no matter what questions were asked of her. The Queen Ant, in confirmation of this fact, turned her head away and snorted contemptuously. Then Aiden said not to waste time, to write down all the existing crimes, and it doesn't matter whether new data appears or not. She will still face the death penalty. But then Melusina indignantly shouted that such a small city as Cerebriani had no right to judge her. She was a serious criminal, and therefore should appear before the Supreme Court for evil spirits of the Dragon Empire. Aiden told her that even if she were to stand trial at Dragonspine, she would not escape death. And in general, he is not going to involve outsiders in this matter. She will answer for every murdered child. With these words, he ordered to write a case about the execution, and then transfer it to the court for cases of evil spirits. Mary became furious. She screamed, threatened that no matter how many children had not yet gone to prison, he did not dare to secretly kill her. At this time, the whole city was buzzing about the fact that the Queen of Ants was being held in Rose Prison. She did not calm down, saying that such a celebrity would be secretly executed in the Rosa prison, and that the whole city would be punished for this. The entire aristocracy of the empire, even the emperor himself, thirst for her death. They personally want to organize the execution in order to win the love of the people. Continuing to throw out arguments, she reminded Aiden that by doing this, he was depriving the Emperor of glory. Aiden didn't react at all, which made Melusina hysterical. Here the junior overseer intervened, carefully noting to Aiden that the imperial power was in decline, and if they did this again, they will really offend the Emperor. After these words, Aiden froze without answering. Having come to her senses a little, the Queen of Ants agreed with Aiden's assistant. She would be executed anyway, so why not in the capital, and in the meantime she would help them with prison matters. Recalling that many prisoners are still under the side effects of her drugs, and could get worse. Then she hit his weak spot, Evans, because she can cure her, but he wants the girl to go to school and become an ordinary child. Reminding how much a trip to the Dragon's Ridge Hospital costs, how much needs to be saved and cut from the guards' salaries. Aiden was still silent, standing with a stony face. His deputy nervously asked what she should write. When he came out, he ordered that Dolly be called, and that Meludzina be made to heal the prisoners. The girl nodded, and, a little confused and questioning, replied that she would start writing then. She read out loud what was written. That Meludzina, known as the Queen of Ants, had been arrested. Suddenly Aiden barked so loudly that the girl jumped up. On what basis to write so intelligently? He explained how it should be done. They arrested the beasts that had committed monstrous, outrageous crimes, which were countless and endless, and which had provoked the wrath of gods and men. Well, he told me to write that she was being held here because she had accomplices at large, and accompanying her over a long distance was unsafe. After which he turned sharply and left the room, just as Mandy and Phil were waiting for him. He was already starting to get irritated by Mendy's constant flickering, but the Fox reported that there was little security right now, so he had to report everything himself. The problem with the zombie Selena, who crumbles to dust every 3 months and then returns, but with more power. There are 10 days left until the next disintegration. The collar holding her is at the limit of its capabilities. It has already become noticeably colder in her cell and around her. Those who are nearby are at risk of frostbite. At this time, the zombie was truly furious and cursing the dragonborn Camilla from the neighboring cell. Aiden walked down the corridor, accompanied by guards. The cameras asked him to sort it out, as it was already very cold. A little more, and they would get frostbite. Selena rushed around the cell, jingling her handcuffs and wishing Camilla would die. She suddenly fell silent and stared at Aiden, who had approached. He calmly said that he understood that she was dead, and that the fact that she was being kept in a cell was outrageous. But he needed to show respect for others. Otherwise, he would have to die again. Then the zombie screamed, her voice pleading. She reminded Aiden that he had helped one prisoner get rid of a trumped-up case, so why wouldn't he take pity on a mother who had lost her child? She said that Camilla killed her 15-year-old son, and she was sentenced to only 3 years. and she herself is an ordinary peasant who had no other choice but to use necromancy to become a zombie and take revenge on her. She doesn't want to touch others. She just wants Camilla to receive a fair punishment. Then Aiden thought that there really was a lot of strangeness here. Camilla was not a noblewoman. She was born in the slums. There was no one to cover her, but she was given only 3 years. Aiden promised to look into the matter, knowing that some powerful hand from above was involved in this matter. Aiden called Arsena for help, who commented that she felt sympathy for the woman, although it was not typical for her. When did she become so human? The warden asked if it was good to leave the dead in the world of the living. Arsena agreed with him, but noted that this lady, referring to the zombies, sacrificed the path of reincarnation for the sake of revenge. So due to questions of professional ethics, she does not want to interfere. Aiden did not understand this religious term, but the necromancer explained that these are the rules of this world. After death, the body, the consciousness of the deceased does not disappear just like that. Therefore, it takes on a form. In other words, consciousness becomes a soul. The soul must enter the kingdom of the dead, where it must find the god of its faith and begin a new life cycle. In the absence of accidents, a person is capable of an infinite number of reincarnations. So this lady is the accident. She pointed out to Selena, who refused the path of reincarnation and turned into a zombie. If she dies, she will no longer be able to reincarnate, and her consciousness will be dead. If she dies, she will no longer be able to be reborn, and her consciousness will be dead. But Aiden objected, and that since she could no longer be resurrected, she chose a path full of pain. Then all that would remain for him was to put her to rest. Arsena reproached him for honoring those who destroy cities, plunder, elevating them to the rank of heroes, but finds fault with a woman who chose to refuse reincarnation in order to avenge the death of her son. Arsena made it clear that there was nothing more to talk about. She would not commit such unethical acts. He could simply take her doll that held the zombies' grievances, burn it, and be done with it. Arsena ran in, shouting that the customs prosecutor had come to see Lord Aiden, along with Treasurer Doug and Chief of the Guard Rosen. Frenda was nervous. Maybe they were up to something against the prison again. But Aiden reassured her that maybe they brought money. He remembered how the prosecutor promised to get the money as soon as possible. Frenda didn't understand anything about money, but Aiden promised to tell her when he finished, and for now, he ordered warm blankets to be distributed to the cells next to the zombies. The prosecutor, treasurer, and chief of the guard walked down the street to the prison. Rosen told the prosecutor to be as frank as possible with Aiden. He muttered that he was carrying money, which was far from sincere, but the head of the guard advised not to underestimate the warden. Anthony was killed. He personally brought the body in for identification and saw for himself what a hole there was in his head. They started to discuss who killed him. Then Rosen replied that many say that it was Sir Richie's doing, but they know that it is not so. Aiden is a wolf in sheep's clothing. They entered Aiden's office, bowing in a humble pose. The warden clarified that they were all leaders of that very case with the prisoners. They nervously answered in chorus that everything was so. Aiden then asked why every time he asked for prison renovations, they were turned down. He submitted applications for the construction of new prison cells, but never received a response. There is a risk of mass unrest due to overcrowding. Rosen cautiously responded that the authorities have budget problems. Aiden recalled that Richie had initially accused him of charging exorbitant fees for transporting the prisoner. But without giving them a chance to answer, he answered himself that expanding the prison would prevent them from laundering money. All three of them started making excuses, saying that they were having difficulties, and that's why they had to do this. Watching this, Frenda wondered how Doug and Rosen always looked at the prison with a sour expression, wondering what kind of business Aiden had caught them in. Aiden chuckled darkly. What kind of pardon were they talking about if they came empty-handed? Then Doug screamed in fear that the money had been brought and pulled out an envelope. Here was more than half of the profit from that project. They would never dare to take his share. Frenda took the envelope and automatically prepared to hand it over to her boss, thinking about what kind of profit they were talking about. But her eyes widened when she saw the amount of 100,000 gold. Rosen began to speak, saying that since he holds the rank of captain, and only thanks to this he pays contributions from this case, as well as salaries to his subordinates. Without them, he will not win the next elections. Each of them began to justify themselves by saying that thanks to such shady machinations, they managed to survive and not fly out of their place. If the profits ran out, they would fly out of their places. swearing that they wouldn't do it again just so Lord Aiden wouldn't get angry, but he calmly continued, since they were making money, then why not continue further? All three of them froze with their mouths open, and Aiden continued that since they were making money by putting people in prison, why not make money off the prisoners themselves? When a stunned Doug asked if Lord Aiden wanted to force prisoners to work, he replied that he would not just force them, but create a legal project that would allow businesses to hire prisoners. But the men spoke in fear. But the prisoners could escape. Aiden explained with reason that all prisoners would be provided with a check in prison. Besides, there was a magical barrier in the Silver City. He drew them an example. There are prisoners who are good with weapons. Let them imagine how they will be taken as instructors in the army for a guaranteed contribution of only 10,000 gold per year. And there are prisoners who are professional horse handlers. They will be able to train high-quality racehorses. And those prisoners who dig well and can create tunnels, for them the guarantee fee will be 30,000 gold. He will create a prison re-education committee. There are thousands of prisoners, and they all have different abilities. A job fair will be opened at the prison. In addition, there will be a constant cycle in the prison. Some prisoners arrive, the trained part goes to work. All three like this idea. You can make money on this. While they were animatedly discussing business, Friend stood silently and thought, well, what a harmonious business meeting. But Frenda knew that Aiden had some kind of plan. She knew him and his character. He would never let so many prisoners out of the prison. It reminded her of the situation before the riot, when he gave the prisoners a false sense of freedom. The moment the prisoners break any rule, the power will pass to Aiden. He can constantly give new interpretations of the rules, leaving the prisoners confused. If then the bait was imaginary freedom, now it is an imaginary bill. She thought about those who had been drawn by this bait. The security deposit for the prisoners' abilities. Only elite capitalists could afford such a high security deposit in the Silver City, Frenda thought to herself. Capitalists manipulate Parliament if you control them. You can partially influence Parliament. Now it became clear to Frenda which path Aiden had chosen. The Trinity stood and composed the formulation on the windowsill. Then Doug, holding the paper, happily announced that he had thought of everything. There should be no omissions. What would Lord Aiden say? Aiden replied that there was no problem, but they shouldn't rush into advancing their project too quickly. He needed to hold a meeting with the prison guards. And when Aiden added that the three of them should also be present, the treasurer asked, frightened, why they needed it. The guards gathered in the prison yard. No one understood why they were gathered so urgently, in broad daylight. Aiden began his speech by thanking them for their bravery in fighting during the riot. The girls started whispering, so they were called for gratitude. Then maybe they would give medals. And someone suggested that maybe cattle, although where would the prison get so much money? Aiden went on to say that he didn't want to go through the paperwork and award each person individually. He stated that from today, the salaries of the security guards who participated in suppressing the riot will increase tenfold. The guards gasped. This wasn't a dream. Their boss really wasn't playing a joke on them. Doug watched with wide eyes as everything happened. Rosen and the prosecutor played along with Aiden, so that's why he was in such a hurry with the money to reward the employees. The guards were jubilant, and Aiden was showered with thanks, even if it was only for a month. But the warden assured them that it was not for a month. As long as he worked there and held the post, the salary would remain in force. After which Aiden pointed to the trio and added that this was his initiative with the support of Treasurer Doug, Mr. Rosen, and Mr. Jayton, and the prison would be financed thanks to them. The next second, the trio, hearing this, almost lost consciousness. Doug tugged at Aiden's sleeve, yelling at him to stop. What did they have to do with raising prison wages? Then the warden turned around and replied that if it weren't for these guards, the entire city would already be in rivers of blood because of their machinations. So he was giving them a chance to show their good side, otherwise rumors would spread. Besides, there are only 90 guards in the prison now. So how could it be that much of a burden for them? The prosecutor muttered nervously that there were over 1,000 guards in rows, all because of Anthony's newspaper. Aiden replied that the discussion of that article about the matrons would soon die down. If nothing new happened, then the staff would return. Doug, still nervous, assured that frivolous employees would not have a chance to get into the city's government and state institutions. Aiden asked him as a treasurer whether increasing his salary by 9,030 gold could be considered an act of gift. The treasurer replied that since it was a gift, there should be no taxation. But as for taxation, it was managed by the commissioner of the Dragonspine Empire, and he couldn't interfere. So Aiden asks, so who should handle it if the treasurer couldn't? Doug replied that the guards should concentrate on the internal affairs of the prison, and he would go and find out how to arrange a salary increase without taxation. Aiden then told the employees that they must be obedient citizens and only pay taxes on 10 of the 100 gold they would receive. Among the joyful cries, the voice of a guard was heard who was sitting upset in a wheelchair. She turned to the warden and said that her leg injury was serious. The doctor said that she needed to be in the chair for at least 6 months to recover. Otherwise, she would remain disabled. She understands that she cannot work here as a supervisor, but she also does not know if she will be able to return in 6 months. Aiden responded to her words by saying that he had almost forgotten to announce the creation of a new department in the prison related to the draft laws that were being prepared. In other words, this department will be involved in training and correcting the thinking of prisoners so that they can integrate into society and work. Because she injured her leg, Aiden said, looking at the employee who had turned to him. Then she can get a job in this committee. The salary will be the same as that of other employees. All this was observed by Mendy and the succubus, who praised the mentor that Aiden had completely forgotten about Veronica. Mendy, with the air of a professional, replied that a little more and he would be completely physically exhausted. Then they would implement the plan to seduce Aiden. Phil asked excitedly if they would put a bag over his head or give him some medicine to make him lose consciousness. Mendy froze. Was she just kidding? Of course they were using the succubus charm, but Phil finished her off by admitting that she didn't know how to charm. Mendy shook Phil in a rage, yelling that she learned all her techniques from the succubi, but Phil said that he couldn't. She innocently admitted that they did teach this at the succubus school, but the classes were so boring that she read her rom-coms. Mendy was furious. How could she leave everything with this blockhead now? At that moment, the warden called out to her and said that there was something to do. She said the prison's policy was to reward prisoners by turning rebels into workers, and one had already been reformed and was ready to join the team under Mendy. Mendy almost lost consciousness when it turned out that this very same Gorgon was in love with her. The fox exploded. What kind of retraining is this? She doesn't believe in her pure motives. She refuses to take her at all. But the junior warden replied that she couldn't refuse. It was Aiden's order. As long as the Gorgon wasn't aggressive and was doing her job, Mendy would have to tolerate her. The Gorgon blushed with pleasure, not taking her eyes off her beloved, joyfully informing her that now she would be next to her. At this time, Dolly watched the Queen of Ants, who was treating Evans, chewing an apple. She lazily noted that she was surprised that Meiludzina was still alive. She worked wearing a mask and gloves. Evans was lying unconscious. It was already night outside. Then Meiludzina replied that she wanted to apologize to the teacher for disappointing her. Her case was transferred to the Dragonspine Empire, so she cannot be executed. Mary looked at her with an indifferent and uncomprehending look. Then she jumped up and exclaimed that she understood everything. She had prepared herself for this kind of event. How disgusting she was. The Ant Queen replied that Aiden was not an official, and therefore he could not look at this problem from the state's point of view. After making an incision, a thick worm emerged from Evan's body into the air. Meiludzina said that she couldn't wait to see Aiden's face when he received a letter from the Empire saying that she couldn't be executed, and it made her feel so happy. Dolly, still chewing an apple, asked what kind of disgusting worm it was. There were no such things in transformation lessons. The Queen Ant replied that it was a zombie worm from the Forbidden Lands, a parasitic creature that could not be cured with medicine. Such creatures live in the swamps of Forbidden Lands. The swamps in those places are not made of mud, but of poisons. God forbid you fall in there. Your body will immediately begin to mutate and rot. If you try to get out, you will only attract zombie worms. They will immediately penetrate the body, begin to merge with the organs, and then replace them. Therefore, those who end up in the swamp will experience organ proliferation, organ failure, and rotting. And this will continue until the brain dies. Then Dolly clarified that she saw that Evans's hands were covered with a poisonous shell. This is how the zombie worms protect her. But Meiludzina shook her head negatively. They were not protecting Evans, but her mechanisms. Evans herself did not need any protection. She is not even human. Anyone who is not a transformation specialist will not be able to appreciate all the perfection of her body. Evans endured the operation, which almost no one could survive, with ease. Like a bag, she can accommodate any device without rejection. She is like a vessel created by God himself. Rather than a man, she is perfection. She then asked Dolly for a second chance. vowing to turn Evans into an even more powerful weapon overnight. In response, Dali only laughed, telling her former student that she clearly did not understand the essence of things and did not see the real picture. News of her imprisonment spread quickly and has already reached Dragonspine and beyond, and her teacher Ramina must already know about everything. After these words, Meludzina's voice trembled. She muttered, "And so what? Otherwise," Dali continued. She went after her negligent student into the Forbidden Lands. After which, with undisguised pleasure, she informed the Queen of Ants that Ramina personally wanted to execute her, with her own hands. Meludzina sat down on the floor after she found out about Ramina, who was one of the founding witches, and in order to cover for her student, she changed her commandments, so if she didn't kill her, she would lose the respect of her students. Rosa's prison is most likely in her sights, so if she escapes, she will definitely be executed. Dali laughed again. It's funny, the boss doesn't like her in prison, but at liberty, she's waiting for ramen. Along the road, a horseman was racing at full speed, shouting that he had an urgent message from the Supreme Court for evil forces. While shouting for everyone to move out of the way, at some point the horse fell, and with it the rider. Getting up, he hurried to announce that it was forbidden to kill Meludzina. He staggered to the prison gates and frightened the guard with his appearance. Appearing in the office before Aiden, he announced that he had been sent by the Supreme Court to combat evil spirits. After handing the letter to the warden, the messenger added that Meludzina was of great strategic importance to the Dragonspine Empire and could not be executed. Aiden, having read the notice, answered whether this was a mistake. The common people would be angry, but the messenger replied that a mistake was excluded. The head of the Supreme Court, Harold, personally sorted everything out. In addition, the third son of the Emperor of the Dragonspine Empire personally delivered a letter to Aiden. Aiden asked again and tried to immerse himself in the memories of the real Aiden Garrett. He saw the palace, Aiden and the boy. It seemed the previous Garrett was the fencing teacher of the Emperor's third son. Here the fair-haired boy seriously asks him if he would like to. Then the memories break off. He only remembers that the boy's words were shocking for Aiden, and then he stopped contacting him. Now the warden opened the letter, unfolded it, and began to read. He wrote that they had not seen each other for a long time, and then he learned about Meludzina's imprisonment, after which he took part in the Supreme Court. Since the judges would not bother to explain the verdict, he himself decided to write and explain the reason. There is only one reason for Meludzina's release from the death penalty. She is the only person who has visited the Forbidden Lands and managed to escape death. You may think that the Forbidden Lands are just a dangerous patch of land on the map that our government is so tirelessly trying to take over, but the reason is much deeper. Previously, Dragonspine was only a border duchy of the Empire, but after the War for the Forbidden Lands, it proclaimed itself an empire. Now it is written into law. But the old part of the empire believes that the Dragonspine is not worthy of the role of an empire. So collapse is brewing. That is why they must capture the old capital of the empire to strengthen the imperial power. That is why Meludzina must not die. She will tell about the internal structure of the Forbidden Lands, the location of the enemy forces. This is necessary for the army. Afterwards, he handed over the letter to Frenda. It said that a position of advisor with good conditions and salary should be created at the prison. If there are still prisoners who have knowledge about the Forbidden Lands, they are allowed to take this position. Oh, and there was a note at the end that Harold was furious to learn of the riot in Rose, so he sends people to set up a branch of the Supreme Court in Silver City to ensure stability. The choice of location for construction must be made by the prison management. Information about restricted areas must be communicated to branch staff upon arrival. Frenda entered the room, and seeing the worms asked with disgust what they were, to which Dolly replied that they were necessary for the treatment, and by the way, it was successful, under her sensitive guidance. Frenda asked the Ant Queen directly how much she knew about the Forbidden Lands. The woman, in a frightened voice, told Lord Aiden to report that she had spent 10 years there and knew almost everything connected with them. Frenda was surprised. Usually, Meludzina snapped at every opportunity. Then she asked her if she was ready to atone for her sins in exchange for information about the Forbidden Lands. She would be given the position of prison advisor. The advisor will not have any restrictions on freedom in prison and will even have a salary of 200 gold, plus a workplace, a room in a dorm, and also receiving any food or drinks. But she will be required to report her location 3 times a day. An image of Ramina looking for her appeared before Meludzina, and with a trembling voice she answered that she agreed. She now felt fear and horror about the outside world. After the words of the witch Dali, Dolly hit her so hard that she almost lost her teeth. The witch began to offer her candidacy because she also knows something about the Forbidden Lands. Frenda began to conduct an interview about how long she had lived there and how to win if a war with the Forbidden Lands began. Dolly did not give a clear answer to both questions. Frenda pronounced the verdict that she was not suitable, while Meludzina, pale and frightened, said that she would never escape from prison again. She thought gloomily to herself that now she would have to sit in prison forever, and during the riot she had offended many people, so she needed to find a patron. The treasurer asked the guard to report to Lord Aiden that he needed to speak with him. The guard opened the door and let him in, and an icy chill blew over them. She explained to Doug, who was shivering from the cold, that there was a zombie woman in the prison who was about to disappear, which was why it was so cold. Aiden saw him and asked what happened and what his issue was. He said that they needed to take a step towards each other. Aiden was not in the mood to engage in dialogue with him, but the treasurer explained that he had seen a messenger from the Dragon Ridge, and that something was brewing. So he begged him not to forget his old friend if any business was planned. But the warden replied that the messenger had come about canceling the execution of the Queen of Ants. But this is not what the treasurer meant, because there are many rich people in the Silver City, but their level of influence is limited. In general, he was looking for a warden to negotiate guarantees for the prisoners. It would take quite a long time to persuade members of Congress. So he remembered that Aiden has a good relationship with one financial magnate. He controls 30% of parliamentarians, and if he can be persuaded. But Aiden himself did not understand who they were talking about. The treasurer explained that this was the owner of the Big Gold Tooth Tavern, who had bought the Rosa Prison Brewing Project a few days ago. Lucius, nicknamed Goldtooth, is not only rich but is the leader of the Skull Gang, an organized crime group he assembled from the homeless people of the city's slums. This gang destroyed another blood gang. Even the police couldn't crush that gang, and now it's clear who the boss is in the northern part of the city district. And Lucius has many fans and followers. Now, even among the elite. Lord Aiden knows for sure that the boss of the Blood Gang, the Dragonborn Camille, is currently locked in Rose. So he should think carefully about a business partnership with Lucius. Why not use this opportunity to help himself? Aiden replied that he was currently dealing with the issue around Camilla and Silela. The Golden Tooth meant that he would meet with him, and when leaving, he ordered to prepare a zombie doll. If the situation did not improve, then burn it. Aya stood next to Lissel, asking how much longer she would have to lie low. The prison staff was in no hurry to expand, so they would be ordered to look after the prisoners. But she replied that every time she went crazy, she needed at least a week to recover. She then turned to her roommates, who were talking and laughing. She asked how they could lie quietly and talk. They tricked her into beating the prisoners and then they escaped. But one of the girls smiled and replied that they had not run away but had gone into the depths of the battle where it was most dangerous. Then, looking closely at Lissel, she noticed that after so many years, she had matured. She said in amazement, "Have they met before?" The neighbor replied that it happened, but it's unlikely that Lissel would remember. So many years have passed. She heard an argument about the blood werewolf. Someone was saying why they weren't afraid to harm themselves for the sake of humanity, but were so afraid to do it for their children. The girl looked out from behind the curtain after hearing the words that if there is a choice, then who would want to be a dog for others? The man aggressively told the assembled people that people have their own gods. The orcs have theirs, and their ancestors betrayed the orcs and joined the people. They must not allow themselves to become slaves just to survive. It is better to give up your life, but let your children live in freedom. Blood. Streams of blood. She remembered his words. If they should one day die shamefully, let her not mourn them. He smiled at her then and said clearly, "It's a deal." All her relatives were dead. She remembered it well. She remembered the noose-like sign that appeared when she fought during the riot. Then, something gave her the strength not to die. At that moment, she was not just a werewolf, she became like a deity. Now the girl looked at this sign on her back while sitting in the hospital room. Aiden rode his horse through the center of Silver City. Then he saw the sign for the Golden Tooth Tavern and stopped. The workers laughed and said that if Lord Aiden wants to drink, he needs to come in the evening. The bar is closed now. Dismounting from his horse, the warden replied that he was not here for a drink, but for their master Lucius. The worker replied that he was joking and that the owner was in the backyard accepting the goods. While they were walking, he chatted about the agreement with the prison. In the backyard, Aiden was met with a bleak picture of ragged and exhausted people, grayness, and dirt. He turned around and on the other side was a rich street, expensive carriages, ladies and gentlemen in luxurious clothes. Only a fence separated the rich life from the poverty-stricken existence. The worker brought Aiden out of his thoughts and said that he always enjoyed watching the expressions on the faces of those who saw the true face of the Silver City. Most of the slum dwellers give up part of their harvest for the opportunity to live on these lands, which provide food for the entire Silver City. After he told the boys to report to Lucius about Lord Aiden's arrival, a tomato flew at the warden. It was a boy in rags and screaming, "So it's you, Aiden." And then, the bad guy who put Sister Camilla in prison added. The worker took out a cleaver and ran up to the child, growling as if the little beast dared to insult the dear guest Lucius. The old man fell to his knees and shouted that he would compensate for everything, but let them spare the child. He was still little. The man hit the beggar in the face with his boot and yelled that all this old stuff did not compensate for the insult inflicted on Lord Aiden. Then it was the boy's turn to be grabbed by the hair. The child was crying, and the worker said that if it had been his fault, he would work it off. But he was unlucky he had touched Lord Aiden, and if he doesn't deal with him, then it will be a disgrace in front of an important guest, and putting the boy on his knees, he asked Aiden how to deal with him. The poor people shouted for Lord Aiden to have mercy on the child and grandfather, asking him not to kill them. Then the warden pointed with his cane at that very tomato lying around, and looking at the boy, he ordered him to eat him. Everyone froze, and the man didn't understand anything. Then Aiden calmly replied that this was the kind of food they feed in prison. He wanted the boy to eat it. The next second, he flew to the ground with the words, "To obey Lord Aiden." The child was sobbing and chewing on a tomato, and Aiden said that it wouldn't end that easily. That every day he and his grandfather would come to prison to sleep and eat pig feed. And as entertainment, he will allow you to inspect the torture rooms and let everyone in the tavern know that the homeless can be sent to him for punishment. After he said that he enjoyed watching torture, the workers applauded. "Well done, Lord Aiden. He is honoring them." The crowd of beggars grumbled that the hero was no better than the executioners. The higher the status, the more vices. When a fight was brewing, Lucius came out and called the worker. He said that so much time had passed and he had not invited Lord Aiden to come in. When the owner called the worker Carl, Aiden asked again for his name, and the man repeated that he was Carl Polbo. Aiden explained that he simply meets a lot of people every day, so he gets confused about names. But he has a little book in which he keeps the names of people he finds interesting. As he went to get the Lucius, Carl cooed that it was an honor to be included on Lord Aiden's list of interesting people. When they were left alone with Lucius, he noticed that everyone spoke of the warden as a fighter against evil. But he was so cruel to the poor. Aiden told him that he had been in business for so long that he had not learned how to present himself properly. In front of the townspeople, you need to put on a good show to impress. This way you can deal with the unsightly poor, and the townspeople will take your side. Lucius praised Aiden for this approach, and he reminded how he killed Jalon and even Anthony because of an unfair accusation of a werewolf. It was clear that the leader was checking Aiden. Everyone around froze, waiting to see what would happen next. Lucius's workers were in a state of nervous tension. Some were nervously smoking. Others were keeping their hands on the handle of their cleavers. Finally, Aiden casually and with a smile dropped that if Anthony had told him that Jalon was his son and had paid a visit, everything would have been over long ago. It's a pity that he didn't understand the rules and sent a bounty hunter to kill him, Aiden, for his attitude towards people, so he helped him save his honor. Lucius stretched his mouth into a smile, revealing gold teeth. Then he excitedly shouted that everything was correct. The law was the law. And the rules were the rules, which was why, having learned about Anthony's murder, he had rushed to sign a contract with the prison. Moreover, he would have lost a lot of money if he had not established cooperation with His Excellency and shouted to everyone that Lord Aiden was his honored guest today. He led Aiden along and told him what the city and slums looked like 10 years ago, and said that by working as a miner and extracting silver, you could make a good fortune. He also hoped for this when he came here 10 years ago, but was left without a piece of bread and a roof over his head. Now look at him. He not only got back on his feet, but was able to take over small and medium-sized shops in the city so that they would pay him for protection. Gangs and police are no match for him, but he still needs the giants of the Silver City to bow their heads to him. That's why he took over the brewing project in Rose Prison in order to take over the entire alcohol market of the Dragonspine Empire. Lucius was inspired by the fact that a small town on the outskirts of the city could actually afford to compete with the capital, something that even large companies could not afford. And when their project was implemented, everyone would understand who was in charge in the Silver City. Then Aiden handed him the document of the prisoner guarantee bill and stated that there was a faster way to make him the main one if Mr. Lucius helped with its promotion, then the terms could be discussed. He looked at the warden and then replied that the congressman had already spoken about this bill. We hand over prisoners and receive commissions for mediation, and concluded that we will not allow this bill to be passed. Aiden didn't understand why Lucius was against this, because in addition to production, prisoners can help solve complex problems. Goldtooth explained that yes, but now is not the time. The strong point of the group of small and medium enterprises headed by him, including on their side there are many ruthless thugs. But when it comes to money, his opponents, the big businesses, have the advantage. Right now, the two sides are in a delicate balance. But if the bill passes, it will all depend on money. Whoever has more can hire more prisoners. So for them, it is self-destructive. He pushed the document aside and added that he shouldn't be considered a complete fool. This bill will never happen. Aiden wanted to answer something, but didn't, and silence reigned. He remembered the treasurer's words, that if one of them had an acquaintance in the person of a high-ranking official of the Dragon Ridge, then the power of this person would increase many times over. Connections are what the elite of the Silver City desires most of all. Smiling, Aiden replied that he should go back and think about it carefully. As he stood up, he seemed to accidentally drop a letter with a seal from his inside pocket. The envelope bore the dragon spine crest. Lucius's expression changed in a second when he saw the coat of arms. Pointing to the letter to the warden, Aiden thanked him, replying that he couldn't lose such a thing. This letter was from the capital and contained an order to build a certain project. Lucius asked what kind of project this was, if the order came from the capital itself. Calmly, as if it were something unrelated, Aiden replied that the VSPDN was preparing to open a branch in Silver City, and he had been tasked with choosing a location for construction. Goldtooth, holding the letter with glowing eyes, replied that the bill could be implemented if the branch was built opposite his tavern. Moreover, the bill would be implemented within 3 days. The warden seemed to be thinking and said, "Build opposite the tavern," after which he thought out loud that there was nothing impossible about it. The committee made this decision because of the Forbidden Lands, and the slums are closest to the Forbidden Lands. Goldtooth replied that they had agreed and offered to have a drink, but Aiden apologized and refused. He is allergic to alcohol. Carol, having come to the warden in Rosa, was outraged that he was not there because he never leaves the prison. She then said that she was there to visit a prisoner, and Deputy Aiden asked who exactly. Leaving Lucius, Aiden brushed against a man who, rubbing his shoulder, groaned that you need to look around when you walk. The warden apologized but did not take his eyes off the man. For some reason, he seemed familiar to him. Suddenly, he said the name Bruce, and the man opposite, holding his glasses, muttered the name Aiden in shock. He remembered him kneeling in his office. As he asked for protection, he told everything with a confession for Veronica, her innocence. Then he was in the most depressing state, full of madness. He burst into tears and apologized for covering up for the murderer. Seeing his immaculate suit and the two behind him, he asked why Bruce was walking around dressed like a charlatan. He should be in prison. He said it was a long story. He was put in Tren prison because he was an accomplice of Jolan. He fully contributed to the identification of the real murderer. So the sentence was short, but his heart was so restless, it was as if society had fallen into some kind of abyss of madness. He wondered why some people behave in a permissive manner, while others are as meek as ants. This is all because some are well acquainted with social laws, while others are not. But were laws created to serve people? How did it happen that people were divided into classes, although all people are the same? Thinking about it all the time, he found the answer. All the original purposes of the laws were forgotten. He remembered the statue of Bai in the Rose Prison. He was the one who removed the barrier between humans and other races, uniting them to fight the evil spirits of their forbidden lands. So why was such a person not canonized and has no inheritance? And then it dawned on him that being in prison wouldn't change anything. He had to do something. And then Bruce finished putting on this suit. And he created the Bayerism sect dedicated to Lord Bayou. They encourage justice and brotherhood. And this is the key to the harmony of all things. After which, adjusting his glasses, he quietly added, "But since they lack money, they can only develop in the slums." Aiden exhaled from such a flow of information and wished Bruce luck, noting that in the near future, he would have to visit the slums and ask about the dragonborn Camilla. Carol sat across from Camilla in the meeting room and told her what she was doing there. and yet she had fulfilled the agreement between them. In exchange for her help in hiring members of her bloody gang as bounty hunters, she must give her the treasure left by her father, the pure-blooded dragon. One of the 12 artifacts of power and order, the Feather of Chaos. More than 20 years ago, a sensational incident occurred in the slums. A woman was charged with involving her 8-year-old daughter in activities with her clients. But it was not the mother's actions that caused the sensation, but the actions of this girl. After the deal was completed and the client closed with the girl, heart-rending screams were heard, and the man was screaming in a voice that was not his own. A woman passing by walked in and saw the kid tear the thug to pieces. Everyone saw that the silent girl had dragon horns on her head. And after that incident, her name spread throughout the slums. Aiden realized that they were talking about Camilla. Moreover, people from the Empire came to find out Camilla's origin. But when they found out that she couldn't become a flying dragon, interest in her disappeared. But the children still made up legends about her. At the tavern, the storytellers told Aiden that in the slums, children were often used to make money. Many children ran away from their dysfunctional families and sought refuge with Camilla, who became their queen. She led them east, and they began to survive in a garbage dump. Several years passed and the dump became a refuge for all the disadvantaged, since there was nothing to take from the orphans, and the bandits did not pay attention to them. At first they lived peacefully, but then a war began between the Sani Empire and the Netherland vampires. Many deserters fled the empire to get away from the war, and the slums became their refuge. These refugees spread the rumor that in Sani there was a woman who was ready to adopt orphans and even pay for them. Selling several children made it possible to live comfortably for a year. And that's when the bandits turned their attention to Camilla. There was a roar, tears, children were taken away. A real hunt began for them. It is unknown how many orphans were taken, but many disappeared. Shots started to ring out. The older boys began to defend themselves and protect the little disadvantaged ones as best they could, and the bandits began to attack with weapons. Finally, something huge appeared. The roar of this creature was like an earthquake. At the end of the night, the gangs holed up in the slums were forced to flee. Those who survived united into the current Skull Gang, but they never dared to enter Camilla's sphere of influence again. Since then, the people living in Camilla's territory have called themselves the Bloody Gang and started hanging flags on their houses, although Camilla herself had no intention of creating any gang. Back then, it was one of the few times when it was possible to live peacefully in the slums. But the police forced the Bloody Gang to answer according to the law. Aiden asked if, as they said, Camilla's hands were covered in blood since childhood, then why was the murder verdict handed down so late? The informant replied that this time everything was different. She did not kill a vagabond, but a citizen of the Silver City. Slum prostitutes, deserters, bandits. If one of these residents dies, no one cares. But that time a little boy, a resident of the Silver City, died. He had citizenship and the right to vote, and the police came for Camilla. Calling her a troublemaker, she was accused of murder, although everyone in the slums knew that she did not do it. The Blood Gang is a force created to support each other. The boy was 15 years old, Camilla was arrested, and bandits began to rule the slums. Taxes in the form of grain and agricultural products began to pass through Lucius. Aiden asked what they did when Camilla was arrested. His interlocutors answered that nothing. The police had weapons. Aiden reminded that the total population of Silver City was 300,000, with about 240,000 of them living in the slums. And most of the slum residents used the Blood Gang's mark as their patron. When asked why, when Camilla was taken away, they all just looked at it and didn't try to help. The interlocutor had nothing to answer. He remembered how Camilla was taken away, and the others were ordered not to move or they would be killed. The girl was taken away and everyone just watched. Aiden stood up and said that they treated Camilla like a free bodyguard, but in general he understood everything that happened there. One of the informants was Bruce, who said that Camilla was simply set up, but she could be saved like Veronica. But Aiden said as he left that he asked questions simply because it was interesting to hear gossip. Meanwhile, Camilla replied to Carol that she had not forgotten about the agreement. Once it was fulfilled, the dragon's treasure would go to Carol. But all she asked was to teach the band of bounty hunters independence. Carol replied that she had already created problems for her, and that to become a first-class independent killer, investments were needed. Although if you buy magic talismans, it might work. The official price is 500 gold pieces per piece, and there are more than 200 people in Camilla's gang. Even if she sells herself, she won't be able to collect the required amount. But the girl replied that she knew the price of the talismans and, turning to the door, asked the warden to give all her money to Camilla. Carol was amazed at where she got the money in prison. She admitted that she worked as a bodyguard for a succubus and saved up. But Camilla threw up her hands in disbelief. The sum exceeded 100,000 gold, which was how much she could have saved up by working as a bodyguard. But after a couple of seconds, she screamed fuck when she saw a chest full of gold coins. What family is this succubus from? She held 100 gold coins. Such coins are only circulated in narrow circles of the empire. And you definitely won't find such a coin on the market. Camilla was sorting through the coins and asked if this succubus had given her money without even looking. Camilla thought about it, remembering that Phil gave money for emotions, depending on how angry she was at this or that offender. Carol said that although the chest was heavy, she estimated that there was about 50,000 gold in it. Therefore, she will have to find the same amount again, to which Camilla replied that everything depends on this succubus girl. She is her only source of income here. Work was in full swing on the prison site, with prisoners plowing the land. Gilala shouted that there were no nutrients left in the soil, so it was necessary to collect organic waste from the tanks and transfer it to the compost pit. There was an unbearable stench coming from the hole that the prisoners had dug. Almost all the organic waste was used up. Where to get more to fill the pit? The second foreman was a giantess who devoured loaves of bread while supervising the work. One of the prisoners suggested taking a break to get away from the stench, to which the giantess laughed and replied that they had killed people and set fires, so stop being hypocritical. She gave the order to fill the hole and then the work would be finished, devouring another loaf. Suddenly, a piece of bread fell into that very hole. The giantess wheezed, her gaze becoming fierce. She got mad and decided to jump for a piece, holding a bunch of loaves in her hand. The girls tried to stop her. The admonitions that there was enough food in the prison did not work. The giantess screamed that it was shameful to waste food. As a result, the girls scattered in all directions, and their forewoman swallowed the piece of bread pulled out of the hole. Jilalu and the others were sickened by this picture. She and her subordinates stood there, unable to move from what they saw. At this time, she heard the Gorgon calling her, who cooed in confusion where her mentor Mendi was. She was looking and looking, but could not find her. Jalala screamed that she didn't know why there were so many foremen, but she worked alone. At this time, in the hospital ward, Lissel was enjoying idleness and said that one patient and the other one takes care of her, meaning Aya, who did not leave her side. Mendi has gone missing and can't be found anywhere. The giantess eats bread that fell into the sewage, Gilala screamed. Were they really making fun of her on purpose? Maybe that was enough. Then, taking off as if from a spring, before the eyes of the astonished prisoners, it flew off to the side. Having landed on the asphalt, she said that she could neither see nor hear anything, and that even toasts would not wake her up. So the elf decided to forget about everything and enjoy the peace. The peace lasted until she was splashed with dirt from a passing carriage, and a curse began to spread out in the middle of the road. Then she screamed so loudly that the prison vibrated. But the Gorgon was all tenderness and calm, declaring that there was no need to shout like that. She would find Mendi herself. She was beaming with playfulness at finding her mischievous mentor, who had decided to hide from her. Suddenly she stopped and listened. Something was coming from behind the bushes. Mendi and Phil were hiding in the prison dorm bushes. Mendi taught Phil magic, how to put power into a wish using ancient runes. It's like a loaded gun. All you have to do is pull the trigger. She sent power into the succubus, causing her to stagger. Everything was filled with pink smoke which permeated every part of the body. Seeing Phil's stomach contents coming out, she explained that nausea was a normal reaction, and charm spells were generally only effective on the opposite sex. There are more advanced methods, but because of the rebellion, the collars have become more rigid, so it won't be possible to show them. Phil wiped her mouth with her hand and prepared to repeat. She began to try, saying that she was catching particles of desire, accumulating them. And she threw it all at Mendi, expecting results. But she threw up again, and Phil asked, upset, why she was feeling sick again. Mendi, with the air of a guru, explained that Phil had made the wrong rune, so she used another spell from the empathy charm system, continuing to explain that in this way Phil had instilled a charm in her, as a result of which, naturally, she threw up, when she suddenly thought about what if she bewitched Phil, thus helping her deal with Aiden. She asked the succubus, who was sitting covered in vomit, what she had eaten to make her feel so sick, and found out that it was steamed fish. Then she advised me to control myself. She almost splashed her too. But she didn't finish. A gorgon stood above them and noticed their location. Phil didn't see her because she fell asleep sitting up from fatigue and nausea. When she opened her eyes, there was an expression of mute horror on her face. The next second, the gorgon, screaming "Stink! I'll kill you!" rushed to strangle the succubus. With her last strength, wheezing from suffocation, she tried to recreate the charm spell. She pointed it at the gorgon who was killing her. And at first, Mendy didn't understand at all what she was planning to do. The gorgon's face was truly terrifying. She dropped Phil and turned to Mandy. She said that if he touched her, she would report it to management. But the gorgon knocked her down to the ground, pressing her firmly. Glowing with love with all her snake-like appendages, she kissed Mandy, who screamed. Phil stood there in snot and tears of horror, hearing Mandy calling for help. She couldn't forget that the gorgon had almost finished her off just a couple of minutes ago. While she was kissing the fox, the succubus decided to run away shamefully, screaming that she was scared. Mendy, in the arms of the loving gorgon, hissed as she looked at the running away student. She shouted after her that she was a scoundrel. She taught her the charm spell without question, put her dignity on the line to help her win Aiden. But at the critical moment, she simply ran away, so shamefully. And then Mendy hissed that the only thing she couldn't forgive was betrayal. So since she didn't stand up for her, she shouldn't blame her for cruelty. Mendy cast the King of Boyfriends spell. This is a basic skill that turns any object into a launcher. Phil felt vibrations as she made her way through. She thought it was charm. Turning around and whining, I saw the gorgon approaching. She flew madly at the succubus, screaming that she smelled great. Phil screamed in a voice that wasn't her own, asking for help. Mendy vomited and said that this was the price for betrayal. The gorgon, seeing nothing but Phil, ran after her at full speed, destroying everything in its path. The succubus ran towards the standing Mendy, offended, exclaiming how she could do such a thing. Running up, Phil tried to cast a charm spell by shooting a beam at Mendy. Mendy stopped and thought, wow, the chick just wanted to break her wrist. A second later, the two of them were running away from the maddened gorgon. Phil continued to cast a charm spell at Mendy. Repeating and repeating, she tried to break through Mendy as they ran. Then the fox cast a mute spell at her, which hit the succubus in the face. Mendy began to lose control. With a wild look filled with rage, she screamed that it was too early to compete with her. The next second, she stepped on a sharp stone with her bare foot. Screaming in pain, she hopped on one leg as Phil caught up with her. And then Phil, proclaiming that he would defeat her, cast the spell, Fail Blow. Mendy dodged and threw the succubus away with her tail. As she began the transformation, she told Phil that she had started to rejoice too early. There was no stopping Mandy. She was screaming that even a collar wouldn't stop her from beating Phil and making her pee. She straightened her tail, which began to grow, swallowing up the file and the gorgon. They were lost in her tail as if in the depths of the sea. Mendy yelled welcome to her training center and cast a spell over the dark garden. Phil tried to get out, gasping for air. She heard Mendy's voice saying that the more she struggled, the less strength she had left. Besides, there will be a hair attack now, from which there is nowhere to hide. A heavy stream hit Phil in the back, causing her to scream in pain. The secret power of Mendy hair is the highest understanding of sensitivity. Stroking the hair, according to the fox, will make the saint confess to her Placian sensitivity. And the succubi's body sensitivity is 100 times higher than that of ordinary people. Phil felt completely helpless. Screaming didn't help. She was out of breath. It was as if a fire-breathing volcano was exploding in her body. Mendy was enjoying the succubus's torment, but she wasn't going to stop. Let's see what happens if she continues to inhale the arousing mist in a confined space. And she added even more of the exciting fog. Phil was already passed out and foaming at the mouth when she heard Mandy's voice. Aiden this, Aiden that. She wrote him. What's wrong with her? Travel the world and conquer all the handsome men. That's what she should do as a succubus. Mendy ordered to help her mentor, intelligence, virtue, enough. We need to release the succubus nature that she has been holding back for 18 years. It's time to get back on track. It's included in the cost of training. From now on, they don't owe each other anything. And at that moment, the gorgon appeared with eyes burning with passion and pounced on Phil. She screamed and heard the words that after her training, it would be a short time before she would leave the Snowstorm King's palace for the Dragon Ridge Empire. No one will ever know her name. No one. But just 4 months ago, she stood on the balcony of a magnificent palace and heard a voice asking if she was happy. Below, men were chained on all fours. 23. Empress of the Succubi. Lilith Lucia said that she collected these beautiful men from all over the empire. There are 365 of them in total. They are a sacrifice for their magic. One of the succubi exclaimed that Queen Phil was already engaged and that it was not good to do this before the wedding. But the queen ordered her to be silent. At her age, she knew too little about political marriages and she should have learned about it before getting married, Phil lamented. That it was not necessary, she had already sacrificed her heart. The queen glanced at her daughter. Wow, she still hadn't forgotten him in 4 years. Phil was childishly surprised that her mother knew everything. The queen noted that ever since she was caught by that judge named Aiden, Phil had started running to the court office from time to time. Well, who else but a man could charm her daughter so much? The succubus girl was glad that her mother knew everything, so she decided to tell her directly. She doesn't want to be like her mother. There is still resentment in her heart. And sadly, looking into the distance, she added that she knew about her duty. In the future, she would inherit the title of Lilith and fall into the political whirlpool of the Dragon Ridge. And she will have to confront the Committee for Combating Evil Spirits, using all her strength to protect the succubi. She has long been aware of her responsibility. Duty comes first, and she will have to forget about love. But he always feels emptiness in his heart. And while she is free, if sparks of love do not flare up in her heart, she will definitely go crazy. And in the future, she will be disappointed in herself. The girl, with tears in her eyes, sincerely told everything she wanted to tell. Then the mother replied that if she went to the Silver City now, she would still have time to break off the engagement. The girl, not believing her tears, grabbed her mother by the leg, showering her with gratitude. But wouldn't breaking off the engagement bring trouble? But the queen replied that she was ready to fight the whole world for the sake of her daughter. But will she be able to pass the test of desire? Now Phil was lying under Mendy's spell with the maddened Gorgon clutching her. I remembered the words that desire is a succubus's weak point. The queen replied that many succubi had tried to experience love like humans, but in the end they could not resist the temptation, and halfway through they tasted the forbidden fruit, plunging into it and unable to get out. When cheap desire becomes a daydream, it becomes impossible to understand true love. For a succubus, as for a human, there is only one opportunity to leave precious and exciting memories. Gorgon, burning with lust, looked down at Phil, cooing that she was so shy and causing so much trouble. But it's okay. She learned how to do a massage that will quickly relax her now. Phil couldn't move, sweating, trying to gulp down some air. Then a blinding light burst into her chest, and she passed out. As if floating in zero gravity, she was carried away in space. Out of despair, she began to scream, cry, begging for salvation. The Gorgon was jubilant, and now she uses an advanced massage technique to make Phil fully open up. She became as creepy as if from a nightmare and prepared to attack the succubus again. A violent tremor ran through her entire body and Phil screamed. The snakes from the Gorgon's head crawled towards her, nipping. As if in zero gravity, the succubus fell into unconsciousness. Opia had her completely under her control. It was like an earthquake, and Phil felt like she was falling off a cliff. Screaming, she tried to grab hold of the support, clutching the Gorgon's body. She pointed her finger at her and asked, well, she should already feel the taste of joy. Phil exhaled sharply, her face expressionless now. Then, barely smiling, she asked, and that was all. The Gorgon screamed in indignation. How could she be so cold after everything? The girl raised herself up on her elbows and told her that nothing would work out for her. Is she just playing with vibrating toys for fun, for the sake of the wildest ambitions of her youth, to fully enjoy the long-awaited delicacy? She underwent demonic training that is difficult for an ordinary person to imagine. And now she is the perfect succubus, overcoming the shortcomings of her race. Phil jumped up to the Gorgon, who didn't understand anything, and poked her in the sides with her fingers. She screamed with every fiber of her being, clutching her head. Then, furiously pushing her pursuer, she screamed, "Who was the chick now?" The Gorgon was all ablaze, screaming like the mouth of a volcano. Mendy was in a stupor. This can't be happening. How could she do it? The first to surrender was the Gorgon Opea, who lay defeated. Phil had seen Mandy pull this trick before. It's quite easy to get tangled inside the tail, but once the pressure drops, a loophole will appear. It will be possible to move in the direction of growth and then be able to find her body. which is what Phil embodied when she got out of the tail. This stinking fox shouldn't underestimate her. The girl folded her hands to begin the operation to free herself from the dark forest of Mendy, and she made a dash with the call that Phil from the Lilith clan will punish Mendy. The tail and lower part of the body felt unpleasant and painful. The fox screamed in fear. Then, a stream of light pierced her tail. The stream hit her painfully. Mandy squealed and jumped, and Phil was free. Falling on her stomach, Mendy cried out in pain with tears in her eyes. The succubus turned around and calmly added that she really thought she didn't deserve this. Let this serve as a lesson for her in the future. Then Phil's face changed, her eyes bulged, and she realized it was time to run. Standing on all fours in pain, the fox screamed after her, asking why she was running away. And then, with a wave of anger, she threatened to beat the crap out of her. Opia was already standing behind and lovingly cooing that she wanted to repeat it. Mendy burst into tears of despair and helplessness. Meanwhile, the prisoners were still working on fertilizing the land. Gilala was hysterical that she still stank and couldn't wash off the dirt. The giantess was still gobbling up the loaves of bread while watching the work. And anyway, why clean this place? She ordered all the workers to come to her. But Mendy ran towards them, and Opea followed her. Mendy was happy. She was saved. As soon as she used the charm spell, she would immediately be free. She had already raised her hand up and was just about to use her charm when she froze. She realized that she was standing in stinking mud. The Gorgon stopped behind her in bewilderment. Then a mud splash appeared from Mendy, collapsing into the mud, and everyone standing nearby was drenched. Spitting out a stream of mud, Mendy screamed why the mud pit was not covered with anything. And then she fell silent. Something was wrong, but what? She is up to her shoulders in shit, and Opia is mincingly shifting on the clean ground, looking guiltily at Mendy. Oh, so that's it. The Gorgon is afraid of getting dirty. She found her weak spot. Throwing a piece of dirt at the Gorgon, she shouted for him to come down here. But the dirt fell on all the prisoners. The enraged fox screamed, "Doesn't she like chasing her?" Gilala, who had just washed herself, received a chunk of dirt in her face. The giantess's loaves of bread flew out of her hands. Chaos ensued, and everyone was screaming. Gilala fell on her back. Loaves of bread rained down on her. And before she could come to her senses, she saw that her death was near. The maddened giantess flew with all her weight at the elf because of the loaves. Gilala was already mentally heading to a better world when she heard the words where the guards were. The neighing of a horse was heard and the warden arrived. Aiden returned and asked why it smelled so bad, whether the toilet had burst or something. Freda ordered everyone to follow to the shower room. They looked at the prisoners with Aiden, all covered in mud, and Freda said how the hell old they were that they were still playing in the mud. Then she asked Aiden if he had found out what he wanted in the city. He replied that he had at least learned about the power structure in the Silver City. As expected, power is divided between two groups of city officials. The first consists of small and medium-sized trading enterprises, factories, and the petty bourgeoisie. And the second one is one of the local trading giants. Through bribes, they force members of parliament to act in their interests. They approve laws that are beneficial to them and repeal those that are unfavorable. Aiden shared his plans with Frenda. If he wants stability for Rosa, then he needs to get the right to vote in Parliament. And for this, he needs connections with some deputies. The girl suggested that this would be quite difficult given that the system had been in place for a long time, meaning that most officials were already cooperating with local entrepreneurs. Aiden agreed with her, so they had to be taken away. This is one of the reasons why he wants to introduce a law on guarantees for prisoners. It will allow him to penetrate the city's businesses and learn their affairs from the inside. But the plan changed when he learned that they were more interested in the presence of the Supreme Court in the Silver City than the law itself. Frenda noted that, of course, for the elite, connections with high-level capital institutions are very attractive. Aiden said that he would sow discord among their ranks, and the news of the construction of the Supreme Court in the slums would be brought to the attention of the authorities. They used their advantage to make the elite fight each other for the right to own this area. And then they would watch as the losers were eliminated, which made Frenda very happy. She admired his potential. But she shared her concerns with the warden about hidden dangers inside the prison, and at the start of the mass layoffs, she appointed the most capable to leadership positions. But the personalities of these women worry her, then there was no choice, and now she will take care of the investigation. She and Aiden decided that he would take care of external affairs and she would take care of internal ones. When they entered, they saw that the floor was covered with layers of ice. Could it be that the cold of Salela had spread all the way here? Aiden wondered. Frenda slipped and almost fell down, but Aiden deftly managed to catch her. Then a voice said, "Sorry, I'm too tactless," with an ironic laugh. It was Carol, who had noticed more than once that she always arrived at the wrong time. But the warden said that she was just in time and invited her into the office. But Carol suddenly screamed that she needed to calm down. She was still a child. But it turned out that all she needed to do was spread rumors, and for her it was a trifling matter. She winked coquettishly and asked Aiden if the committee was true or not. But he asked without question. But he reminded her that she needed to remain anonymous, which even offended the girl, and she herself understands this perfectly well. As she left his office, she waved her hand and said to wait for her with good news, at which time Evans came in to see him. Dolly and Arsena stood behind the girl, and outside the door, Carol was skating on the ice and cursing. Dolly asked the warden what he thought Evans looked like. Aiden didn't quite understand the question, and looking at the girl, who was looking at him directly, and without emotion as always, he answered that it was okay. Dolly stretched Evans' face like a test, declaring that it was more than good. There was no lethality in her. Only a little elasticity remained. Now she was no different from ordinary people. Aiden asked his friend about Evans' enrollment in the school. She explained that the bloody and deadly Reaper Evans was previously registered. She is too famous, so she changed her name to Aisha and applied to the school for aristocrats. Aiden replied that she might have an accident at school, so she needed to find a companion to go to school with. Frenda replied that she would take care of it and left the office. Dolly did not leave and flashed before the warden, saying that it was thanks to her that Evans looked so good. But Arsena interrupted her and said why Miladzina could work as a prison consultant and even get money for it. And they were with him. They did not spare their efforts. The girls were all indignant, and she had a room in the dorm and food and an office. Wasn't it too much? They were indignant why she had such privileges and not them. Aiden stood up and calmly replied that this was an order from the Empire, and their cries would not help. Let them appeal. He was leaving the office, but they grabbed him by the cloak. They shouted in unison that if Meludzina could move freely and they could not, she would destroy everything again. How could they keep an eye on her? Arsena spoke about the cold. The prisoners would simply freeze. When Arsena shouted that she could, as an exception, solve this problem, only let her be a consultant, he stopped. He remembered the unfortunate zombie who couldn't leave, cursing Camilla. I remembered the words of the guy from the bar, that he didn't understand how Camilla could kill a 15-year-old boy. And then the warden replied that if they could handle the Salina case properly, he would consider hiring them as consultants. Arsena beamed, declaring that Selena would be free tomorrow. It was late. The lights were on in the prison and no one was sleeping. The prisoners, shivering and wrapped in blankets, warmed themselves by the stoves. The cold was unbearable. Melusina came in and offered to drink tea. Expensive black tea from the city. Better than drinking boiling water. Everyone should drink it together. Isn't it great? But Mendy was suspicious of her proposal, wondering if she wanted to poison everyone. But Melusina hastened to deny everything. She had recently been treated so badly. And would she have dared to do so? She had a position as a consultant, and now they would have to cross paths often. Mendy noted that she was apparently afraid of their revenge, and Galala snorted contentedly and said that tea alone would not be enough. All the prisoners wanted tea to warm up. Finally, she put tea in Camilla's cell. Then, turning the bag over, she added with disappointment that there was nothing left. The prisoners sitting behind bars began shouting in unison. What about them? If they don't drink tea, they'll die of cold. Running up to the zombie, she asked her to stop blowing cold air. But she burst out laughing. She wants to be kind to the prisoners at her expense. If she helps kill Camila, then we'll have a good time. Melusina replied that she was sending her to kill, but how to do it. But in response, she heard no instructions, only more zombie abuse. The enraged Selena screamed that if she couldn't kill Camila, then she should get out and she didn't care that the others would freeze to death. But Melusina stopped her. Why all the noise? She just asked how to kill. At this time, Mendy and Gilela discovered that their noses were bleeding. There were shouts that there was poison in the tea, that people should not drink the tea, it was poisoned. Camilla was coughing up blood and could barely stand on her feet. Most of the prisoners were already unconscious. The giantess wheezed that the Queen of Ants had poisoned them again. Selena froze looking at all this, while Meluzina reported that now she can stop the cold. Aiden's minions were eliminated. Camilla lay unconscious with a trickle of blood at her mouth. No breathing was heard. The zombie couldn't believe that retribution had taken place and Camilla had died. Meluzina walked down the prison corridor. Voices were heard everywhere. Some were horrified that she had poisoned the prisoners. Some were delighted that Aiden's henchmen were dead and asked to open the cells. Selena laughed. Finally, the mother had taken revenge for her child. Then she turned into a glowing outline and began to dissolve. The vampire asked the Queen of Ants to let her out. This time, she would definitely take revenge on Aiden. But Meluzina grinned. What other substance? Her work is finished. The vampire thought that she had decided to start a riot again, but was disappointed. It turned out that Meluzina had simply played the role of a poisoner so that Selena could find peace. She laughed. The prisoners are alive. They just took fake death pills, that's all. The angry bloodsucker promised to leave no living place of her when she left. When the Queen of Ants began to boast, may she know who she works for, she was thrown aside by Arsena, who was preparing to not lose face with Aiden and do everything as it should be. The radiance of Selena was still in the chamber, and Arsena took off her shoes to enter it. Is it possible to save this broken soul? Arsena understood that this was a very difficult job and was going to use one of her techniques. She threw her thing through the bars into the burning glow left by the zombies. Dolly approached and asked if everything was over, to which she received the answer from the necromancer, that in this world, yes, but in the world of the dead there are none. The girl threw her glasses to Dolly so that she could see for herself, and she opened the book of summoning and began to say the spell. Arsena was engulfed in greenish flames and hung in the air. She wanted to be transported to where a part of Selena's soul was now. At some point, she switched off, still hanging in the air, and then she collapsed with the book on the floor in front of the frightened Dolly. Arsena's spirit was not in the physical world. She was transported to find Selena. A faint glow appeared before Arsena, who opened her eyes. When I realized where she was, I wasn't surprised. Where else could a broken soul go? It was a world of the dead, forgotten by God, where lost and broken souls wandered. The girl began to make a call. It was difficult for her to keep her soul in this world. A huge hand of shapeless souls reached out to her as Arsena shouted that she was calling the Dweller of Fire. Glowing peals began to appear, and the inhabitants of this world seemed to freeze. A creature resembling a snake with one eye appeared from under the ground. Then the Dweller of Fire took the human form of a female goddess. It was the spirit of the crypt of this world, the enemy of light and all living things. A huge stream of power burst forth, and the deity soared above him. Arsena took the burning flame of Selena's soul, saying that the destruction of the soul is a sin that God cannot allow. She took the radiance of the soul in her hand, saying that the necromancer who destroys the cycle of life should not even hope to survive when meeting her. On the prison floor, Arsena opened her eyes and heard Dolly's voice. Now she understood how a necromancer gets into the world of the dead. The body lies motionless, and someone can do anything with it. Arsena replied that this is precisely why she asked for a calm environment. She really needs a consultant position, with a personal office and dormitory. This is extremely important. Meanwhile, the prisoners began to come to their senses, discovering blood and their heads splitting with pain. They were ready to beat up Meluzina, who tried as best she could to explain that she had no intention of poisoning them, that this was her assignment from her superiors. Having tried to get Dolly to stand up for her, since she knows everything, she mockingly threw out, "Yeah, right. She set her up during the riot. And now, let her sort it out herself." Meluzina realized that she was left alone with the angry prisoners, and she rushed to run away from the crowd of girls who wanted to beat her up. Arsena stated that the problem with Selena was resolved. She believed that revenge had been accomplished and calmed down. Fragments of her soul are stored in the world of the dead, so there is hope for rebirth. Camilla woke up and listened to the conversation between Arsena and Dolly and did everything as needed, dealing with the cold. The girl had just come to her senses, and hearing what had happened, she thought about Aiden's plan. The next morning, Frenda went to work as usual. Now she would pick up her injured colleague and drive her to work, even though she was embarrassed and claimed that she could get to work on her own. Frenda was driving her colleague as usual, and they were chatting nicely when a fat little man yelled at Miss Frenda. He ran towards her as fast as he could and friend had tried to remember where she had seen it, and she remembered that this was the failed groom whom she almost shot, and she screamed at the man rushing at her that she said she was married. But he joyfully shouted back that he was not after that. He was talking about a new project with the Empire, about building a branch, and he wanted to ask if it would be possible to carve out a place for the tailors' union next to this branch. Then, realizing that he had not yet introduced himself, he bowed and said that his name was Mark and that he was the chairman of the tailors' union in Silver City. The girl said that it was not her decision, but Mark rattled on that he was giving a 50% discount on the uniform for the female guards in order to make friends. Trade unions sew clothes for the nobility, and in general, for officials of all ranks. On this day, everyone wanted to talk to the guards of Rosa Prison who were on their way to work. One man winked and said he had heard about the delicious food in Rosa Prison, but the guards could come to his hotel after work for free. The pretty girl presented the rings, declaring that if she could open a store nearby, the guards could choose whatever they wanted. The whole city was buzzing, and a huge line of people wanting to befriend Aiden formed in front of the prison. People in the crowd were talking among themselves that, of course, people who want to get into the center of the capital happen once in a lifetime, but there were so many of them. The debate was observed by a small boy from the slums who had come for punishment. So that's why there were so many people at the prison gates flashed through his mind. The guard reported to Aiden that there was a boy from the slums named Leo standing outside. And Aiden remembered how, in front of the workers, he had assigned punishment to the boy and his grandfather. Aiden ordered that the smallest size of the guard's uniform be found for the child and brought to him. Seeing the little warden in front of him, who reported that the old man's wound had not yet healed and he had come to receive punishment for both of them, Aiden smiled, telling the boy that even though he was little, he was braver than many of the slum dwellers. Soon, high-ranking residents will come to present gifts, and he needs to carry out tasks to free Camilla. And so the reception of visitors began. They let them in to see Aiden one at a time. Enter Dick, the antique dealer from Silver City. He wanted to expand his antique business by building a branch in the capital. The antique dealer gave the security guard an ancient blade from the Suri Empire. If he is allowed to open a store next to the branch, he will give it to her on a permanent basis. Aiden noticed that he had heard rumors of some desperate people who had risked visiting the Forbidden Lands, places where even the army did not dare to enter. But Dick replied that how could he, an honest businessman, dare to set foot in the Forbidden Lands? Leo couldn't take his eyes off the antique dealer as he told him that poor peasants, ready to do anything for money, might have gone to those lands. It would be great if they brought something back from there. The boy remembered how his grandfather told him why he wouldn't let him go to the Forbidden Lands. The peasants there were supposedly offered highly paid work at a very risky price. He remembered how this gentleman approached the guy sitting on the ground next to the corpses, asking about the others, but they all died in the Forbidden Lands. As soon as the remaining ones returned, their bodies began to mutate, causing excruciating pain. They could no longer wait for him to come for the goods, and the boy handed over a 16th century dagger from the Suri Empire. Meanwhile, Aiden declared that the Vispens was an important organization in the Empire. The construction of a branch should be considered comprehensively, and he could not take bribes. "Oh, come on," the antique dealer replied. "What a bribe? It's just a gift. And on the legs there are a few small inscriptions with zeros that will make the warden happy." Aiden tapped his fingers on the table, and Leo began to sweat. It was their agreement that as long as he followed orders, Aiden would consider releasing Camilla. Leo had to remember the code. When Aiden knocked on the table, the person had to be kicked out. Aiden knocked. Dick stood waiting. Finally, the pale boy babbled for him to go away. The man did not understand, looking at the child, and asked who this young man was. Aiden replied that in his position he didn't like to talk much, so he found a herald to make it easier to communicate. The boy exhaled. Well, at least he was introduced. A picture popped into his mind of when this gentleman took the blade from the teenager who had survived alone after returning from the Forbidden Lands. He calmly replied how he knew that the blade was genuine. Then there were shouts of "What are you doing?" and everything was covered in blood. The guy was cut, stabbed right in the chest, and a mocking voice said that apparently yes, it was real, it cuts well. He laughed after killing the boy, saying that now everyone was dead, and there was no one to send commissions to. He and his grandfather hid in a barn. Then the grandfather told the boy that they would be afraid to kill only if Camila returned to the slums. Life would be easier with her. And then he snapped and shouted at Dick to get out. They don't take bribes, or he'll be arrested. He backed away in fear, asking to calm down. He didn't think that Lord Aiden was so principled. When he left, Leo was breathing heavily, and Aiden, praising him for a job well done, told him to get ready for the next visitors. The warden handed Dick a blade and told him to follow her. He thought gloomily, now they're even taking him out through the back door. What's the matter? The child is lecturing him. The warden said she would take him through the back door and he would understand why. The girl leading him said that Lord Aiden had been receiving visitors with gifts since the morning and could not accept him because of his status. She opened the door to the room with gifts, but there was nothing there. It seemed he understood what was going on, and the girl nodded. Gifts shouldn't be in plain sight. The warden nodded radiantly, smiling that he was an intelligent man, but he should understand that he might not get what he wanted. There were a lot of people asking. He laughed back and said he just needed a chance. And I thought to myself, VSPNDS is such a powerful organization of the Dragon Ridge Empire. What do they need in such a remote city? Only the best of the best have the right to join an organization of this level. And now, if someone manages to gain connections with the Supreme Court, then his entire family will receive the title of honorary citizens of the Empire. Therefore, a piece of land next to the VSPDN is not just land, it is a path to direct success. So the crowd at the prison gates was not lined up just to open a store. This is to close the passage and install a toll road. What a crazy power that allows you to control people on the way up the career ladder. All the capitalists in the Silver City feel its breath. Dick looked at everyone standing with gifts, realizing that no matter how much it cost, it would all pay off. At this time, a carriage was passing by the prison and stopped, seeing the crowd. Lucius was angry that someone had leaked the information. It was his pie, and he didn't want to share any pieces. The person sitting next to him said that there were a lot of people in their camp. They must have sent spies. Lucius called them soulless rats and told them to invite Aiden to the show tonight. It was noon, and Aiden dismissed his young assistant until tomorrow. Leo asked again, like until tomorrow, to which Aiden explained that he didn't think that they accepted everyone in one day. He would work until the whole line was accepted. And he asked if he had enough courage, to which the boy replied that at first it was scary, since the inhabitants of the slums did not dare to look at high-ranking and powerful people. But then he realized that they were the same people, and it became less scary. Aiden repeated the boy's words thoughtfully and said that if the slum dwellers understood this as well, then Camilla would leave prison safe and sound. After all, if someone put Camilla in jail once, they can do it again. At that moment, Frenda came in and announced that she had found a chaperone for Evans. It was Aya, who scratched her head and said that she was 16. Wasn't it too late for school? Aiden said to take little Leo with us. We shouldn't waste a good sprout. Leo stared at Frenda, asking what she was doing here. A girl from the beast race reported that a letter had arrived from home. They remembered that their princess was in prison. 3 stood at the window, saying that soon the beastmen would arrive in the Silver City. 2 more in robes were watching the prison and discussing killing Aiden and teaching a lesson to those holding the princess. The beast princess said that in the minds of her species, an adult female defeated by a male considers him her property unless a stronger rival appears like the lions. Standing on the balcony, she said that she had met beastmen who ran away from home to avoid marriage and broke off relations with their families. Again, because of marriage. The girl standing nearby burst into laughter because there was a princess of a large kingdom in prison who also did not want to get married. Another stated that she believed that they should deliberately give in to the beastmen who challenged them, in order to become a princess again and enjoy honors. To which the princess replied that she believed that she did not want to get married, she simply could not stand families like those of the beastmen, where the wife was a valuable prize for her husband in a duel. If the husband loses, a new one will appear. And if he wins, you will be forced to be friends with his other wives. She doesn't understand such bloody family values. Why should she obey the rules if she herself can give these losers a beating? The secret of her ideal marriage was simple. It was a change of roles. She would be the one who walked, and her husband would sit with the children and do the housework. Isn't it wonderful when after a hard day at work you come home and your husband is taking care of the children? One of her friends pointed her finger out the window and asked if she meant him. Outside the window, Aiden walked the children to school, telling them to listen and behave well. The princess saw this and her face changed. She wanted to say something but couldn't. Having seated the children in the carriage, he asked what they would like to eat after school, and he would prepare it. It was a direct hit to the princess's heart. She was conquered. The girl froze in anticipation, closing her eyes. She already saw her family life. She returns home. Aiden meets her cooking in the kitchen, with a smile that his beloved has arrived. A baby starts crying in the cradle, and Aiden immediately rushes to him. He takes the baby in his arms, calming him down. Now daddy will feed him. Then he goes and warms up the baby formula and gets ready to give it to the baby. The princess sighed in her world with a blissful smile. As she heard the words, did Austin really have that stupid girlish expression on her face? She jumped up and screamed, "What are they thinking? She is a princess of the beastmen and cannot marry a jailer." Moreover, there is a war between humans and beastmen. But her friend noticed that Austin's father would not be happy to learn that she does not want to get married. But if she pretends that she wants to marry a man, then her father will be so scared that he will allow her to remain unmarried. The princess was amazed at the ingenious plan, but how to do it so that they would believe it? Then her friend burst out laughing, clutching her stomach and saying that she was joking. No way! There is already a succubus in the prison who has her eye on Aiden. But Austin wondered, what if she gave him the opportunity to court her? After all, heroes also fall in love. The friend reminded that the succubus acted in a pushy manner, which did not work, but she understood that there would be no punishment for this as such. The constant pressure on Aiden needs to be eliminated. Flirting and teasing break the barrier, and that's how love is born. Let's not forget that succubi have the strongest energy of charm. What cannot be achieved with words, they will do with force. In simple words, one of her friends summed up, the princess is not as sexy as the succubus, especially since she constantly makes herself known. In short, she will have no luck. But on the other hand, what difference does it make what the outcome will be? It's all for the sake of rumors about a fictitious marriage. The princess scratched her head. She had never been in a relationship. She didn't even know how to approach Aiden. The friend replied that she shouldn't worry. She would talk for her. She would just have to come over. And then, when they met, they would talk about marriage. Austin was stunned, but was that even possible? Aiden and Frenda walked the children home, and he said that he didn't know that Leo lived in her area. The girl replied that when Leo has free time, he drops by their house. Her husband teaches him to read. It's no wonder he's different from the rest, Aiden noted, asking if she and her husband had thought about moving to the city. She was making good money now. Frenda explained that her husband was an aristocrat with a strong sense of self-worth, and it would be a shame for him to rely on a wife who earned a lot of money. Aiden learned that Frenda's noble husband was in the slums because he was paralyzed from the waist down and had no say in the family. But Frenda always believed in him. If he had not taken her to study with him when she served him, she would have remained illiterate. Aiden noticed that Frenda's husband was talented, and he would be happy to meet him, and if there was a suitable vacancy, he would definitely offer him a job. The princess's friend called out to Aiden insolently, calling him a little jailer. Aiden and Frenda were shaking their heads, and finally the girl shouted that it was a personal matter, and he needed to come over. Frenda and Aiden exchanged glances as they listened to the stranger scream, and Aiden decided to go and figure it out. The girl continued to proclaim that it wouldn't take much time. She was happy with how she had cleverly arranged everything, and was leading two naive victims behind her. A gloomy Meluzina walked along the prison lobby. She was beaten well. Her face and body ached from the beatings. These girls hit hard. She understood that connections in the capital alone were not enough. She needed to find a patron in prison, or she would be constantly beaten. But who? There was no hope for these beastmen. They didn't care about her. These two are just having fun and won't stand up for her. These two strong women in status clearly won't help her. They hate her. And this one sleeps and sees her killed. There are no options at all. Suddenly, Meludzina froze as she approached the window that looked out onto the prison wall. She froze, not believing her eyes, looking at the figure standing by the wall. It was Veronica standing there looking at the wall that had suffered a lot after the riot. She tried to comprehend the power that was within her, and the power she was fighting against. I remembered how Frenda said that Aiden lost his memory, and now is not much different from an ordinary person. And also so that she doesn't forget that all this started because of her. What was this ancient force she was fighting? This unknown power? It was like an abyss that destroyed everything in its path, creating a huge hole that was patched up. Veronica tried to understand how she survived, what helped her, and what it all was. For some reason, she felt very awkward. She herself could not understand the reason. She was interrupted from her thoughts by the voice of Meludzina standing behind her, saying that it would be better not to put the seal on her hand. At that very second, another blow was heading towards her. Veronica kicked her in the face, causing her to stagger and scream. After pinning her to the ground, she screamed how the queen ant had the audacity to escape from prison again, and she tried unsuccessfully to explain. Having tied Meleuzina with a belt, Veronica barked at her to shut up, and she decided not to tempt fate. To prevent the werewolf from giving in anymore, I tried to calm her down and not resist. Then she slyly asked if she knew what the mark on her body was and if she knew where it came from. Of course, Veronica doesn't know. This is an ancient deity that died 200 years ago. Since it has new followers, it means it is gaining strength in the underworld and preparing for an uprising. She had always admired this ancient god. Let the follower allow her to serve. With her help, Veronica would soon become the ruler of the continent. Veronica grabbed her head painfully and said that although she didn't understand what she was talking about, but if she doesn't shut up, then her head will end up behind bars instead of hers. Meleuzina howled in pain. In a park near the prison, Austin's friend asked Aiden if he remembered the beast princess who beat up his wolf cub during the riots. Aiden corrected and noticed that the girl's name was Veronica. She waved her hand and said that Austin only looked indifferent, but in fact she was afraid. After all, she is the guarantor of peace between the two countries. Harming a prison guard could lead to war, which is why she wanted to apologize. Aiden refuted her assumptions and noted that this would not lead to war, and the princess herself was arrogant for apologizing. But the girl explained that arrogance was just a facade, and she began to describe the princess as a fragile person, vulnerable and crying alone. Aiden said that she was talking like her princess was depressed. The girl happily agreed and said that it would be better for him to talk to Austin in person. She screamed crimson with shame as Aiden waited for her. A friend, pleased with her work, said that we can talk about marriage right away. But does the princess know the etiquette of communicating with people? In general, you can't speak directly to a person, at least at the initial stage, so as not to scare them off and it will look rude. When Veronica dragged Meleuzina to be put in a cell and heard that the prison counselor was completely perplexed, the guard replied that it was an imperial order, as Lord Aiden had said, who, by the way, was going to visit Veronica. But he is busy now, so why shouldn't she visit him herself? Veronica blushed at these words and said that she would get dressed and find him. Aiden and Austin sat in awkward silence, the princess asking first if Lucas had told him everything. He himself thought that it was hard to apologize when you were a princess, and having encouraged the girl, he added that he knew everything, so she shouldn't be nervous. Austin looked at him in horror. Was this not the first time this had happened to him? And why was he looking at her with such pity? Then she put on a proud look, reassuring herself that it was all a pretense anyway, and began asking how many people there were in Aiden's family, and how much land he had. He must have said something wrong when she put on the princess mask, the man thought, and he answered uncertainly that he had no family, but somewhere in the Dragon Ridge Empire there was a house. The girl turned her head away and said that she didn't like living in a human country, and Aiden thought that this was how she expressed her longing for home. Trying to cheer her up, he told her that sadness is normal. He himself doesn't particularly like this place. Maybe everything will change soon. Blushing and sweating with excitement, Austin thought, this is what he wants to tell me, that he is ready to go with me to his homeland, to her family as a son-in-law. How sweet! Sweating even more, Austin blurted out to a stunned Aiden how he felt about girls who sweated a lot. It's just that when she's nervous, she sweats a lot. So much so that everything gets wet. Here Aiden was already in a stupor. A different approach was needed here, he thought. As a psychologist would say, I wonder if there are psychologists in this time and world. Sitting on pins and needles, he muttered that it was cute. The girl jumped up. This was the first time someone had told her that about her sweating. Overcoming herself, she noticed that he got along well with children. But would he be able to cook and look after them? Aiden looked at her, not knowing what to answer. This is his dream, but he didn't think it would ever come true. Austin, sweating profusely, said to herself, don't worry, you'll get another chance. Aiden glanced at her and thanked her for those words. Here she jumped up, screaming that it was too early to thank them. They hadn't started yet. After which, she said that it was time for him to receive it. She held out the fang, lying in the shape of a medallion on her trembling and sweaty palm. She explained, embarrassed, that it was her milk fang, and upon receiving it, she should say the following. I won't be hunting anymore, so I'm counting on you to take care of me. Aiden was amazed. It seems he has a gift for being a psychologist. She is apparently apologizing and asking him to take care of the case with the attack on the prison staff. He took the fang and said that he didn't think she was so sincere and promised to take responsibility. Veronica was watching them from around the corner. She silently watched as he took the fang. And then they said goodbye, and Austin promised to visit him. Veronica turned around and ran, dejected, and heard Aiden's words. Of course she could come if it would cheer her up. The friends watched Austin. Lucas laughed until she cried at the princess's low intelligence. And the second phlegmatically said that a scandal was brewing. My Ludzina was watching Veronica. She found her weak spot. It was Aiden. Since Samizina relies on her, she is in business too.